checking in at 3-4. I'm going to ask you a question. I think I know the answer. Are you taking Purdue or the field at this point? Do you feel confident in Braden Smith, Zach Edey, and the rest of that Purdue team, or are you taking the field?
To win the national championship?
Correct.
So, as you know, and I think some people know, that if you go back to the year that Baylor won the championship, right? That year, I kept saying Gonzaga or the field, Gonzaga the field, because I felt like Gonzaga was a notch better than everybody else. Remember, Purdue was in much the same position last year, and of course, you and I discussed what I thought could ultimately take them down. It did in the NCAA tournament, right? They've struggled with the Cinderella the past 2 seasons. In terms of winning a national championship, I would obviously take the field. I think Purdue is a rightful number one right now. There's several teams, Houston included, maybe even Yukon, that we think are pretty good. We don't know because we haven't seen them at the right level of competition, whereas we have seen Purdue against some high-quality teams so far, and they've obviously won all their games. But in terms of winning a national championship, I would take the field. That said, I'm closer to, if you said, would you be more surprised if Purdue did or didn't make the Final Four, I would be more surprised they didn't make it this year than if they did.
Interesting. I mean, I'm with you. I take the field for sure, just because the odds are with you, right? You have so many other teams in this day and age that can come out of nowhere and win it. I'm not even sure Purdue would be my number one right now. If I had to put all my money down on one team, I'm not yet sure if I'm going with Purdue because, again, I just don't know, Doug, if I trust that traditional big man to end up winning 6 straight games. Now, a lot of really good teams this year have traditional bigs, so it almost looks like maybe by default one of them, Kansas has Hunter Dickinson, Purdue has Zach Edey. I think Umar Ballo is kind of a traditional big in some senses of the word. He moves better, maybe more athletic than those guys, but he's not a guy who's going to step out and make threes. So I think this thing is wide open. I like Purdue. I think they've gotten better, but they're not the prohibitive favorite for me at this point. All right, here's a great one. All right, so Houston goes in the Big 12 this year, Doug, and everybody's still like, well, Kansas. I had Kansas number 1 in the preseason. And then when you and I saw them in Chicago, I'm like, all right, I'm worried about this Kansas team a little bit. Like, they're not heads and shoulders above anybody else of those top teams. And I'm not even sure they're better than the Houston Cougars. Who are you taking right now to win the Big 12? Who's the better team, Kansas or Houston?
You asked 2 different questions, right? The first question is, who do I take to win the Big 12? The answer is Kansas. In terms of who's the better team, you got to give me a bit, but just because Houston's a better team, that's the magic to this thing. I mean, even if you look back 2 years ago when they won the national championship, they were playing Kentucky in the SEC Big 12 Challenge at home, and they were getting run out. They got run out of their own building. But that's the beauty to Bill, is you look and you're like, they're good, but they have arguably or inarguably the best coach, arguably or inarguably the best and most experienced point guard, right? They are going to win 95%, if not 100% of their home games. And they have veterans, at least on that roster, that have won in the Big 12 and won at a high level. And Hunter Dickinson, we're not even counting him. Now, we don't know how he plays in the Big 12 or whatever, and they do not have a bench right now. And it's the challenge to Houston is, hey, last year you could load up for some of the big games, but in the American, there's about 75% of the games you can't lose if you play your B or C game. That's not the case in the Big 12. Right? BYU looks way better. Baylor is good. I think K-State's going to be better. Iowa State's good. Oklahoma's off to a red-hot start. They beat Iowa and USC over the weekend. So the attrition may wear down Kansas, but, the dude's figured it out. 80% of the years that he's coached at Kansas, they won the league. That's my obvious and easy answer is KU is the favorite. They should win the league. That doesn't make them necessarily the better team. That could be Houston, but we got to see Houston against a higher level of competition. We haven't seen that yet.
We have not. They've beaten Utah and Dayton so far, 2 teams that might not even be NCAA tournament teams. So I'm with you. Like Kelvin Sampson, we need to see it, but I think we've seen enough over the last few years, not just in the AAC, but when they've gone outside of the league, when they've gotten in the NCAA tournament, how well they've been able to do. They've got a veteran point guard. Yes, he may not be DeJuan Harris, but he's pretty damn good, named Jamal Shead. They've got one thing that Kansas and Bill Self does not have, Doug, and that is L.J. Cryer, an elite shooter. That's my worry about Kansas. More in the tournament, like you said, they're going to win a ton of games in the regular season. We know that. In the Big 12, they're going to win a ton of games. I think Houston might be more suited to win come NCAA tournament team because, again, they've got the guy, L.J. Cryer, that I trust more than anybody in the entire country, Doug. If you're saying one guy to make a three, I'm taking L.J. Cryer, and Shed is terrific, and they've got some good young guy. Terrence Arsenault is going to come along this year now that he's getting time. So I think I would go Houston over Kansas.
Okay. I mean, like, look, we'll see. They got Xavier. They have A&M. Not an especially challenging non-conference slate for Houston. And I like L.J. Cryer. I think he's terrific, and he's done it in the same league he's going to play in. I will point out that Baylor wasn't great last year. Right? They weren't up to their standard. He's not the only reason, right? But when, you have first-round draft pick and L.J. Cryer, you'd think you'd be better at Baylor, and they did struggle to get him to guard. Now, that's not usually not the case in Houston. So far, they're holding teams to below 50 points a game. But, again, let's see if he can make winning basketball plays for Kelvin. And the one thing the argument you haven't made, which would be a good one, which is it's one thing for a coach who hasn't played or coached in the Big 12 to come in the league and try and play at the top of the league. Kelvin's done that going back to his days at Oklahoma. League's a little bit different, but there's still great similarities. I like both teams. And I think the middle of the league may be a little bit down talent-wise as opposed to where it had been. But Central Florida, I think Oklahoma State's better than their record because they haven't been healthy this year. Like, where is the off night in that league as opposed to the Big East where, you have a couple teams at the bottom that you feel like, all right, if we get in a 3-game stretch of Seton Hall, of Butler, of St. John's, or Georgetown, 3 of those 4 teams, you can get back and get right and win some games, even though the top of that league is very good. The top may not be as deep in the Big 12, but everyone can play. Everyone is capable of going to postseason play, and maybe most are capable of going to the NCAA tournament.
You must have read the rundown today, Doug, because that's a great transition to our next topic, which is the best league in America right now. I think you and I would agree Big 12 is the best league today. What's next? I go Big East, Doug, even though, again, DePaul is at the bottom of the Big East, and they're a doormat right now, and Georgetown doesn't look much better. I thought the Hoyas would be a little bit better even in year one of Ed Cooley, the Ed Cooley era, but he didn't do enough in the portal to really get them to where they could take a major step. Plus, you got a lot of really good teams in the Big East, so it's going to be hard for Cooley. I'm still going with, Marquette, Yukon, Creighton, who lost the bad one to Colorado State, but I still think Creighton's going to have a chance to be pretty good. And I like Villanova. I said it in the beginning of the season. I still think they're going to figure it out even without high-quality point guard play. They're going to win a lot of games and have a chance. So those are 4 teams that I think are all capable of making Final Four runs from the Big East.
I agree with you. I think what's interesting about the Big East is, those 4 teams, and then you throw in maybe a Providence, right? You have those 4, and then it's like kind of a cliff. Right? Like St. John's is not there yet. It's going to be really hard in year 1 with a whole new team. Seton Hall is not there. And obviously you point out Georgetown. I think Butler will be modestly better, if you want to say that's the 3rd tier in that league. But that's the difference is there's a big drop-off after their top 5 as opposed to the Big 12 where there's not much of a drop-off. And then there's some other leagues that are like that. We still got to figure out what the ACC is. Virginia with some weird games, some good wins, some bad losses. Obviously, we both respect Duke. I think North Carolina showed themselves to be, relatively back. They're obviously different than last year, a lot more shooting, and they still have a ton of experience. I thought they looked very well coached in that game against Villanova. That's a war of a game. Like, I still think, and then of course you have Miami, and they're always going to have their weird wins and weird losses, but they're right there talent-wise with anybody. I would say, though, the Big East, and the reason is it would not surprise me for them to put more than one team in the Final Four. The depth of the league isn't there. The bottom of the league is bad, but the top of the league is probably better than anybody else's top of the league.
So one team that we were a little bit worried about a week ago because they came off a loss to Bryant was FAU. Now, brought back their entire team pretty much from a group that went to the Final Four, also ran through its conference a year ago. Now they're in a different league now, the AAC, but they lose to Bryant. Again, a team that you just didn't expect FAU to drop one to, but they rebound. They go down to Orlando, still kind of a little bit of a home court advantage just because of proximity, and they beat Butler. They beat Texas A&M, really good win, and then they smacked the hell out of Virginia Tech, crush them. I think the biggest key for them, twofold. Number one was I think they were looking past Bryant. I really do. I think they were just, they're feeling themselves a little bit in the offseason, and they're thinking they can just go out there and roll through and win that one. The other thing, Doug, Elijah Martin. He wasn't healthy. He missed a chunk of time in the preseason with a stress reaction, and he was really, really struggling coming out of the gates. But down in Orlando at that ESPN event, he won MVP honors in the last two games. He was efficient. He was making threes. He was getting in the lane. He was rebounding in traffic. He was doing everything that led him to me to believe that he's an All-American candidate, and he changes them completely.
Well, the best thing that happened was the loss to Bryant, because I'm sure that no matter how humble they were last year and how humble they are as kids, it's hard to be humble when you wake up and you're still the talk of the town, still a top 10 team, everybody's back, this will be easy. And it's harder, right? Now and it was at home too, where they lost to Bryant. But, it gets you together, and now they're getting right and getting healthy. I'll also point out that, the margin for error for them is probably even more slight than a Purdue, for example, or than an Arizona. But still, all of these programs, the margin for error is a lot more slight than it was 5 years ago, especially than it was 10 or 15 years ago, because even though FAU is better than their opponents, more cohesive than their opponents, have won more games together than their opponents, they're not that much more talented. If they were that much more talented, they would have players in the NBA. Like, that's just the reality of it. They're really talented. They're a really good group. But you have one player injured, or you have a player miss a game. And I had this discussion with a couple other people. It's like, it's going to be really hard for the committee when they go back and they check out these one-offs of losses. Some of them guarantee games and good teams. You're like, what? Again, this is not a non sequitur, but Jackson State's not particularly good. They go and beat Missouri at Missouri. And I don't know what ultimately Missouri ends up in, but if you look at their roster, it's like the United Nations of guys that you remember have done something somewhere. And eventually, they're really well coached. Gates will get them together, and they'll be pretty good. But right now, they're just guys wearing the same uniform. They're not the same team. And you're going to have games like this, especially when you got a guy down, hurt, sick, whatever, rotation screwed up, foul trouble. So for FAU, my expectations are slightly below where yours were. But I do think that losing early, especially to a Bryant, is beautiful. It's like the best thing Dusty could ever hope for, because now it refocuses them, and then they just march through Orlando. I mean, what they did, if you watch that tape of Virginia Tech, you're like, holy cow, this is killed. They flexed their muscles, and they hammered them. That was a no-doubter.
Yeah, that was a hell of a game. I'm actually headed down the Field of 68 tip-off this week. FAU plays Thursday against Liberty. 3 teams, 3 really good mid-major teams. FAU, Liberty, and Charleston play each day in that event. All right, coming up, we get a treat this week in the form of the ACC SEC Challenge. We're going to break down some of the best matchups when we return here on Goodman versus Gottlieb. All right, welcome back. Goodman versus Gottlieb here on a Tuesday afternoon. And listen, we don't have the ACC Big Ten Challenge, Doug, but we have the ACC SEC Challenge, and that gets underway tonight. It'll also continue tomorrow night. And headlining the action tonight is a top 15 matchup between Miami, ranked 8th, and Kentucky, ranked 12th. All right, to me, we haven't really seen Miami on the main stage so far this season. They've kind of passed every test, but they've gone under the radar a little bit. It's a revamped team. They still have Nigel Pack back from last year's Final Four squad. Norchad Ormier. Woodger Poplar looks terrific. He's made a jump. They brought in Matthew Cleveland, the transfer from Florida State, and they go up against a Kentucky team that we saw against Kansas, and they were a lot better than we thought they'd look this early, but then they kind of go back home, and St. Joe's almost beats them in overtime at Rupp. So what do we make of this game?
I mean, I think you have the classic experience of Miami, a little bit older player. You have Jim Larinaga, who kind of specializes in these games, against John Calipari, who I think has done, you have to credit guys when they evolve as coaches, and they're playing an evolved style. They're playing a little bit differently offensively than they played in the past. What is the outcome? I mean, look, if I'm a bettor, I go and say Miami, because the way they play, they're fearless of playing on the road. Rupp's a tough place, but sometimes it can actually be harder for Kentucky because there's pressure on those kids to perform. But I don't really know. I don't know. You got 3 guards for kind of 2 spots for Kentucky. They're still trying to figure out what they're doing inside. Off the top of my head, my first assumption would be Miami wins the game because you have so many guys who have done it at this level of college basketball before. On the other hand, I do respect what Cal is doing and some of the talent. It's like Dillingham, like Rob Dillingham. If he gets hot, you can ride him, you can win a game here because he's got a step that nobody else has. I don't know how Wagner plays in this game. I don't know how much Shepard plays. He has a game where he comes back home after the game in Chicago, lights up the world. Then St. Joe's kind of disappears. So that's what young players do. They're just naturally more inconsistent. That's why first blush, I would definitely take Miami in this game. That doesn't mean that I don't think Kentucky is, by the end of the year, going to be a team I expect to see in the second weekend.
Yeah, I just don't know what Kentucky team we're going to see. And I think that's what you're hinting at here is they're young. They could come out, and they've shot it very well from 3. That's been the biggest surprise for me, Doug. As a team, they've really shot it well for the most part from 3 this year. Miami, the one thing they don't have size, and they don't have depth. Now, against this Kentucky team, that's not going to hurt them that much because Kentucky's missing their 3 front court guys. 2 of them are hurt, Aaron Bradshaw being one of them. One of them, an international kid who's not cleared yet, Big Z. So I don't think Miami gets hurt there. And even, again, if they got to go to their bench, yeah, it's different than Kentucky. Kentucky's still got 7, 8 guys that they can feel comfortable with. So I think the whistle in this game, especially early, could be very important because, again, at the places like Kansas, like Kentucky, like Duke, they're going to get a hometown whistle for the most part. And if they get that, Miami's going to be in a little bit of trouble.
I agree. I would also say, though, that you look at the pace that Miami plays with, you look at the pace that Kentucky plays with. This will be one of the more entertaining games you'll see in college basketball in November and in December, right? Neither coach overcoaches, especially the first 3 quarters of the game.
Yes. That's putting it mildly, Doug. They let their dudes rock. That's what both John Calipari and Jim Larinaga do on the offensive end. They give their guys freedom, especially Cal with this group. And I don't know if that's bringing in a guy from the NBA, John Welch, if he's kind of impacted that and changed the offense a little bit.
No,
I don't know
John.
We're just the
John's
personnel.
John's he's a player development guy. He's like a Tim Gergerich. He's Tim Gergerich's protege, if you will. And it was a great hire, by the way, because if we're really candid, one of the things that people had hurt John Calipari in recruiting on was, hey, are you really developing guys? Because Cal can say, hey, look, all my guys in the NBA, but did their skill set actually evolve during their time in Lexington? You bring in John Welsh, he's internationally renowned as a development guy, a workout guy, and also somebody who teaches guys to bring toughness, and he's done it in the NBA and going back to the UNLV, Fresno State days for years with Tark and those guys. So I think the necessary style evolution in terms of what they're running is something that Cal and the rest of his staff has put together. But Welsh is more player development. And by the way, I think it was a brilliant hire because everybody respects it.
Yeah, no doubt. And the personnel fits the way John Calipari is playing to a T right now. All right, a really underrated matchup tonight, Doug, that I'm intrigued by is Clemson going to Alabama. Because you and I have both really liked Alabama over the last couple of years, okay, and praised Nate Oates. But this team this year scares the hell out of me because they can't guard me and you. And I know you still move pretty well, but you don't move as well as you used to,
No.
prior to the surgery you had about a year ago.
Correct.
So Alabama can't guard anybody right now. They gave up 90 to both Ohio State in a loss and 90 to Oregon in a win in back-to-back games. They've got mid-major guys that are their best players. Mark Sears is back after a year, and he's been good. Grant Nelson, mid-major player. Aaron Estrada, mid-major player. They're really good, but again, it's going to take time. And then they got a bunch of young guys up front that they weren't expecting to have to play this much, but Noah Clowney leaves after a year. Their other big decides to go pro. Brandon Miller obviously was gone. We know that. So this Alabama team against a Clemson team, Doug, that is veteran-laden. They've got a veteran up front in P.J. Hall who is super underrated. They added Joe Girard from Syracuse, a shooter. Chase Hunter's a terrific veteran guard. And, oh, by the way, they got a pretty good coach themselves in Brad Burnell.
And remember, Brad was on a little bit of the hot seat last year. And I thought that the job he did in the portal was he didn't do panic moves in the portal, right? Didn't move panic moves. Now, I don't know if, Joe Girard, this is going to be a first big challenge of can he guard? Because they did play some man last year at Syracuse, but that's a hard process. But, here's a guy who he can make shots. He can run a team. I think the matchup with Sears is perfect. I'm fascinated by it as well. The other part to Alabama is, they kind of go under the radar until football's over. But this is a game in which, I think they'll have Coleman Coliseum will be full. I'm with you. I think it's very entertaining, and it's interesting the way that Alabama has gone. I think losing Bediako as the center really is what set them back the most. Because, yes, they had more young perimeter talent. You got two guys at the 3 and the 4. They're studs. They're stars. You had Quinterly last year as one of your point guards as well, so you had veteran experience. But the big thing was they had as good a rim protection as anybody in the country, and they just don't have that now. I think the ball moves better. I think there's a ton of skill. I love the way they play. But I'm not sure if Clemson is capable of grinding one out with them instead of getting kind of going up and down, having a fun game. I think Alabama wins in a fun game, but I'm with you. I think this is a really competitive. And what Brownell's doing is it's a smart way to kind of operate under the radar in the portal is, don't get greedy. Don't reach for guys that are just about money. Get high major guys that have played a bunch that can come in and they just want to win. They don't have the agenda of some others. And, and the other thing is look, you got mid-major. They have the kid, Alabama has the kid from South Dakota State, right? Or North Dakota State.
Yeah.
Who can really play.
Grant Nelson.
Well, he can't guard any,
Grant Nelson. Yeah, can't guard anybody.
Grant Nelson. Can't guard anybody, right? But can really, really score. But what does that look like when they play higher level competition? When they get to real games. Don't get me wrong, the Summit League, and we should do a segment on it, the Summit League expatriates are throughout all of college. Tennessee's got one. Max A. Smith's at Texas. Alabama's got one. Summit League had good players.
Really good.
But there is a reason that they were all in the Summit League, right? Grant Nelson can't guard. Max A. Smith is this high, right? And so, but does that get exposed at high major college basketball when they're 22, 23 years old? That's the real story, one of the storylines of the season.
Tomorrow night, Doug, the top game features number 10 Tennessee against number 17 North Carolina. This is the third straight top 20 team that the Vols and Rick Barnes are going to go up against. To me, again, this Tennessee team certainly has more offensive talent than it did a year ago, largely because of one Dalton Connect, right? I mean, comes from Northern Colorado. He's been probably as impactful as almost any transfer in the country, not named Hunter Dickinson. Now you got to go up against Carolina, and Carolina looks different, Doug. They look different now because they're not nearly as reliant on Armando Bacot as they have been over the last couple of years. They don't have Caleb Love, so they move the ball a little bit more. They've got more efficient shooters. Harrison Ingram, who I know there were some questions about when he left Stanford and came to Carolina, he's been terrific because he's kind of a matchup nightmare, right? Like instead of posting Bacot, now you're seeing him post Harrison Ingram because he's so big and strong. And obviously, last game, Cormac Ryan didn't play, and Carolina still ended up winning that game against Arkansas and won it kind of going away a little bit. So Carolina, Tennessee, what do you think
Not
of
kind
this?
of going away. They scored 52 on Arkansas. They outscored them by 18 in the second half. They going away. And I think, what they're smart with what they've done with Elliott Cadu at the point where they brought him off the bench some. Now they're bringing Seth Trimble off the bench. So they have multiple ball handlers, guys that can play on and off the basketball, guys that don't have it. Cormac Ryan knows I'm going to shoot if I'm open. Otherwise, I'm passing and staying out of the way, And R.J. Davis has been pretty darn good. He's doing a great job of getting to the free throw line, of attacking. And I also think that, I don't know how mentally Armando Bacot is doing, right? You come back for another year, and he's not putting up gigantic numbers, but this is a good role for him. It's like we tried the thing where we throw it to you every time down the court. Like, that doesn't work for us. That doesn't work ultimately. We're still going to throw you the ball. Like the Arkansas game, I think he took 9 shots. So he's fitting in nicely to his role. If he'll just play that role, and they'll play 4 out, 1 in around him, and allow R.J. Davis to drive and be their one kind of aggressive offensive player, they have other ball movers and guys that can shoot. The question becomes, what happens when they play a Tennessee team that's going to punch them in the mouth defensively, right? Right now, Carolina, very fluid offensively, right? Really likes to move the ball. It's pretty, okay? Tennessee doesn't like to play pretty. Tennessee likes to play in the mud. And it's at North Carolina. It's on TV. They'll probably have a tight whistle early on. Carolina probably wins this game, but for Carolina to win big, they got to show they can beat they got to show they can win in the 60s and in the 70s against Tennessee. So that's really the challenge. And for Tennessee, again, it's what we talked about. You look at Maui, when they struggle to score. It's the same stuff. They struggle to score.
I mean, they have more. They have a dude now. But again, if Dalton Connect, he's not going to carry him, Doug. Like, you can't expect Dalton Connect to carry this Tennessee team. Ultimately, teams are also going to game plan for Dalton Connect. They didn't know how good he was going to be out of the gates. Now I think he's moved to the top of the scouting report, and that makes it a little bit different for him going forward. All right, coming up, we're choosing sides on this Tuesday. Like, who would you pick between Hunter Dickinson and Kyle Filipowski? Find out who we're siding with on the other side of the break. All right, welcome back. Goodman versus Gottlieb, Tuesday afternoon. I know you're going to like this segment, Doug. It's right up your alley. I think we're calling it Take One Tuesday. All right, so you got to pick. I'm going to give you two options, and you're going to tell me which one you're going to pick here. And the first one is the Chris's. All right, two Chris's in the SEC that are head coaches that have had their share of issues over the years. Two really good coaches. Chris Jans at Mississippi State, Chris Beard at Ole Miss. Which one are you taking and why?
For this year,
no, for the eternity.
Totality, like that's
eternity, Doug, forever.
Chris Beard. What he did at Texas Tech, heck, what he did at Little Rock. I again, and I know Chris Jans. It's not like I'm scared of Chris Jans. I'm just trying to give real context. I think Jans, if the off the court stuff doesn't happen, or if it doesn't happen again, I think that Mississippi State, for example, could be a surprise team this year. I think he's always going to be good. He gets dudes. They play hard. Like, I got no issues with Jans. I just think Beard is an elite level coach and runs an unbelievable organization, knows how to delegate. And I think with Ole Miss, they're well funded enough. They'll be competitive. If I had to pick who's most likely to be successful at the top of the top of college basketball more often, I would pick Chris Beard. I think has a modern day Bob Knight, but he's much better with the players. He understands that college basketball is much more transactional than long-term relationship. I think he blends well to that, going back to his days coaching the ABA. Again, I think Jans is good. I think State of Mississippi has two really good ball coaches, and they're going to be better off than many of those teams in the SEC. If I had to pick between the two, I'm going to pick Jans.
I mean, listen, Beard came within one basket of winning the national title in Lubbock, Texas, at Texas Tech. And it wasn't a fluke because they had been to the Elite Eight the year before. So, to me, I'm with you. I mean, Chris Beard
and look,
had it.
We don't have to give him credit. He didn't coach the Texas team to the Elite Eight.
He put it together.
I think that Texas team goes to the Final Four if Chris Beard's still the head coach. And, again, they were a possession really away from going to the Final Four last year. He built that, and he built a very good organization there, which I think will continue under Rodney Terry.
And I'm with you. Ole Miss has got a higher upside than Mississippi State as a program. Jans is a terrific coach. What he did at New Mexico State, obviously, beating Yukon in the NCAA tournament a couple of years ago, now getting to Mississippi State. And honestly, what they've done so far this year, being undefeated without their best player, Tolu Smith, who's going to be back at some point, it sounds like, in January. So both Chris's, really, really good coaches, but I think we're both giving Beard the edge there. All right.
I'll only hold real quick and we'll go quicker on some of these other ones. Is you said you think Mississippi State has a higher upside. Ole Miss is a higher upside than Mississippi State. Why?
I think they have more money. I think there's probably a little bit more money around that program for NIL. That's why, for me.
Yeah. So I hope people and guys that are watching this show, they probably know this. What's changed in college basketball is location doesn't matter anymore, right? Or maybe doesn't matter as much.
It's all about this.
It just doesn't. It truly is. But also about how you decide to do it, right? You have a budget. Are you going to go all in on a couple of players? Are you going to try and make sure everybody gets something? How are you going to do it? And then how do you work with your collective? Do you work with your boosters? Do you work with the players? Do you work with their agents? So you get everybody along the same kind of agenda. But, yeah, I actually think these are two of the better jobs that used to be terrible jobs. Ole Miss has always been kind of a good job. Like Andy Kennedy would tell people all the time, unbelievable job. You make a couple $1 million. You're not expected to win the SEC, but you can have good teams. Now you add in the fact that they can legally buy kids and buy teams. And Ole Miss has got all the facilities you could ever want. I think location not mattering anymore, you can be competitive at both these places.
All right, next one. A more traditional big against a new age big. Hunter Dickinson or Kyle Filipowski. This is a tough one. A really tough one. Who are you taking?
Filipowski. What I like about Hunter is what I don't like about Hunter as well. Like, Hunter walks around like somebody peed in his Cheerios every day, right? And you need some of that toughness. But man, like, it's going to be every big game with Kansas. Just every big game. I mean, every time, like, it's enough. Whereas Filipowski just kind of plays. You know, he may not have that cock of the walk toughness, that outward look, but he continues to improve as a three-point shooter. He's really skilled. He's not as physical defensively as Hunter is, but he's a better Hunter Dickinson. The numbers belie, he really doesn't rebound out of his zone particularly well. If it's near him, he's got great hands. Dickinson is, and he's strong and he gets his hands on and he's tough, but he doesn't move all that well. I just think Filipowski is like a cool chess piece you can use just about anywhere offensively and super effective. And there's not that much different defensively, so I'll take Filipowski.
Yeah, it's a tough one for me. I mean, Hunter's shot the crap out of the ball so far from three. I think he's 8 for 12 so far this season. So I love the fact that he's added that to his game. Otherwise, you know, you're talking about a kid who would have no chance of making the next level. Now, I think that gives him a little bit of a chance, an opportunity maybe to make it. But defensively, I think that's probably the difference for me is Kyle Filipowski, you can switch, you know, a whole lot easier than you can with Hunter. You really can't. You play him in drop coverage. A lot of guys exploit that. So I think Filipowski's upside defensively in today's basketball, whether it's NBA or college, that's why I would give him the edge. All right, next one. Arizona or Yukon, Doug? Who you taking and why? Another tough one. That, like, Dennis, who put this together, man, he gave us some tough ones here.
How could I not go with Yukon?
I mean,
this is my question. Like, I think this Arizona team is tougher mentally, physically, like on the ball defensively. You know, you've made a change at the guard spots, but how can I not go with Yukon? I know they don't have the same roster. I know you have a freshman point guard, but I mean, look, Danny's team.
Newton's your point guard now. Tristan Newton's your point guard. You got to just accept that he's your point guard now.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, he's been good. He's been very good so far this year, and they won a title with him. He's got a ring in his finger. So I guess I'm with you because, again, Danny Hurley and Tristan Newton have rings on their fingers. And that, to me, is the separator in all this. I still want to see, and Donovan Clingan was dominant against UNH last night. But, like, I want to see Donovan Clingan be dominant, you know, against, you know, Gonzaga, against North Carolina on December 5th at Madison Square Garden. Those are the times when I want to see Donovan Clingan be what we thought he'd be this year, and I think he will be. He missed a lot of time in the preseason with the injury.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't lost a non-conference game in 2 years, so yeah. I also think, you know, teams do become their coaches, and I think Tommy talks the talk about toughness and wants his team to be tougher. But they're also, and they have been, right? They've shown, I think, a lot more grit defensively. Because some of it is, and goes back to, you know, Gonzaga for years got criticized, but they're just not physical defensively. They don't get into you. Like, okay, you can only do so much based upon your personnel. Like, you can't press when you don't have a pressing team. You can't get up into people. And it's like Greg Paulus trying to play at Duke, where he's not really a pressuring point guard. You got to do what your personnel fits. His personnel fits. It's a pretty physical team, and they've shown that in the year. But Danny's teams are always physical. They're always intense. The issue for Danny at times had been at the offensive end, and I think between the staff and some of the skill they've recruited, you know, they may not have, you know, they have shooting. They may not have a shooter like they had with Hawkins last year, but overall the team can really shoot, can move the ball. I think they're beautifully coached offensively, and I think if you put a gun to my head, I take Yukon because I've seen it enough. I've seen it more out of Danny's teams than I have, you know, out of Arizona.
Yeah, that's fair. And Cam Spencer, different than Jordan Hawkins, but an elite level.
Can really shoot the basketball.
Shooter, yes. All right, here's another one. Texas A&M or Texas. A&M, remember, so they lose to FAU, but Henry Coleman gets hurt in that game after about 15 minutes. I think they would have lost it anyway. And then they bounce back. They dig themselves a hole against Iowa State, end up winning that game on a neutral court. Texas has not looked great so far. I would go Texas A&M in this one for this year, largely because I think Buzz is a hell of a coach, and I think Texas A&M also has the better point guard in Wade Taylor, who is a blur. Now, he can be a little out of control at times, but man, he's super fast and talented, and when he's got it going, he can absolutely carry a team, and he's maybe as good a point guard as there is out there when he's got it going.
Well, he definitely has a different gear, but I mean, Hunter's pretty good for Texas, and then A. Smith is a combo kind of scoring guard. So I would say in terms of an ensemble cast, then honestly, like Brock Cunningham's not a point guard, but he's a really important ball mover to what they have.
A ball mover. That's right.
Yeah. I like Texas a little bit better. I do think that this goes counter to what I just said about Yukon, and I'm probably going to regret it because I do think that Buzz's teams show a little bit greater physicality and toughness than what I think Texas is capable of, right? Because you throw Hunter out there with A. Smith, like you got two below, not quite 6 foot guards, you're just not going to be the same. But Texas definitely has a lot of talent, and they have age and experience and guys who have played at the highest level. I think it's Texas. They're two very, very different teams, but I'm going to go with Texas.
These were some tough calls, and coming up, we're going to pick winners, and this time we'll pick up some points as well. Yes, the spread is in play when we return right here on Stadium. All right, welcome back. Goodman versus Gottlieb. Final segment, but first we got a milestone to celebrate, and that is LaSalle head coach Fran Dunphy. One of the best human beings in the sport and a hell of a coach. Gets his 600th career win, becoming the 43rd coach in Division I history to reach that mark. Doug, you're not going to find a better dude than Dunphy, period. Like, never heard a bad word about him. He did a great job coaching in the Ivy League at Penn. He did a great job coaching at Temple. And the best part of Dunphy now is I think he was forced out a couple years ago, and now he gets to go out, hopefully on his own terms, and get 600.
At his own school, at his own school, at LaSalle. And those Philly coaches are different, and they have actually, while they're super competitive in the City Series or the Big Five Series, right, if you count or don't count Drexel, but they're unbelievable with the things that they do for each other, how they show up for each other. And they coach and teach basketball kind of the way it kind of always been and should be, right? Toughness, togetherness, obviously Jay is the ultimate Hall of Famer, but if you ask Philly guys, like, who's the guy that evokes Philly basketball the most, I think Dunphy would probably be that guy. I really do.
Yeah, I would agree. All right, it's time to pick some winners, but today we got a little bit of a twist, Douglas. We're going to pick against the spread today.
Oh, I like that.
For tonight's ACC, the ACC SEC Challenge. We're going to hit a few of these games, and we're going to start with the big boy game, which is Miami going into Rupp, and Kentucky is favored by 6.5 against the Canes. Who are you taking?
Miami with those points. Wouldn't necessarily push money line. Not crazy to take the money line, but 6.5 is way too tasty for me. I'll take the U.
1,000% agree with you. And I might take the money line, to be honest. I might take it just because
not crazy.
It's a lot of points. That's a lot of points to give to a veteran team like we talked about earlier, that the core of their team, 3 key players, were in the Final Four last year. This Kentucky team, again, they're all new. Yes, they reacted well in that Kansas loss, but ultimately, again, Miami, a little bit different because they've got shooting, they've got experience, they've got a little bit of everything. All right, Alabama is laying 8.5 at home against Clemson. Which way you leaning, Doug?
Also, again, I take Clemson. I think this is going to be a harder game than you think. I think Brad Brownell is an excellent coach. Don't be surprised if some sort of pressure after Clemson makes baskets in order to keep Alabama in the half court. Still think Alabama wins. They have just a bit more talent and shot making, but I think Clemson makes this a very close game.
Yeah, I'm with you, and this scares me that we're together and we both feel so good about these two picks, because that generally does not bode well when you feel that optimistic, which I do about both of them, to be honest. One I'm not as optimistic about. I just don't have as good a feel. Curious to see which way you lean. Missouri's getting 6.5 on the road against Pittsburgh. Missouri has struggled. Like you said, they lost to Jackson State, Mo Williams' team. Pittsburgh's got a very young backcourt. Bub Carrington, their freshman's been terrific so far, but again, Pitt largely untested. Who do you like in this, and why?
This one I like Pitt. I've seen Missouri play. They're a little bit of a land of misfit toys at this point. Whereas you do have some age and experience, around Bub at Pitt. Hinson, for example, has played really well. Federico inside, good solid player, played in the NCAA tournament last year. I'm pretty confident in Pitt because of Bub Carrington's point guard play. I know Missouri's trying to play helter-skelter some, but they're struggling to do so. This is still too early a game for them. I like Pitt.
I'm going to take Missouri there. I'm going to take Missouri with Sean East, who's a little bit older. Ole Miss, favored by 2.5 at home, facing NC State. Who are you taking?
Probably take Ole Miss. NC State, a little bit of a mystery team, but I'm going to take Ole Miss again because that spread is tighter. I think ultimately they win. Beard loves those games that are played in the 60s.
Yeah, I'm going to take the home team here as well. I'm going to take Ole Miss. Last one, Syracuse quickly, laying 1.5 at home against LSU, two teams that have struggled. Who you got?
This is the first big home game in the Red Autry era. I'm going to take the Cuse. They're figuring out what man-to-man defense is all about, but they've actually tested themselves a little bit. I like Syracuse at home in the Dome.
Taking the Cuse too. Red Autry win this one. All right, we'll see you Thursday, 1 Eastern, Goodman versus Gottlieb. Good show, Doug.
Two more things I got to get off my chest, and I'm going to be done real quick. I don't want to see none of those players dancing for TikTok before the games until you beat Michigan again. I've been seeing y'all dancing on the field. I'm sick and tired of it. I know I sound like an old dude. Stop doing that. And I do not want to hear another quarterback. C.J. Stroud said it, and Kyle McCord said it, that say it's just another game. It's not. So stop saying that.
Don't you love to see it? Sometimes the truth hurts, folks. Sometimes the truth hurts. Welcome into Red Corner, Blue Corner. I'm Jake Putt. He's Joshua Perry.
Yep.
JP, how was your night after you spoke the truth?
Well, that thing ended up popping off on social media once the clip got posted. I think we got over 1.5 million views on that. The people were very interested in the content. There were a lot of people who agreed with the sentiment there. I think that folks are tired of seeing Instagram dances before games. It feels very unserious. I think that a lot of people were turned off by what Kyle McCord said. You know, just a football game. I don't think that sits right with a lot of people. Certainly doesn't sit right with me. I've had that confirmed. I also had some people that were like, oh, JP, you took the comments out of context. Oh, JP, you know that's not what he meant. And I think y'all were reading into what I said. Because the thing that I said is I don't want to hear that. Right? And you guys are taking that as they're not working as hard. They're not taking it as seriously. They're not putting in whatever the emphasis is. I don't believe that. What I don't think that they're doing is leaning into the pressure that comes with a game like this. Because Kyle said, we know the magnitude of this game, but it's just a football game. Mm-hmm. And I disagree with that from the standpoint of Michigan, they're leaning into the fact that they can apply pressure. Mm-hmm. When we were winning at Ohio State, and some of you will tell me that we played against some bad Michigan teams, I will also tell you that as a 4.5-point dog in a conference championship game, we won by 59 points. I will also tell you that we never lost as an underdog while I was at Ohio State. I'll also tell you that we never lost a true road game while I was at Ohio State. So we beat some pretty good damn teams out there too. The point that I'm trying to get out here is we leaned into what it meant to us to be in that game. We leaned into the pressure. We didn't try to back away from it. And I think these guys are putting in the work, but when it comes time to address the pressure that comes along with the rivalry, I think they're struggling to deal with that, and they got to face it head on.
And it's a fine line, really, too, right? Because you could say, oh, well, it's not what he meant. Well, I could just tell you from a Michigan perspective, we don't care the intention of the message. We don't care the intention of the message. We hear that, and you look at the locker room and say, guys, we got him. Means more up here. Means everything to us. I hear Michigan players saying, our season means nothing if we lose this game. Wow. That's a different message, regardless of the intention behind it. And in a game that's razor tight like this, maybe it does matter, JP.
Yeah, I think it does. I really do. And I think that there is a psychology to this game. And this is not specific to the game. It's in a lot of big games. I was in South Bend talking to Marcus Freeman before Notre Dame took on Ohio State. And I asked him a question about beating Ohio State and potentially being a team that could make a run at a national title this year. And his response to me was, it doesn't matter. And I thought it was a very interesting thing to hear a head coach say, because he was telling his locker room the same thing. Oh, it doesn't matter what we do. It doesn't matter if we win a championship because we're trying to reach our potential. And I think that is a coach trying to decrease anxiety among their players, because young people right now, they sometimes struggle because maybe they haven't been put in the adverse situations. First day I walked on campus when I was at Ohio State, and I know, Jake, you had a very similar situation, was nothing but adversity. They made me want to quit the game of football, but I stuck with it. And I learned how to rise up in the face of that type of adversity. And I think these cats right now, they're struggling with it. And it's not just at Ohio State, it's at other places too.
This is the thing about this, because you're exactly right. I think we are trying to protect young people at some level, but we're doing it all virtually the same way, which is, let's make sure everyone's comfortable, because if you're uncomfortable, that can be bad. And what if the exact opposite is true? Like I've always said, how do you make someone more comfortable? What if it isn't by adding more comfort? What if it's by increasing your tolerance for discomfort, right? How about that? It's all relative. What if you said, guys, you've prepared for this. We've prepared for this. Our plan is in place. Lay it all on the line this weekend. I don't know what happens. I don't know if we win or we lose. I no one can tell you. It's a good team we're playing. But just leave it all on the field, and you're going to be okay regardless of the result, because we're in this together. It's the same message, right? We're going to let you know, hey, you're going to be okay. You'll be okay. But it's a different approach. It's a little bit more aggressive. It's a little bit more saying, guess what? We trust you that you're a warrior, that you can get this done. If you fail, you pick yourself up, and you move back on. To me, it's the same message, right? But
yeah, it's a different approach. I feel like there are a lot of guys right now that they're trying to hedge against the negative result. And I think it's human nature to be able to do that. I think that there are a lot of things in the game of football that go against human nature. Running full speed into a 300-pound man goes against human nature. Like you're running down on special teams and you're coming through that alley and you don't know if you're going to get blindside blocked. That's against human nature to run down their full speed and execute your job. And so I think that we have to deprogram people for what their nature is. And you're going to live with the result. But I'll tell you right now, the pain that comes with losing a big game, with losing an opportunity to compete for a championship, much worse than the pain that comes with just like leaning into the pressure that's ahead of you.
Yeah, you hedge against a negative result. you know what Coach Harbaugh said? The turning point of the program in 2020? He said, we're going to beat Ohio State or we're going to die trying.
I was
you know what I mean?
I know. Our producer's trying to hurry us along there. It's interesting you say that because I have a teammate, Tyvis Powell, who I played with at Ohio State. He got the interception in 2013 to seal the game. And he said he would die for that rivalry, right? Mm-hmm. I think those two things sound very different than just a game.
Yeah.
But
you're protected either way, you know, in your own way. But speaking of Harbaugh, let's talk about it because just like you and me, JP, it does mean more to some people. Michigan coach Harbaugh, you know, however, thinks all the vitriol and the hatred in this rivalry is driven by the media.
Oh boy.
So let's just take a listen to what Coach Harbaugh had to say.
I think that is very manufactured for the TV show that people want to watch and see, but it's not healthy. It's not healthy for the student athletes on either side when you're trying to put that much. Somebody's practically, thinking that it's life or death. So, not telling you what to do or how to do it, but I would say it's not healthy.
I agree with the idea that it's not healthy. I don't think any of us decided to play the game of football with thinking that health was the most important thing to us. He was just talking about the life or death thing, and I think that there are guys in his locker room who would say it's life and death, and there are certainly guys in the Ohio State locker room that feel that way. But the idea that the vitriol and the hate is manufactured by the media, I think is untrue. And you know former players that are not in the media as well as I do, and you know how they feel about this rivalry as well as I do. You know people who never went to either one of these schools but are fans of these programs and how they feel about the rivalry. I do as well. And we also had the coaches of either one of these programs, and Ryan Day and Jim Harbaugh, about this time last week. They were asked by members of the media how they respect one another, and both of them decided to skirt the question. Didn't even address it with the old filler line, got a lot of admiration for that program, hope we can beat them on Saturday. They talked about completely different things that didn't even address the question. The hate is not manufactured. The reason this game is what it is because all of this is real.
Yeah, so it's not healthy. You're exactly right. It probably isn't healthy, right? Like it definitely, like when you think about health, like, no, that's not healthy. That's okay though. Let's acknowledge both are true, right? The hate being manufactured, sure, media does play some level into this, and like, hey, what that leads to is a high when you win and a frustratingly low loss when you lose. My whole point is those things are related, right? Like, to feel the joy of victory. I never got to beat Ohio State. I know the low part, the pain of loss. But I also am a realist to say the pain I felt was equal, the negativity of the pain I felt was equal to the joy of the victory for my opponent. And you have to risk that. I don't want a safe and comfortable life in this box protected by anything. Because I understand that in order to get something, I have to give something up. In order to feel joy, I have to risk pain. In order to invest in my retirement accounts, I have to risk some negative years.
Sure.
All this is related. It's the law of nature. It's just the law of nature. Let's just live in reality and acknowledge the truth that you will have very tough days in sports, in football, in rivalries. You will experience joyous days as well. If you want to eliminate the tough days, you'll eliminate the joyous days as well.
I want to pull that comment that we had from Mark Carman back up. I thought it was a really good one while Jake was explaining, which I love what you talk about, is as high as I felt after that game, you felt just the same way on the low side. But Mark says the hate isn't manufactured by the media. It's manufactured in my soul. I agree wholeheartedly.
Look, you and I have been graduated and moved on, and we're both, professional members of the media. I had a game to call at 3:30 that afternoon, so that game kicks off at 12. There was movement going on around me that I was completely unaware of because all my senses were locked into that game. Zach Sinner goes down and gets injured, and it was like deep into my heart, I felt that pain. The final drive, I'm sitting down in the booth. We saw the picture yesterday, just like fully engaged. Like that's soul. You know what I mean? Like, that's where it's part of your DNA. And we'll be unbiased. We'll talk about the truth of the game. But when it comes to the on-field play, if you've been in it, if you're part of it as a fan base, it is absolutely part of your soul.
I just want to get back to that comment. It just went away, but I believe Ken Kenyon said something to the effect of the kids are being used by the media for some reality show. And I love to talk about sports as the best version of reality TV because I'm a reality TV fan. I also do not think that anybody on that field is necessarily being used in that sense. I think that these cats all feel the way that they need to feel about this game. There's nobody being used in that sense.
When you hear this comment, if you say kids are being used, that means we can't talk about them when they do good. You realize that, right? They're not just being used when it's bad. You want to eliminate being used by your definition? Then we won't talk about football at all, right? It's not just, you can't just eliminate the bad and keep the good. It's not reality. You're being used for both directions. We're just talking about the reality of the game.
I love the air quotes there. This has been a fun way to kick off Red Corner, Blue Corner today, but we're going to take our first break. And coming up on the other side, we'll talk about the other team up north in Michigan State, and they have a new coach in place. We'll tell you why Jonathan Smith has already lost a 4-star QB prospect before he was even introduced. That's coming up next.
I think Michigan State's a place where you can develop. Michigan State's not just diving into a team meeting yesterday, diving into the idea of being a program of substance on and off the field, a program where we're going to dive into lives and beyond just being able to teach them how to be in the deep third in coverage or run a 15-yard in route. We want to be a place of substance on and off the field.
All right, welcome back to Red Corner, Blue Corner. That was new Michigan State coach Jonathan Smith coming over from Oregon State. Now, he was 34-35 in 6 years there, but the last 2 seasons have been really good for him. 8-4 this year, 10-3 a season ago. He's a guy who is out there on the West Coast, right? Like, doesn't really have any natural Big Ten ties. There's 2 ways to think about this. There is the disadvantage of having to create new inroads in the Midwest and to have to learn the high schools and the coaches and to recruit the programs. But the other side about it is he also is very familiar with 4 of the new teams that are coming in, probably got a leg up on some of the other coaches here. So how big of an advantage or a disadvantage do you think that really is coming into Michigan State?
I don't know that it applies. I think you just are or you aren't, period. You know, like you are the man for the job or you aren't, right? So I look at the other things, and I think that's the indicator. And let me just go back through. He said Michigan State is a program where we can develop. Let's look at how he got to Oregon State. Here's his recruiting classes starting in 2020. 50th best in the nation, 2020, very average. 2021, 87th best. Ooh. That's not good. 69th best in 2022, 52nd best this year. So his team that went 10-3 was done on the backs of bottom half recruiting classes. I look at D'Antonio, some of his better teams were done with average, never was he the number 1 recruiting class in the Big Ten, right. But he developed well. No one leveraged disrespect in his locker room as good as D'Antonio. Ooh. That's Oregon State to me, right? We talked about it yesterday. You're the second fiddle in your home state. That's a principle here because Michigan's first off the bus in the state of Michigan. So to me, that's the stuff that matters, JP.
Yeah, and it's interesting you brought up the recruiting class numbers, and I'm glad you did because I think that he would be able to recruit better classes at Michigan State than you can at Oregon State, and he's still a guy who can develop. So imagine getting a more talent in just to start, and you're a guy who has an emphasis on developing that talent. I think it really works out well for him. I think one of the things that he's up against right now, though, is the transfer portal window. And it's opened up, and Caden Hauser, who's starting quarterback there, said that he's out. Sam Levitt, who's a 4-star freshman, is like, man, I didn't get recruited by him when he was out there at Oregon State. I'm not going to hang around here. Portal works both ways. You and I know that. You got guys coming out, you got guys coming in. How big of a tool, or I guess, how much does this work against him right now?
Some good, some bad, right? Like we'll see where he's at when the dust settles. That's the challenge of this right now. We'll see. A lot of this specifically relies on NIL, right? So I know Michigan State has some excellent wealthy donors. I look at the comment here made by Sam Levitt, and you mentioned it, right? He felt a little bit disrespected that he wasn't recruited. And frankly, to me, I say, hey, for Sam Levitt, what if you said, Coach, I'm going to prove you wrong, and you stuck to it? That's the other side of this, JP.
That's the side that I really like the most, so we'll see what happens there. But we're going to take our final break right here on Red Corner, Blue Corner. Now, on the other side, you know what time it is. It's time for our conference clash. We'll be talking to our guys from Rivals Down South. Certainly won't want to miss that. That's after the break. back right here, red corner, blue corner on Stadium. Jake Butt, Joshua Perry. We're bringing in our guys from Rivals Down South. We got T-Bob Hebert, AJ McCarron. One of the things that we want to talk about real quick, and I know this is a little bit outside of y'all wheelhouse, but the all-conference defensive teams came out in the Big Ten. Johnny Newton got Defensive Player of the Year. Jake Butt, where you at on that?
Congratulations to him, man. First off, he's a phenomenal player. He disrupts the game. I don't think it would not have been my pick. It would not have been my pick.
So
to be honest with you. I'm okay with it.
You're a Jay Higgins guy?
I would have went with Jay Higgins.
I'm with you. Johnny Newton, though, the way that I watched him play this year, there are some moments that I cannot erase out of my mind, so I'm fine with it. Before we get to a larger discussion about players nationally, Mike Sainristil and Denzel Burke were not consensus first-team guys, and Tyler Nubin was. I love Tyler Nubin, but those are two of the best players on any football field any given Saturday for me.
Yeah, the issue for Nubin is he, and it was part of the defense as a whole, is he was out of position trying to make plays to help his team, but that also cost his team at times, and I think that has to be factored into it, whereas, I look at Sainristil, and he did the exact opposite of that, always in the right place, and Denzel Burke, everything we asked him to do this offseason, he did. He took that stride back and was one of the best corners throughout the conference. I don't know, JP. You tell me.
No, I mean, I'm definitely there with you. Now, I wanted to expand this out now, get a little national perspective here, and talk a little Heisman. Jalen Milroe had the ridiculous play at the end of the game in the Iron Bowl. I absolutely loved it. But I also thought that he was a little bit over the top afterward. The emotion got the best of him, talking about give me the effing Heisman now. And I think he has been sensational at times. I also would not say he's the most outstanding player in the country, but let's do Heisman ballots. I mean, we're filling them out right now, guys. Who would you have on your ballot? We'll start with T-Bob.
Boys. I mean, look. Is this really a conversation? Like, is it a conversation? I don't. It's Jayden Daniels. Jayden Daniels is clearly the best player in the country this season, and it doesn't matter how you slice stat padding, because he clearly has the best statistics. Well, go filter his stats just against Power 5 opponents. Looked at his strength of schedule, which no matter which way you want to split strength of schedule, whichever analytical system you want to filter it through, he played a clearly harder schedule than did Bo Nix, than did Michael Penix. And he put up better numbers in every single way than those guys did. He accounted for 1,000 more total yards than both of them. He accounted for more total touchdowns than both of them, 15 more than Penix, 7 more than Nix. Higher yards per attempt, led the country in yards per attempt on the ground, 10.7 yards per play. Are you kidding me? Passer rating, QBR, 90 plays of 20 yards or more to 62 and 48. An NFL passer rating of 146 on throws of 20 yards or more. I mean, I could go on and on and on. It's just not even close. It's Jayden Daniels. He should win the Heisman. I don't know that he will, because he's not going to be on the stage this weekend, but he should.
AJ, what you got?
Yeah, listen, I'm with T-Bob, and I love Jalen Milroe. He's gotten better throughout the year, but he definitely let the emotion side get the best of him after that game, because it's not, there's no way you put him on the ballot, and but it's definitely Jayden Daniels. He's the best player in the country this year. His numbers speak for themselves, and I think he's got to win it.
Yeah, I'm pretty much there with you guys. Like this whole idea of having a Heisman moment, I think if the totality of your work looks like what Jayden Daniels has done, then I don't give a damn about a moment. Like he has been sensational. Like he's been so good this year. And I get people saying Bo Nix too, because I watch that guy and he's sensational. But you brought up something, T-Bob, that I do want to impress upon once again, because you mentioned that people are talking about, well, Jayden Daniels in garbage time put up some of these stats. Nobody was saying that when Bo Nix was out here playing Portland State, and they put up like 80 however many points they put up on him. And he threw a ton of passes in that game. People are not talking about that. It's like, oh, Jayden Daniels, he's just padding stats. Brother, they had the same amount of attempts in garbage games. Like, let's not do this right now.
Well, I would also say this. The thing that I keep going back to is strength of schedule, because if you want to ding Jaden Daniels for being on a team that has 3 losses, that's fine. You don't even have to engage with the nuance of like actually looking at his averages in those games, which are astounding, and the defense was just awful. He played 4 top 10 teams, or top 10-ish, however you want to say it, on the road. He goes 1-3 in those games. Bo Nix played 1. He went 0-1. Only the difference is when Oregon lost to Washington, it was in a lot of ways because of Bo Nix. Like, the defense set Oregon up to win that game, and Bo Nix didn't make the plays that he needed to. You cannot say the same about Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, I'm there with you. Like, it's not his fault that he doesn't play on the defensive side of the ball.
All right, you know that means it's time for little rivals down south. And boys, okay, so we're all in agreement. We'll see what ends up happening this weekend. Will go a long way towards determining what ends up happening with the Heisman. Bo Nix still the odds-on favorite, but God, Jaden's stats are overwhelming. Let's talk CFP. We're getting new college football playoff rankings tonight, and there's a ton of different ways that this could go. We discussed this a bit yesterday, but AJ, I want to get your thoughts on this. Let's say Florida State wins. Florida State without Jordan Travis, they beat Louisville, they're undefeated. Let's say you have Alabama win, okay? And so all of a sudden, you've got a 1-loss Alabama SEC champ, a 1-loss UGA, not champ, but still 1 loss, and we all know about Georgia. And let's say you have a 1-loss Texas Big 12 champ. Do you put Florida State without Jordan Travis in above those teams?
No, I don't. Listen, and I'm all for, the work that Florida State has done all year, but you could clearly tell in that Florida game that not the same team, without him. So I think the biggest question is, all right, that people argue is it Texas or is it Alabama? I think Georgia stays in it, even if they lose, because of the work they've done throughout the entire season. And if they do lose, they lose to an Alabama team that has gotten tremendously better throughout the season as well, right? And so I think if Bama does beat Georgia, you end up with 2 SEC schools back in the college football playoff this year. And I think Texas is the odd man out, even though I see them beating Oklahoma State in the Big 12 championship. But beating a team that you're already ranked higher than in the standings doesn't compare to beating, Bama beating the #1 team in the country in the SEC championship.
Joshua, how would you feel? So let's take Florida State out of the equation. Okay. Let's say you got SEC champion Bama, Big 12 champion Texas, both with 1 loss. Obviously, Texas having the head-to-head. Joshua, who would you put in?
I don't know how you're going to leave the SEC champ out, right? Like that, wow. It feels crazy to me that the champion of that conference would be left out of the college football playoff. And I know people like going back to the head-to-head, and I'm there for it. I think the games are played for a reason. I also think that holding a thing that happened in week 2 over somebody's head in week 14 is a little bit ridiculous at this point. If we can quantify how much better a team has gotten. And the way to do that for me is that if Alabama were to beat Georgia, they would have the best victory in the country on the season. Period. Yeah, it's better than Texas beating Alabama. Is Alabama beating Georgia?
Yeah. Off of that too, because if that's the conversation we're having, we're acknowledging that Florida State has changed as a team without their quarterback, right? So if we're going to have that conversation, we're acknowledging that, hey, Florida State doesn't have their quarterback. They're a different team. So using that principle, we can then acknowledge that Bama is a different team than they were when they played Texas. And then you go right to that logic that Joshua said. They would have the best win in college football, where the stakes are as high as they get. Georgia knows they have to win this game to avoid any drama. They know they have to be at their best. Bama would then have beaten them at their best. Florida State would be left out, and I think you have 2 SEC teams in the playoffs.
Joshua Gustafson, what do we do if Oregon beats Washington? I think Oregon's clearly in. Their ranking throughout the entire year has told you as much.
Yep.
Washington, I don't think has any hope of getting in as a 1-loss team. Like whether or not you agree with it, whether you think that's right, or wrong. It kind of feels like everybody's just waiting to close the door on Washington. I mean, even Vegas opened this thing up, I think, at like an 8-point favorite. I think it's gotten bet all the way up to 9 maybe now. Like, everybody and their mom expects I think the Ducks to take care of the Huskies this weekend. But watch out for Kalen DeBoer. We can talk about that later. Hey, Jake, does Michigan get in after Iowa beats him this weekend? What? Laughter?
Yeah, no, I mean that one. If they lose that one, man, that'd be a tough one. But I don't know that anyone has that one. That's going to be a real. That's almost impossible for me to wrap my head around.
How to answer the damn question.
I don't even know if I can fully wrap my head around that possibility.
Michigan would have to keep their defense on the sidelines, and Iowa would still find a way to not score.
They would turn it over to themselves.
They don't want to score.
I don't know how Iowa scores more than 10 points.
What about who is better? This comes from Matt Goldman in the chat, Joshua. Texas or Ohio State?
Man, it's a hard one for me. Where Texas is right now, I think that they've taken steps back a little bit and had some flukier performances down the line. I know some of that was without Quinn Ewers, so I want to try to be fair there. But going to Ann Arbor, playing as conservative as they did, and that was still a 6-point football game. I think Ohio State's one of the best teams in the country still. I'm also going to be the guy to tell you that they don't deserve to be in the college football playoff over a Texas team if Texas wins the conference championship. Plain and clear.
I think. Yeah, go ahead, Jake.
I want to tell you how Washington gets in if they lose. Okay, so let's say Georgia wins, they're in. Bama's eliminated. Okay, Michigan wins, they're in. Oregon wins, they're in, right? So then you have, we've eliminated Bama. If Texas loses, we eliminate them. If Florida State loses, we'd eliminate them. Yep. Washington would then be in, so they would need some help to lose, from other teams to lose and still get in.
You think it would be Washington, or you think they put Ohio State in there?
I honestly, for the same reason you just said, I'm giving credit to Washington for making it for their conference title game. And you beat Oregon already earlier in the season.
Sure.
Yeah, it's true. Either way, this is going to be, look, this thing always gets more exciting as it comes here to a finish. It's the last time they're going to see the 4-team varietal of this. Boys, y'all take it easy. Red corner, blue corner, we love you. Right now, it's time to talk some SEC. We got AJ McCarron on, which means we got to talk about the nightmare in Jordan-Hare. 10 years removed from the kick six. Look at Isaiah Bond back in the end zone. Look at just the utter WTF in the eyes of the Auburn defender. AJ, what does that picture do for you?
Well, I mean, it puts Bama in the SEC championship. That's about it. Listen,
a little lead in the pencil.
I mean, for me, it's it definitely helps that we got them back, especially being there, especially to the kick six that we've been hearing about for 10 years now. But it was a huge win, and it kept the hopes alive for Bama, and now they got to go out and prove it against Georgia.
Okay, now this is interesting here, AJ, because I was expecting maybe a little more elation, right? Because when you look at a game like that, there's one of two ways you could go with it. You could say, okay, there's an Auburn team that just got blown out by New Mexico State, and yet here you are in a battle with them. Or you're like, look, you found a way to win when you didn't, and that means more to me. Are you more bullish? Like, are you feeling better about the Tide after last week? Or are you feeling worse going into Georgia?
I'm actually feeling worse. Listen, like the thing that scares me is because Auburn hasn't been able to throw the football all season, right? Peyton Thorne was, I think, he was 5 of 16 passing for 90-something yards, 91 yards. He turned the ball over twice. He threw 2 interceptions. And it still came down to, like, if you win the turnover battle, especially if he throws 2 picks, and he's 5 of 16 passing. The scariest part of it, though, is what Auburn rushed for. Like, you know they're going to rush the ball. That's all they can do. That's all they've been able to do all season long. and you still struggled to stop the run. Like, as a team, Auburn carried the ball 42 times, averaged 5.8 yards per carry, and rushed for 244 yards. And you know that. You know they can't throw the ball. That's the scariest part for Alabama coming into this Georgia game, right? Because now you're facing a team that can throw the ball, that can run the ball for sure, and is going to line up and play smash mouth football and say, listen, we're going to, on first and second down, we're going to get in the I formation, and we are going to be straight downhill runs right into your teeth. And can you stop it? And Bama showed that they couldn't stop the run last week. So what all of a sudden changes into this week? And I know the schemes are going to be different, right? The offensive scheme for Auburn is completely different from the offensive scheme from Georgia. So that also helps Bama in a way. But still, like, if it makes me worry as an Alabama fan that, you know, how are we going to be able to stop this rushing attack that Georgia's about to bring?
Well, and look, we'll continue to talk Alabama, Georgia, because there's a ton of different ways that you could break this game down. Real quick, did y'all practice that gravedigger play when you were there, AJ, at the end of the week?
Oh, yeah, every been around. Friday. It's been around. Every Friday you have, it's been called gravedigger forever. They ran it a little different from what we ran it. We used to have it in like a 4x1 or 3x1 formation, and everybody would take off. And so the single guy over to the left is running across the field, and the one outside guy from the right, from the three-man side, is taking off across the field this way. So they just ran it a little bit different, but yes, it's been the same play call. We just never had to run it.
Damn, dude. Nick Saban's been doing this for over 10 years, guys. Probably 50, probably all the way back to LSU. He's like Batman. He's always got a plan. And here it was. Finally, the moment shows up, and it freaking works. Wouldn't you know, dude? All right. When we get back, let's dive into Alabama, Georgia, SEC Championship in Atlanta. It does not get better. Get your comments in the chat, youtube.com/watchstadium. More rivals on the other side. Yo, what's going on, y'all? Welcome back to Rivals Down South. Where if you want to get involved, a couple of ways you can do it. WatchStadium.com/submit. Give us your video takes, or YouTube.com/WatchStadium, like Fonz Fonzarelli did. He says, man, I was so sick seeing that damn 4th and 30 touchdown. How can you let that happen? And I'm not even an Auburn fan. Yeah, look, that's a loss that'll ruin Christmas. I talked about this in my morning show today. There's nothing I look forward to more every Thanksgiving than making Thanksgiving gumbo, right? It's like one of the greatest treats in the world. Well, last night I was doing it, and I burnt the roux, and I ruined Thanksgiving gumbo. And it's ruined my week. It feels a bit like that loss in Jordan-Hare. But unlike Auburn, I'll be able to come back this Christmas season and try to get it right. And I'm damn sure going to do it, dude. Never again. I had a lot of self-talk in the mirror last night. Let's talk Georgia-Alabama this weekend, SEC championship. I talked to David Pollack earlier today, AJ, and he told me that he thinks the difference in this game is that Georgia clearly has the coaching advantage, that Kirby Smart has passed Nick Saban up. Interesting, given that Alabama's won 7 of the last 8 in this series, and probably the wildest stat of all time, Kirby Smart has more national championships than he does wins over Nick Saban. Are we crowning Kirby a bit early on here?
Well, I mean, listen, Kirby Smart's an unbelievable coach. I mean, he's a top 3 coach in the country by far. I don't know from a David Pollack just saying that the coaching staff has just surpassed what Alabama has. You're also talking to a Georgia guy that will go to the grave for the University of Georgia. So
true. Couple of Bengals as well. Just a couple of Bengals chopping it up. Pollack and McCarron, Alabama, Georgia.
Listen. I think what gives Georgia, the slight edge in this game is just they've had to play as the number 1 or number 2 team in the country all season long. Like you're getting everybody's best game, right? It almost every week, especially earlier in the season, every game was built up against them to possibly have an upset alert. Kentucky was supposed to be a tough game. Missouri was supposed to be a tough game. Like they've had multiple games where it's like, okay, well, this is the week where Georgia, I don't think they get it done, or they could possibly, slip up right here, and they haven't done that. And Carson Beck has gotten tremendously better throughout the season, taking care of the football. Their rushing attack with Milton is unreal, and they're still old school, which I still love to see. Like they're still a pro-style offense. Hey, we're going to line up. We're going to run downhill, hit you with downhill runs. We're going to have double teams on your D-line, and then we're going to hit you with some play-action passing. And if we need to, we'll get in the gun and throw up some good concepts and carve you up that way. That's the scary part for Alabama, I think, going into this game, especially showing what they did as a defense against an Auburn team, an Auburn offense that can't throw the ball at all. Literally, like it routes on air would be a question if they're going to complete it or not. And you still allowed for Auburn to rush for 244 yards. That's an issue for me.
Yeah, the gap between Peyton Thorne and Carson Beck is Grand Canyon sized. I want to get to comment from Nolan, but first though, AJ, but I mean, okay, look, God, I can't believe what a weird place life leads you to defend Alabama a bit here. That was a massive look ahead spot, right? You got the Taliban magic of Jordan-Hare. How could you look ahead from the Iron Bowl? Because they just got their ass kicked by New Mexico State, and Peyton Thorne's a quarterback. And you got UGA and Kirby on the other side, right? Like, so I'm not actually carrying too much from last week into this week if I'm the Tide. We mentioned the 7 of 8 stat. Nolan Hawley saying that may slant the thought to a Bama win, but remember that Alabama has not quite been Bama these last 2 to 3 years. So that's where I guess he's not wrong in a way, but even last year's odd. What? I mean, you're a 2-point conversion away from LSU from being right back in the SEC championship against Georgia. You lose on a last-second field goal to Tennessee. Like, yes, judged maybe against the perfection of Alabama past, but it's still going to be a battle, I would say, this Saturday. What does Nick Saban do? Like, what has given him the edge in these big games for so long? Because I've been on the receiving end of it. I played in the national championship against that man, and we didn't stand a snowball's chance in hell. Like it felt like we started so far behind the 8 ball compared to y'all's preparation. What does Nick Saban do?
Well, listen, I don't think it's, him doing anything. It's really other than him just saying, hey, we're going to go out and focus this week on what we need to do in the process it takes to win. Don't worry about the end result. Focus on play by play. He has a famous saying: every play has a history and a life of its own. Right? Wow. Focus on that play, and don't worry about, hey, are we going to have enough points in the end? Because if you just do what you're coached to do it at the at the level that you can play at, because you have the best players in the country. You're going to be fine. You're going to give yourself a chance to win the game in the end. So I don't think it's anything special. It's just focusing on your job and the task at hand.
See, but that is something that's built into the process from the ground up, right? Like, it's obviously not a thought that starts that week. It's so funny too how these cliches are echoed by so many great players or coaches. I mean, for me growing up, my old man, he always called it one snap and clear, right? That's it. One snap and clear. I don't care if you did good the last play. I don't care if you did bad the last play. All that matters is the next play. And quite frankly, like, that's a philosophy for life. Like, not letting whatever just being present, not being results oriented, right? Because when you're results oriented, you fear failure, right? When you're just worried about the moment, the fight, what do I need to do to be successful right now? That's when you succeed. Now, what's crazy about Saturday is both Kirby and Nick have instilled that into their players. Let's see who reigns supreme in the end. All right, coming up next here on Rivals Down South, keep it locked because we've got some just classic good Texas A&M weirdness. Keep it locked. More Rivals coming up next. What's going on, yo? Welcome back to Rivals Down South, youtube.com/Watch Stadium. T-Bob A-Bear, AJ McCarron. This is A&M. Look at Texas A&M introducing Mike Elko as their head coach. A bunch of old, awkward white people swaying side to side. Doesn't scream national championship. I don't know what will. Actually, okay, look. To be fair here, AJ, everybody's going to tell you this is cultish behavior, okay? But we already know that, right? we already everybody knows that. Everybody makes the joke. Like, we're good to, like, we know that's Texas A&M. I actually like this. I remember going to a Texas A&M game in 7th grade. I think they all did this at like the end of the 3rd quarter. It looked absolutely insane. Is it weird? Yes. But I think, to me, it's kind of some of the weirdness that makes college football great. I don't want to be a part of it. I'd be embarrassed to be, okay? And I love making fun of it. But I like people who are unabashedly themselves, you know? Just like knowing they're going to get made fun of. And maybe that's my nerd background or whatever. They know they're weird. They know they're going to get made fun of, and they still lean into it.
Listen, A&M as a whole is just different, right? The pep rally they do before home games might be one of the strangest things. And the fact that they pack it out, like that whole side of the stadium is just packed. Like, it blows my mind. They do some strange things there. But listen, I'm happy for Coach Elko, but I don't see him winning there and it getting any better.
Okay, so you don't really. I actually kind of like it. Well, I think this is a high floor. Not sure what the ceiling is.
Yeah, I just think from a recruiting standpoint, it's not a great place to recruit. You got Texas coming into the SEC, and then Oklahoma as well. I think who they recruit better in Texas. I think A&M's third there.
We'll see. Money. Look, money talks. We all know it walks. Bevo's crap. All right, look, y'all have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. T-Bob and AJ back with more Rivals Down South. See you then.
to Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. What's up, everybody? Great to see you again for another run on Inside the Association. Hey, you know we have a heavy show coming your way because it is in-season tournament day. It's the final day of group play. So we're going to set you up nicely with the matchups, but then also recap some things that we saw last night across the association. So in order to do that, let me welcome in the team, starting with the NBA insider. He is none other than Shams Charania. And we also have Harrison Sanford, host over at MSG Networks. Well, fellas, it's time for our never ordinary news presented by Bet365. And last night, it was nothing ordinary for LeBron James and the LA Lakers, because this is a Lakers team that was handled by the Philadelphia 76ers in Philly 138-94. Yes, that is correct. 138-94. And it was a 44-point loss for the Lakers, the largest defeat of LeBron James's career. And it came with another milestone last night for LeBron as he became the leader for the most minutes played in the NBA with 66,319 regular season and postseason minutes. And he passes Kareem Abdul-Jabbar once again on one of those all-time lists in the National Basketball Association. And fellas, for Philly, Joel Embiid showed up and showed out, a triple-double, 30 points, 11 rebounds, and 11 assists for his first triple-double of the season. So let's start it here, Shams. Let's get your reaction from that loss of the Lakers last night, and also what we didn't see from LeBron James. So what was your initial reaction on seeing the score, but then also what wasn't there for LA?
I mean, it was just a thorough clinic for the Sixers. I mean, this game wasn't even close. They were down by almost 50 at one point. The Lakers were. So it wasn't close. But I think the biggest things you can take away for sure, the lack of three-point shooting last night for the Lakers, and really a concern moving forward potentially about their scoring and the lack of scoring at different points, off the bench scoring, and 22 three-pointers made for the Sixers, only 7 for the Lakers. And so there was a clear disadvantage when you think about three-point shooting for the Lakers last night. I think overall you saw a Sixers team that came prepared, that was ready. Marcus Morris got in the game. He had 16 points last night, playing in his most comprehensive time since the trade. And I think just overall it wasn't even close.
Yeah, no doubt about that, man. Philly was locked in, especially Joel Embiid. As I mentioned, he had that triple-double and really set the tone for this Philadelphia 76ers team. And I think going forward for Nick Nurse's group, this was major for their confidence and understanding that other guys can step up and have Philly being one of the best teams, not only in the Eastern Conference, but also in the NBA. These are things that we know with this group, but it's just even more impressive to do this with LeBron James and Anthony Davis on the floor for the Lakers. And another note with LeBron James, he led the team in scoring, but it was only 18 points, fellas. And also another thing, he didn't record a single rebound. It's only the 4th time we've seen that in LeBron James' iconic career. So some things have to change for this Lakers team moving forward, especially when you look at the rest of their schedule. We'll get into that a little bit more. But Harrison, let's get back to this large loss with the Lakers that we saw last night in Philly and look ahead to tonight and really look at an alternate spread on Bet365. And they have us lined up nicely with their spreads and actually some value on these spreads. So which team do you think can cover a big spread tonight in the in-season tournament?
Well, if this was 2014, 15, 16, I would never bet against the Warriors, particularly when they're playing against the Sacramento Kings. But I'm actually going to do that tonight. I like the Sacramento Kings, and I'm comfortable taking that spread up to -7 as they host the Golden State Warriors tonight. The Sacramento Kings have been on a 6-game road trip. This is their first game back. Obviously, we know what happened in Game 7 last year of the Western Conference playoffs in the first round, where Steph Curry dropped a 50-piece. I think you're going to get a great energy from that crowd tonight there in Sacramento. You add in the fact that obviously this is a get-back opportunity for the Sacramento Kings. They're trying to get Draymond Green back inside of the lineup while some of the players on their team are still struggling to really find their footing, particularly Andrew Wiggins. I think because they're still going to try and get things together while Sacramento is pretty much like a well-structured machine right now, I'm going to go with the Sacramento Kings, and I think it could turn into one of those situations where the crowd really lifts them up, and next thing you know, they're up by 15, 20 at some point in this game and eventually win by at least 7. I could definitely see that happening, and I'll put a unit down on it it too as well. Feel pretty confident about the Sacramento Kings getting a win.
Yeah, that standard line is 1.5 right there, but Harrison is going to pump it up to -7. So I like where you're going with that, Harrison, getting some more value there. I'm going to go with my alternate spread, and it deals with the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Oklahoma City Thunder. I'm actually going with the Thunder, who are dogs in this matchup, to win this one by 3.5, at least 4 points for this team. Because one thing about Oklahoma City, they do not fear anyone, especially on the road. This is a team that is 6-1 on the road. They've won 4 straight on the road. And when you have that type of good vibes coming to a matchup against one of the best teams in the NBA, you know that when you have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on your side to do this, averaging 30 points on 53% shooting from the floor, you're good anywhere that you go into in terms of NBA arenas. So what's the great thing about Oklahoma City is that they actually, the last matchup between these two was inside of Target Center, and that was a win for OKC. They won that by 7, 135-128. I know, new year, different vibes for these teams, different players stepping up. But again, it's the three-headed monster that OKC brings to the court offensively. I talked about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, but Chet Holmgren is another one of those pieces that adds just another layer to you trying to slow them down. And a lot of teams haven't been successful in doing that. And it's a big reason why Oklahoma City is averaging 119.6 points per game. It's the 4th best in the NBA. So I'm liking the Thunder to handle business in Minnesota against the Timberwolves. So I'm taking them to cover that spread at -3.5. But Shams, let's bring you back in and talk about the Lakers when it comes to what their plans could potentially be for the rest of the season. Now, we talked about the loss against Philly last night and how it was one of the largest, if not the largest, loss in LeBron James's career. They lost by 44 points, but they've had a lot of missing players in that game last night due to injury. So what are you hearing in terms of their possible activity when it comes to the trade market?
The Lakers will be patient. I think we saw last year they went through a bunch of changes at the trade deadline, and Rob Pelinka, their front office, they were patient about it. They pursued Kyrie Irving, so they've shown that they're not afraid to pursue a star player, but then they went the direction of getting role players, D'Angelo Russell, Rui Hachimura, Jared Vanderbilt, Malik Beasley at the trade deadline, and they make it to the Western Conference Finals. Now, I am told they will express interest in Zach LaVine, but his number being at $40 million, they're going to have multiple salaries to get to that total. And that's guys like D'Angelo Russell, Rui Hachimura are not trade eligible together until mid-January. And so there's going to be a little bit of patient approach for the Lakers. And a guy like Austin Reeves, also not trade eligible until mid-January. That's someone who the Bulls, I'm sure, would covet, as any team would in conversations with the Lakers. But getting Jared Vanderbilt back in the lineup, Gabe Vincent back in the lineup, those are two guys that have not played much, if at all, this season. They were supposed to be big components of this team. At least coming off the bench or starting, and they're both not playing significant time. So with LeBron James and Anthony Davis, you have to take advantage of contention, and I think they will this year.
Yeah, no doubt. We'll see how much that patience being a virtue will be tested for both of these franchises. If their seasons continue to spiral out, and we know what's going on in Chicago with this Bulls team, they are really going through the valley with some of their losses. But Harrison, bringing it back to the Lakers and looking at their win total, 45.5 for LeBron James' team. So where are you on the over or the under with this in LA moving forward? They have 10 wins right now and a couple of more games in the month of November. So do you think when it's all said and done, are they over 45.5 wins in the regular season?
Well, first and foremost for me, I wouldn't bet this one because I don't want to bet against LeBron James and Anthony Davis. They're just too dynamic of a duo when healthy. But because of their health and sometimes the concerns that revolve around their health, if I was to place a bet, I would actually place the under. As you guys have already alluded to, they've already been dealing with injuries that weren't to LeBron James and Anthony Davis. And if history is any proof of what might happen in the future, at some point this season, you might see LeBron James miss extended time. At some point this season, you might see Anthony Davis miss extended time. It might happen where they miss time both together. And if that happens, I'm not going to like the future in terms of the win total for the Los Angeles Lakers. So if I had to lean one way or another, I'm going to have to go with the under, even though obviously we do not want to see any of these players miss time. We'd love to see them play 82 games if possible, but history shows it's just not feasible, particularly in the last couple of years with LeBron James and Anthony Davis.
Yeah, and that's the big thing with the Lakers health-wise, right? And that's why I'm a little nervous about taking the over on 45.5 wins on Bet365 because if Anthony Davis goes down, if LeBron James goes down, and they're out for an extended period of time, that could really hurt anybody that's taking the Lakers on the over with 45.5 wins. And their stretch is really going to be tough in the month of December. Now, as I mentioned, they got a couple of more games left in this month of November. They're both on the road. But then also when they get to December, guys, 8 of their 12 games in the month of December are going to be on the road. So I'm not sure in terms of what the plan is for Darvin Ham's team, especially with LeBron James and Anthony Davis, in terms of minute restrictions and trying to understand that they're needing them for the tail end of the regular season. But if you want to take the over, you might be sweating this one out when we get to the final month of April. All right, speaking of sweating it out, we're going to take a quick timeout on ITA. And when we come back, we're talking Draymond Green, because he said he doesn't regret putting Rudy Gobert in a headlock. And tonight will be his first game back after serving that 5-game suspension. And it will be in Sacramento against the Kings. We'll dissect Green's return to the Warriors lineup after the break. This is ITA. You are watching Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Welcome back to Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Welcome back to ITA. Cam Smith with Harrison Sanford. We appreciate the NBA insider Shams Charania for joining us in our first segment to start the show. But Harrison, it's time to talk a little Draymond Green, man, because he has served his 5-game suspension after putting Rudy Gobert in a headlock. And my man said that he has no regrets when it comes to putting Rudy Gobert in a headlock. And that's what he told media members. And just to kind of dive into the quote a little more from Draymond, he said, "I don't live my life with regrets. I'll come to a teammate's defense anytime that I'm in a position to come to a teammate's defense. Now, what matters to me is how the people that I care about feel. First and foremost, how are the people that I care about affected? How are the people I care about? What do they have to deal with? That's it for me." So when you hear that quote and you see that video and listen to Draymond's words, do you think that sounds like he's learned his lesson?
No, he hasn't learned his lesson. And honestly, I don't expect him to.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, he's been punished before and he's been suspended for games. He's lost some money over some of his antics on the court. But what just happened this offseason, Cam? He got paid handsomely from the Golden State Warriors, a team that didn't even make it out of the second round last year in the playoffs. I don't expect Draymond to really change. All of his antics, while they might look bad from a public perception standpoint, it's more people listening to his podcast is making him more popular to hear from. And again, he got rewarded with the big contract this offseason. He has nothing to worry about in terms of his NBA contract going forward. And because of who he is, he's also not somebody that Golden State can really trade away because he only really fits in Golden State. Now, as it pertains to his quote, I worry about how I'm affecting the people that care about me or that I care about. Well, maybe you should start acting like it then, Draymond, because you can't miss games. Not in this Western Conference, not when you have your team struggling to really get its offense going, particularly players like Andrew Wiggins, who's still shooting under 60% from the free throw line. You need to be out there because if they're not going to play offense at a high level, which obviously can help with his playmaking abilities, then they need to play better defense as well. He hurt them in his absence, and maybe he understands that, but I don't think it's going to change enough for him to stop being who he is.
Right.
He's fully embraced who he is, and and to be honest, Cam, we've celebrated him for it. So he's not switching up now. He is who he is. And, it is, and in that sense, it is what it is.
Yeah, I would have been shocked if Draymond said that he has learned his lesson or he has regrets about putting Rudy Gobert in the headlock, because now he's changing his entire mentality. And you have to even go back to probably the time that he picked up a basketball during his days in Saginaw. Like, this guy understands that I'm not the fastest, the most athletic, the biggest guy out there. So I need to find my lane and make sure that I can really thrive in that lane. It's a big reason why he went to Michigan State is one of their great players. It's a big reason why he's had so much success in his NBA career. Championships, gold medals, those things have allowed Draymond Green to be Draymond Green, and to ask him to change who he is, his attitude, his personality, his energy on the court, is really a detriment to the Warriors if he's a different player out there. So it only fits, as you mentioned, with Golden State. I can't see him working anywhere else, especially at this stage of his career. So him walking into this matchup against Sacramento, understanding that he has to be the guy that, one, is the anchor and leader of this defense in order for the Warriors to survive, because we've seen how this Warriors team has looked without Draymond, especially on a lot of possessions on the defensive end. He's going to reinvigorate this offense. He's going to reinvigorate this defense more specifically, but he's going to make sure that he's allowing Steph Curry to not have the heat and pressure on his back, because we know how they operate with each other within this offense. But let's take it here. Do you think that it's a make or break season depending on what Draymond Green does or doesn't do? Is it really dependent upon what he can bring to the Warriors to make sure that either they're playing for a championship or they have an early exit out of the playoffs?
No, I don't think he makes or breaks the season, because there's two things that he really brought to this Warriors team that I thought at a high level. Even last year, he led the team in assists. He was their primary playmaker. And yes, I know he's not listed at a point guard, but he was the one who was dropping a lot of dimes, particularly to Steph Curry. Well, now they have Chris Paul there now. So if Draymond acts up, then Chris Paul could act as a playmaker. Now, on the defensive side of the ball, it is a bit more of a concern in terms of him being out there communicating with his teammates. But hey, listen, at a certain point, Jonathan Kuminga's got to show and prove. Yeah. At a certain point, Moses Moody has to show and prove their worth there for that team and in the league. So while it would hurt for him to kind of not be on top of his game, I don't think it's a season breaker for the Golden State Warriors. My chief concern, if I was the Golden State Warriors, is getting Klay Thompson to continue to play the way he's played over the last 2-3 games, and getting Andrew Wiggins back to the form that he showed in the NBA Finals 2 years ago, because he is far from that as it currently speaks.
That all sets us up for a very spicy matchup in Sacramento, California. You have the Warriors, you have the Kings. Draymond is expected back on the court, and we know the history between the Kings and the Warriors, even if you just go back to last year in their 7-game series in the playoffs in the first round. So it's also the final day of the in-season tournament when it comes to group play, and Sacramento has a great chance to not only sweep West Group C, but they can do that against the Golden State Warriors and end their chances of being in the knockout round. Now, a lot of scenarios have to happen for Golden State to reach the knockout round, but we talked about the expectations a little bit for Draymond tonight, but dive into it a little bit more. But then more importantly, Harrison, on the Sacramento Kings side of things, do you think that they'll be playing with a little more emotion just to try and get a little reaction out of Draymond so he can have an early exit from tonight's game?
It wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, if you look at a guy like Domantas Sabonis, he's a very physical in his nature, and that's something that Draymond Green embraces. But over the course of time, particularly if the Sacramento Kings are winning, I think Draymond Green might end up in a situation where he gets in foul trouble. Honestly, Cam, if Bet635 had a prop for Draymond Green technical fouls, I'd place a bet on the over, because it would not surprise me at all the way that Domantas Sabonis is so physical, the energy in the crowd, and Draymond Green said it after the Rudy Gobert headlock situation. He basically said, why is he getting punished for things he did in the past? And basically, he's like snuffing his nose at the NBA officials and the NBA judgments that have come against him. And it wouldn't surprise me if he did it again. It's not as if he gets this, it's not as if he's going to miss a playoff game if he gets in trouble again tonight.
Right.
So why not? I wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, no doubt about that, man. And talking about Bet365 to end the Sacramento Kings, they're tied for the fourth best odds at plus 900 on Bet365 to win the inaugural NBA in-season tournament. But, you know, if I had to put some money down, I'm loving those odds from Bet365 on that, because not only is Sacramento undefeated in terms of West Group C play, but this team has won 7 of the last 9 games. We've seen how they improved with De'Aaron Fox back in that lineup, and they just move differently out there. But also we've seen role players step up in the absence of De'Aaron Fox and making sure that their presence is felt. And again, they always face off against the Golden State Warriors in like a measuring stick type of game. So if they can beat Golden State, win West Group C by sweeping that, then we're looking at a team that is walking into the knockout stage saying, hey, we've gone through the gauntlet in terms of who's in our Group C, but then also we finished off one of our, I guess you can call them a rival because it's building towards that level, but Sacramento is definitely one of those teams you have to watch out for. So at plus 900, I'm loving that. All right, we're going to dive into the in-season tournament a little bit more in our final segment after this break, because it continues to roll on. We've got 8 games in the association waiting for us tonight, and we'll dissect those matchups. Find out next and who we're talking about on ITA. You are watching Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Welcome back to Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. All right, time to wrap up this Tuesday edition of Inside the Association. Cam Smith with my man Harrison Sanford. And Harrison, we got some nice gifts waiting for us in the association because it's the final day of the in-season tournament in group play. 8 games on the schedule. So we're going to do a little big screen, little screen. And I'll start things off and go to my big screen game that will have all of my attention unless my 6-year-old son wants to play one-on-one in his room. So this is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the OKC Thunder against the Minnesota Timberwolves. And I talked about this earlier in the show about taking the Thunder on an alternate spread at -3.5. Look, I would take them on the money line as well, plus 130 on Bet365 right now. So if you have something, sprinkle anything on it for OKC because you're going to talk about some of the young stars in the NBA and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Anthony Edwards, Karl Anthony Towns is having a phenomenal season, but it's that man right there that's averaging 30 points per game on 53% shooting from the field with a Thunder group that does not flinch no matter who the opponent is on the road. 6-1 on the road, but I really love what Oklahoma City is going to bring into this matchup. So that is definitely going to be on my big screen. What do you got for your big screen game?
For my big screen tonight, I'm going with the Rockets taking on the Dallas Mavericks. Rockets win Group B of their in-season tournament group. If they come away with the win tonight against Dallas, they're eliminated with the loss. I think if you add in the fact you got a guy like Luka Doncic potentially being guarded by a guy like Dylan Brooks, we know how effective Alperen Şengün has been for the Houston Rockets, and we know the Dallas Mavericks struggle to guard on the interior. I think it's going to be a really close game. You throw in Kyrie Irving, you throw in Fred VanVleet, you throw in a guy like Jalen Green. It's a very good game to watch. Definitely under the radar to some, but for me, this is my big screen.
All right, and that's actually my little screen game that I have, Dallas and the Rockets. So a little Texas two-step with that one. But, of course, the game within the game, man. Luka Doncic, you talk about Dylan Brooks as well. So that's what I have in my little screen. What do you got for your little screen game?
Give me Timberwolves taking on the Oklahoma City Thunder with a win and a Golden State Warriors win.
We're basically flip-flopping. All right. I got you. All right, we're coordinated.
Yeah, if the Timberwolves win and the Golden State Warriors win at Sacramento, then the Timberwolves advance in the in-season tournament. Should be a fun night of hoops for sure.
All right, man. Those are the games. We didn't mention Milwaukee and the Heat in Miami. No Jimmy Butler, so that'll be a spicy one as well. All right, take care, everybody. You are watching Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. to Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. What's up, everybody? Great to see you again for another run on Inside the Association. Hey, you know we have a heavy show coming your way because it is in-season tournament day. It's the final day of group play. So we're going to set you up nicely with the matchups, but then also recap some things that we saw last night across the association. So in order to do that, let me welcome in the team, starting with the NBA insider. He is none other than Shams Charania. And we also have Harrison Sanford, host over at MSG Networks. Well, fellas, it's time for our never ordinary news presented by Bet365. And last night, it was nothing ordinary for LeBron James and the LA Lakers, because this is a Lakers team that was handled by the Philadelphia 76ers in Philly 138-94. Yes, that is correct. 138-94. And it was a 44-point loss for the Lakers, the largest defeat of LeBron James's career. And it came with another milestone last night for LeBron as he became the leader for the most minutes played in the NBA with 66,319 regular season and postseason minutes. And he passes Kareem Abdul-Jabbar once again on one of those all-time lists in the National Basketball Association. And fellas, for Philly, Joel Embiid showed up and showed out a triple-double, 30 points, 11 rebounds, and 11 assists for his first triple-double of the season. So let's start it here, Shams. Let's get your reaction from that loss of the Lakers last night and also what we didn't see from LeBron James. So what was your initial reaction on seeing the score, but then also what wasn't there for L.A.?
I mean, it was just a thorough clinic for the Sixers. I mean, this game wasn't even close. They were down by almost 50 at one point. The Lakers were. So it wasn't close, but I think the biggest things you can take away for sure, the lack of three-point shooting last night for the Lakers, and really a concern moving forward potentially about their scoring and the lack of scoring at different points, off the bench scoring, and 22 three-pointers made for the Sixers, only 7 for the Lakers. And so there was a clear disadvantage when you think about three-point shooting for the Lakers last night. I think overall you saw a Sixers team that came prepared, that was ready. Marcus Morris got in the game. He had 16 points last night, playing in his most comprehensive time since the trade. And I think just overall it wasn't even close.
Yeah, no doubt about that, man. Philly was locked in, especially Joel Embiid. As I mentioned, he had that triple-double and really set the tone for this Philadelphia 76ers team. And I think going forward for Nick Nurse's group, this was major for their confidence and understanding that other guys can step up and have Philly being one of the best teams, not only in the Eastern Conference, but also in the NBA. These are things that we know with this group, but it's just even more impressive to do this with LeBron James and Anthony Davis on the floor for the Lakers. And another note with LeBron James, he led the team in scoring, but it was only 18 points, fellas. And also another thing, he didn't record a single rebound. It's only the 4th time we've seen that in LeBron James' iconic career. So some things have to change for this Lakers team moving forward, especially when you look at the rest of their schedule. We'll get into that a little bit more. But Harrison, let's get back to this large loss with the Lakers that we saw last night in Philly and look ahead to tonight and really look at an alternate spread on Bet365. And they have us lined up nicely with their spreads and actually some value on these spreads. So which team do you think can cover a big spread tonight in the in-season tournament?
Well, if this was 2014, 15, 16, I would never bet against the Warriors, particularly when they're playing against the Sacramento Kings. But I'm actually going to do that tonight. I like the Sacramento Kings, and I'm comfortable taking that spread up to -7 as they host the Golden State Warriors tonight. The Sacramento Kings have been on a 6-game road trip. This is their first game back. Obviously, we know what happened in Game 7 last year of the Western Conference playoffs in the first round, where Steph Curry dropped a 50-piece. I think you're going to get a great energy from that crowd tonight there in Sacramento. You add in the fact that obviously this is a get-back opportunity for the Sacramento Kings. They're trying to get Draymond Green back inside of the lineup while some of the players on their team are still struggling to really find their footing, particularly Andrew Wiggins. I think because they're still going to try and get things together while Sacramento is pretty much like a well-structured machine right now, I'm going to go with the Sacramento Kings, and I think it could turn into one of those situations where the crowd really lifts them up, and next thing you know, they're up by 15, 20 at some point in this game and eventually win by at least 7. I could definitely see that happening, and I'll put a unit down on it it too as well. Feel pretty confident about the Sacramento Kings getting a win.
Yeah, that standard line is 1.5 right there, but Harrison is going to pump it up to -7. So I like where you're going with that, Harrison, getting some more value there. I'm going to go with my alternate spread, and it deals with the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Oklahoma City Thunder. I'm actually going with the Thunder, who are dogs in this matchup, to win this one by 3.5, at least 4 points for this team. Because one thing about Oklahoma City, they do not fear anyone, especially on the road. This is a team that is 6-1 on the road. They've won 4 straight on the road. And when you have that type of good vibes coming to a matchup against one of the best teams in the NBA, you know that when you have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on your side to do this, averaging 30 points on 53% shooting from the floor, you're good anywhere that you go into in terms of NBA arenas. So what's the great thing about Oklahoma City is that they actually, the last matchup between these two was inside of Target Center, and that was a win for OKC. They won that by 7, 135-128. I know, new year, different vibes for these teams, different players stepping up. But again, it's the three-headed monster that OKC brings to the court offensively. I talked about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, but Chet Holmgren is another one of those pieces that adds just another layer to you trying to slow them down. And a lot of teams haven't been successful in doing that. And it's a big reason why Oklahoma City is averaging 119.6 points per game. It's the 4th best in the NBA. So I'm liking the Thunder to handle business in Minnesota against the Timberwolves. So I'm taking them to cover that spread at -3.5. But Shams, let's bring you back in and talk about the Lakers when it comes to what their plans could potentially be for the rest of the season. Now, we talked about the loss against Philly last night and how it was one of the largest, if not the largest, loss in LeBron James's career. They lost by 44 points, but they've had a lot of missing players in that game last night due to injury. So what are you hearing in terms of their possible activity when it comes to the trade market?
The Lakers will be patient. I think we saw last year they went through a bunch of changes at the trade deadline, and Rob Pelinka, their front office, they were patient about it. They pursued Kyrie Irving, so they've shown that they're not afraid to pursue a star player, but then they went the direction of getting role players, D'Angelo Russell, Rui Hachimura, Jared Vanderbilt, Malik Beasley at the trade deadline, and they make it to the Western Conference Finals. Now, I am told they will express interest in Zach LaVine, but his number being at $40 million, they're going to have multiple salaries to get to that total. And that's guys like D'Angelo Russell, Rui Hachimura are not trade eligible together until mid-January. And so there's going to be a little bit of patient approach for the Lakers. And a guy like Austin Reeves, also not trade eligible until mid-January. That's someone who the Bulls, I'm sure, would covet, as any team would in conversations with the Lakers. But getting Jared Vanderbilt back in the lineup, Gabe Vincent back in the lineup, those are two guys that have not played much, if at all, this season. They were supposed to be big components of this team. At least coming off the bench or starting, and they're both not playing significant time. So with LeBron James and Anthony Davis, you have to take advantage of contention, and I think they will this year.
Yeah, no doubt. We'll see how much that patience being a virtue will be tested for both of these franchises. If their seasons continue to spiral out, and we know what's going on in Chicago with this Bulls team, they are really going through the valley with some of their losses. But Harrison, bringing it back to the Lakers and looking at their win total, 45.5 for LeBron James' team. So where are you on the over or the under with this in LA moving forward? They have 10 wins right now and a couple of more games in the month of November. So do you think when it's all said and done, are they over 45.5 wins in the regular season?
Well, first and foremost for me, I wouldn't bet this one because I don't want to bet against LeBron James and Anthony Davis. They're just too dynamic of a duo when healthy. But because of their health and sometimes the concerns that revolve around their health, if I was to place a bet, I would actually place the under. As you guys have already alluded to, they've already been dealing with injuries that weren't to LeBron James and Anthony Davis. And if history is any proof of what might happen in the future, at some point this season, you might see LeBron James miss extended time. At some point this season, you might see Anthony Davis miss extended time. It might happen where they miss time both together. And if that happens, I'm not going to like the future in terms of the win total for the Los Angeles Lakers. So if I had to lean one way or another, I'm going to have to go with the under, even though obviously we do not want to see any of these players miss time. We'd love to see them play 82 games if possible, but history shows it's just not feasible, particularly in the last couple of years with LeBron James and Anthony Davis.
Yeah, and that's the big thing with the Lakers health-wise, right? And that's why I'm a little nervous about taking the over on 45.5 wins on Bet365 because if Anthony Davis goes down, if LeBron James goes down, and they're out for an extended period of time, that could really hurt anybody that's taking the Lakers on the over with 45.5 wins. And their stretch is really going to be tough in the month of December. Now, as I mentioned, they got a couple of more games left in this month of November. They're both on the road. But then also when they get to December, guys, 8 of their 12 games in the month of December are going to be on the road. So I'm not sure in terms of what the plan is for Darvin Ham's team, especially with LeBron James and Anthony Davis, in terms of minute restrictions and trying to understand that they're needing them for the tail end of the regular season. But if you want to take the over, you might be sweating this one out when we get to the final month of April. All right, speaking of sweating it out, we're going to take a quick timeout on ITA. And when we come back, we're talking Draymond Green, because he said he doesn't regret putting Rudy Gobert in a headlock. And tonight will be his first game back after serving that 5-game suspension. And it will be in Sacramento against the Kings. We'll dissect Green's return to the Warriors lineup after the break. This is ITA. You are watching Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Welcome back to Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Welcome back to ITA. Cam Smith with Harrison Sanford. We appreciate the NBA insider Shams Charania for joining us in our first segment to start the show. But Harrison, it's time to talk a little Draymond Green, man, because he has served his 5-game suspension after putting Rudy Gobert in a headlock. And my man said that he has no regrets when it comes to putting Rudy Gobert in a headlock. And that's what he told media members. And just to kind of dive into the quote a little more from Draymond, he said, "I don't live my life with regrets. I'll come to a teammate's defense anytime that I'm in a position to come to a teammate's defense. Now, what matters to me is how the people that I care about feel. First and foremost, how are the people that I care about affected? How are the people I care about? What do they have to deal with? That's it for me." So when you hear that quote and you see that video and listen to Draymond's words, do you think that sounds like he's learned his lesson?
No, he hasn't learned his lesson. And honestly, I don't expect him to.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, he's been punished before and he's been suspended for games. He's lost some money over some of his antics on the court. But what just happened this offseason, Cam? He got paid handsomely from the Golden State Warriors, a team that didn't even make it out of the second round last year in the playoffs. I don't expect Draymond to really change. All of his antics, while they might look bad from a public perception standpoint, it's more people listening to his podcast, is making him more popular to hear from. And again, he got rewarded with the big contract this offseason. He has nothing to worry about in terms of his NBA contract going forward. And because of who he is, he's also not somebody that Golden State can really trade away, because he only really fits in Golden State. Now, as it pertains to his quote, I worry about how I'm affecting the people that care about me or that I care about. Well, maybe you should start acting like it then, Draymond, because you can't miss games. Not in this Western Conference, not when you have your team struggling to really get its offense going, particularly players like Andrew Wiggins, who's still shooting under 60% from the free throw line. You need to be out there, because if they're not going to play offense at a high level, which obviously can help with his playmaking abilities, then they need to play better defense as well. He hurt them in his absence, and maybe he understands that, but I don't think it's going to change enough for him to stop being who he is.
Right.
He's fully embraced who he is, and and to be honest, Cam, we've celebrated him for it. So he's not switching up now. He is who he is. And, it is, and in that sense, it is what it is.
Yeah, I would have been shocked if Draymond said that he has learned his lesson or he has regrets about putting Rudy Gobert in the headlock, because now he's changing his entire mentality. And you have to even go back to probably the time that he picked up a basketball during his days in Saginaw. Like, this guy understands that I'm not the fastest, the most athletic, the biggest guy out there. So I need to find my lane and make sure that I can really thrive in that lane. It's a big reason why he went to Michigan State is one of their great players. It's a big reason why he's had so much success in his NBA career. Championships, gold medals, those things have allowed Draymond Green to be Draymond Green, and to ask him to change who he is, his attitude, his personality, his energy on the court, is really a detriment to the Warriors if he's a different player out there. So it only fits, as you mentioned, with Golden State. I can't see him working anywhere else, especially at this stage of his career. So him walking into this matchup against Sacramento, understanding that he has to be the guy that, one, is the anchor and leader of this defense in order for the Warriors to survive, because we've seen how this Warriors team has looked without Draymond, especially on a lot of possessions on the defensive end. He's going to reinvigorate this offense. He's going to reinvigorate this defense more specifically, but he's going to make sure that he's allowing Steph Curry to not have the heat and pressure on his back, because we know how they operate with each other within this offense. But let's take it here. Do you think that it's a make or break season depending on what Draymond Green does or doesn't do? Is it really dependent upon what he can bring to the Warriors to make sure that either they're playing for a championship or they have an early exit out of the playoffs?
No, I don't think he makes or breaks the season, because there's two things that he really brought to this Warriors team that I thought at a high level. Even last year, he led the team in assists. He was their primary playmaker. And yes, I know he's not listed at a point guard, but he was the one who was dropping a lot of dimes, particularly to Steph Curry. Well, now they have Chris Paul there now. So if Draymond acts up, then Chris Paul could act as a playmaker. Now, on the defensive side of the ball, it is a bit more of a concern in terms of him being out there communicating with his teammates. But hey, listen, at a certain point, Jonathan Kuminga's got to show and prove. Yeah. At a certain point, Moses Moody has to show and prove their worth there for that team and in the league. So while it would hurt for him to kind of not be on top of his game, I don't think it's a season breaker for the Golden State Warriors. My chief concern, if I was the Golden State Warriors, is getting Klay Thompson to continue to play the way he's played over the last 2-3 games, and getting Andrew Wiggins back to the form that he showed in the NBA Finals 2 years ago, because he is far from that as it currently speaks.
That all sets us up for a very spicy matchup in Sacramento, California. You have the Warriors, you have the Kings. Draymond is expected back on the court, and we know the history between the Kings and the Warriors, even if you just go back to last year in their 7-game series in the playoffs in the first round. So it's also the final day of the in-season tournament when it comes to group play, and Sacramento has a great chance to not only sweep West Group C, but they can do that against the Golden State Warriors and end their chances of being in the knockout round. Now, a lot of scenarios have to happen for Golden State to reach the knockout round, but we talked about the expectations a little bit for Draymond tonight, but dive into it a little bit more. But then more importantly, Harrison, on the Sacramento Kings side of things, do you think that they'll be playing with a little more emotion just to try and get a little reaction out of Draymond so he can have an early exit from tonight's game?
It wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, if you look at a guy like Domantas Sabonis, he's a very, very physical in his nature, and that's something that Draymond Green embraces. But over the course of time, particularly if the Sacramento Kings are winning, I think Draymond Green might end up in a situation where he gets in foul trouble. Honestly, Cam, if Bet635 had a prop for Draymond Green technical fouls, I'd place a bet on the over, because it would not surprise me at all the way that Domantas Sabonis is so physical, the energy in the crowd, and Draymond Green said it after the Rudy Gobert headlock situation. He basically said, why is he getting punished for things he did in the past? And basically, he's like snuffing his nose at the NBA officials and the NBA judgments that have come against him. And it wouldn't surprise me if he did it again. It's not as if he gets this, it's not as if he's going to miss a playoff game if he gets in trouble again tonight.
Right.
So why not? I wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, no doubt about that, man. And talking about Bet365 to end the Sacramento Kings, they're tied for the fourth best odds at plus 900 on Bet365 to win the inaugural NBA in-season tournament. But, you know, if I had to put some money down, I'm loving those odds from Bet365 on that, because not only is Sacramento undefeated in terms of West Group C play, but this team has won 7 of the last 9 games. We've seen how they improved with De'Aaron Fox back in that lineup, and they just move differently out there. But also we've seen role players step up in the absence of De'Aaron Fox and making sure that their presence is felt. And again, they always face off against the Golden State Warriors in like a measuring stick type of game. So if they can beat Golden State, win West Group C by sweeping that, then we're looking at a team that is walking into the knockout stage saying, hey, we've gone through the gauntlet in terms of who's in our Group C, but then also we finished off one of our, I guess you can call them a rival because it's building towards that level, but Sacramento is definitely one of those teams you have to watch out for. So at plus 900, I'm loving that. All right, we're going to dive into the in-season tournament a little bit more in our final segment after this break, because it continues to roll on. We've got 8 games in the association waiting for us tonight, and we'll dissect those matchups. Find out next and who we're talking about on ITA. You are watching Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Welcome back to Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. All right, time to wrap up this Tuesday edition of Inside the Association. Cam Smith with my man Harrison Sanford. And Harrison, we got some nice gifts waiting for us in the association because it's the final day of the in-season tournament in group play. 8 games on the schedule. So we're going to do a little big screen, little screen. And I'll start things off and go to my big screen game that will have all of my attention unless my 6-year-old son wants to play one-on-one in his room. So this is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the OKC Thunder against the Minnesota Timberwolves. And I talked about this earlier in the show about taking the Thunder on an alternate spread at -3.5. Look, I would take them on the money line as well, plus 130 on Bet365 right now. So if you have something, sprinkle anything on it for OKC because you're going to talk about some of the young stars in the NBA and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Anthony Edwards, Karl Anthony Towns is having a phenomenal season, but it's that man right there that's averaging 30 points per game on 53% shooting from the field with a Thunder group that does not flinch no matter who the opponent is on the road. 6-1 on the road, but I really love what Oklahoma City is going to bring into this matchup. So that is definitely going to be on my big screen. What do you got for your big screen game?
For my big screen tonight, I'm going with the Rockets taking on the Dallas Mavericks. Rockets win Group B of their in-season tournament group. If they come away with the win tonight against Dallas, they're eliminated with the loss. I think if you add in the fact you got a guy like Luka Doncic potentially being guarded by a guy like Dylan Brooks, we know how effective Alperen Şengün has been for the Houston Rockets, and we know the Dallas Mavericks struggle to guard on the interior. I think it's going to be a really close game. You throw in Kyrie Irving, you throw in Fred VanVleet, you throw in a guy like Jalen Green. It's a very good game to watch. Definitely under the radar to some, but for me, this is my big screen.
All right, and that's actually my little screen game that I have, Dallas and the Rockets. So a little Texas two-step with that one, but of course, the game within the game, man. Luka Doncic, you talk about Dylan Brooks as well, so that's what I have in my little screen. What do you got for your little screen game?
Give me Timberwolves taking on the Oklahoma City Thunder with a win and a Golden State Warriors win.
We're basically flip-flopping. All right, I got you. All right, we're coordinated.
Yeah, if the Timberwolves win and the Golden State Warriors win at Sacramento, then the Timberwolves advance in the in-season tournament. Should be a fun night of hoops for sure.
All right, man. Those are the games. We didn't mention Milwaukee and the Heat in Miami. No Jimmy Butler, so that'll be a spicy one as well. All right, take care, everybody. You are watching Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
introduces more volatility into the equation.
I don't care about victory laps.
Stop it, please stop it. Throw the football into the floor.
The BetQL Network presents your favorite handicapper's favorite handicapper, Ken Barkley.
If I have an opinion, I'm just going to go put money on that thing happening.
And your host, Nick Costos.
Every single play of every single game impacts you in some way, shape, or form.
It's You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
It is a terrific Tuesday here. It is You Better You Bet. It is Nick Costos. It is Ken Barkley, and it's you here on the BetQL Network, simulcast for the next couple hours by our friends at Stadium. If you're watching us on Stadium right now, tip of the cap to you, good sir or good lady. We very much appreciate you. Thank you very much for joining us. We got 2 hours of badass wagertainment coming your way, talking all things sports betting, getting you set to bet and win and educate you a little bit, hopefully, and have some fun as well, talking all things in the world of sports. On today's program, we celebrate basketball. We're 1 month into the NBA season. We're taking the temperature of some of the futures markets. Who's going to win the NBA title? Who's going to win NBA Most Valuable Player? Maybe some division prices as well as we move along. Ken Barkley is going to tell us how to bet the Heisman Trophy ahead of Conference Championship weekend in college football. The whale capper, Drew Dinsick, NBC Sports betting analyst, will join us next hour, talking a little NBA and his early bets for Week 13 in the NFL. And Ken and I will wrap up our early thoughts on Week 13 in the NFL, pen, pencil, blood, or blank, with the Chiefs and the Packers on Sunday Night Football, the Jaguars and the Bengals on Monday Night Football, and a probable NFC title game preview in Philly with the Niners and the Eagles. Absolutely can't wait for it. Final hour, power hour of the show, all our bets for tonight. When then we'll also be joined by Jason Sobel, giving us golf bets. And Big Cat, Dan Katz, the Barstool Big Cat from Barstool Sports, will join us as well in the power hour. But joining us right now to kick off hour number 2 today on this terrific Tuesday, to kick off our time on Stadium today, is our good friend, the great Matt Moore from the Action Network. Matt on Twitter, at HP Basketball, has an amazing daily NBA betting podcast that we encourage all our listeners and viewers to check out. Matt supports us. Support him. Check out Buckets is the name of the podcast. Again, he's on Twitter at HB Basketball. All of his written work can be found with our friends at the Action Network. Matt, welcome back to You Better You Bet. It's Nick and Ken. Hope you and your family had an awesome Thanksgiving. Thanks for joining us. How are you?
Doing well, man. I'm excited for tonight. This is the last night of tournament games in the NBA, and I'm a little sad about it. These games have been better. These games have been interesting. This has added a little new flavor. Last night we know we're gonna have everybody rested. We know that we're not gonna have anybody on back-to-backs. I'm a little sad that the tournament's ending, but I'm excited to go out next week to Vegas and catch the actual knockout round out there in Vegas.
Yeah, I was reading that Turner and ESPN going to combine their television coverage of the event too, so you'll get Inside the NBA and Stephen A. and Wilbon and these guys all basically covering the in-season tournament, which will be pretty cool. I really did not enjoy looking up the tiebreakers, I have to be honest, and trying to figure out what was going to happen in the games tonight for betting. But you're right, Matt. The games have been better, and we've been doing NBA on the show, the in-season tournaments.
Can we
obviously.
Say this, just to Ken's point? The tie-breaking, I looked this up before the show also. I got halfway through the first one, and my head started to hurt. And I was I don't know if I can do this. Ken's point.
How much do the Celtics have to win by, depending on what happens in the Nets game? What's the number? And they can actually do it. That'd be kind of interesting. They play the Bulls tonight. We'll see. Matt, we were talking about NBA in the last segment, though, and just kind of more macro stuff about a month through the season. And, I say with the NFL season, it's impossibly long, and the NBA season would certainly fit that description too. Don't want to jump to too many conclusions off of just such a small number of games, but we're a month in, can at least kind of see where everything's at. We play a game on the show sometimes with baseball, another impossibly long season, called Thing or May, or Thing or April, which is basically here's something that's happened that we didn't expect. Team gets off to a good start, team whatever. Is it a thing, or is it just because it's early in the season? There are 2 Western Conference teams that have outperformed expectations a lot this year. They're 1 and 2 seed, basically, if the season ended today. Oklahoma City and Minnesota. Are those teams things? Awards, 1 seed, whatever? Is it thing or November? Which for both of those teams? What do you think?
Yeah, I call this the question of whether or not they're mirror teams. And the answer to that is sometimes teams get off to really good starts, and then when December 15th rolls around and they happen to catch their own reflection in the mirror and go, oh, no, we're not good at all. Oh, we're not good. However, I don't think either of these teams are mirror things. I think they're things. I think these 2 teams are legit. Was high on the Wolves. Look, what I'm looking for here, I think, is do you have superstar talent? Do you have good coaching? Does your roster make sense? And these teams capture all of those categories. Chris Finch and Mark Daigneault are both exceptional coaches. Anthony Edwards, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander are both absolute superstars. Chet Holmgren, Karl Anthony Towns are excellent number 2 stars to have. Their rosters make sense. Like the OKC guys, there are guys on this roster like Isaiah Joe who have been percolating for a while that if you were a sicko and watching those Thunder teams, you're like, he's pretty good. And now that they're actually coming into like formation of a team, it's like, oh yeah, those guys really are pretty good. Same thing. You got Jaden McDaniels and you got all these different guys like Shake Milton adding very good minutes for Minnesota. So you have these rosters that are complete. It's not just superstars at the top and then a bunch of, I don't know about this, like the Suns. You have great coaching and you have superstars at the top. The Wolves, everything checks out on them. They have this awesome defense. Their strength of schedule defensively is elite. Their offense is always going to be a little, but if you're as good as they are defensively, you're going to be solid. OKC's win profile is very good. So I'm a big believer in both of these teams. I love Wolves team futures. And one of my favorite bets right now is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander MVP because I legitimately think he's going to be in the top 3. And so if there's a possibility of injury or other plot twist happening later that we see the top of the list kind of fall out, whether they don't hit 65 games or whatever, I love the possibility of Shai being there. I think both those teams are legit.
The Shai 12-1, the 6th choice in the market right now at our show sponsor, BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks. All right, so we played Thing or November. Was that like a Gone Till November? Who did that song? Thing or November? Wyclef. Yeah. Great song, right? It really is a good song. I got transported back to like 8th grade. It was a great song.
I ask myself why, oh, wow. See, you must understand. Yeah, go ahead. Anyway.
What a great song. We played Thing or November with 2 surprising Western Conference teams. Let's do it in the East right now with your 12-5 Orlando Magic beating the Celtics and the Nuggets in the last week. Matt, Thing or November? And you can sing it in the Wyclef voice if you want. The Orlando Magic.
I'm going to skip on the singing, but I will say that I think this is more of a November thing. Now, I like the Magic to make the playoffs. I think that they're really solid and they're going to be in competition for it. I think they'll hang. I think they'll at least be in the play-in tournament. You'll have a good opportunity to bet out of that position later. I don't expect them to slide any further than out of the play-in picture. I think this team is really good. They're well coached. Jamal Mosley, I think, is getting better as a coach. They've been without Markelle Fultz and Wendell Carter Jr. Now, some of their success is because of how well the replacement players have stepped in. But this defense is absolutely ferocious with Jalen Suggs. They've got really good balance. But the offense, I think, is the reason why I'm a little bit more, I don't know about this. So I think with Orlando, I'm much more of like, look, this is the start that you need. If you had Orlando playoff futures, this is what you needed. You've got it. Like, all they got to do now is not completely screw up the rest of the way. And I think that's possible. But I think this team is probably closer to 6-7 than they are to 3-4. And that gap is very important in terms of the betting futures. I think Orlando is going to be a great team to bet nightly because of how I think the market is still a little bit too tied to the preseason power rating, which was too low. But I do think that you want to be a little bit hesitant on going all in on this team as far as like awards markets or anything, because I don't think they're necessarily going to be a high win total team.
I think that makes a bunch of sense. We can do like a little bit of playoffs here because you mentioned the Magic in the East. Like, you think they'll make it, but we'll kind of see what the seed ends up being. In the West, Matt, like, every way I work it, like, maybe Ja comes back and they win a bunch of games, but like, it seems like 11 for 8 spots, basically, something like that. And maybe you don't believe in Houston. Maybe it's 10 for 8 spots. So like, I'm going to read some teams. There's a pretty real chance that one of these teams, like, maybe they make the play-in, or maybe they like make nothing and they just don't make it. And people remember last year, like, how Dallas collapsed down the stretch of the season. Like, nobody thought that was going to happen, and then they didn't make it. Like, with the Warriors and Lakers played in the play-in a few years ago. Like, it just, these things, there's too many teams. Things happen sometimes. Like, do you think, and I'm going to read these teams, do you think the Pelicans will miss the playoffs? Do you think the Warriors will miss the playoffs? Do you think the Clippers will miss the playoffs? New Orleans, Golden State, Clippers, all kind of profile in that range right now. Are you worried about any of them not making it?
I'm worried about New Orleans and Golden State. I'm actually not worried about the Clippers. They're going to, like, last night was a perfect example of this. They're going to have enough of these games where you're just like, what is wrong with you idiots? Like, I just got done rewatching that game and I'm like, what are you guys doing? Like, what are you doing on a lot of these possessions? But they're also, but then you're gonna look up and be like, they're still fine. I'm really worried about the Warriors, and I think that everyone should be. Their overall numbers are masking some stuff. Their win profile is not good. They're not doing great at home. The biggest thing is that even when Draymond was playing, they're not able to just be like, well, no matter what, we'll just destroy everybody in the Steph and Draymond minutes. It's not happening. It's just not happening right now. No Wiggins, with Wiggins, doesn't matter. Like, Wiggins is catching the most heat, and he should. He's been wretched. They're not winning the minutes without Wiggins with Steph and Draymond. That's a huge red flag. Pelicans, it's just basically you can't predict the injury stuff. Like, some of this stuff is crazy. Like, CJ McCollum has a collapsed lung. Is that on the training staff for not keeping his lungs inflated? Like, some of this stuff is just their snake bit, but that team has so much friggin' talent. Lost last night was like, oh, young team still trying to figure out what they're doing. Like, they still don't have that gear. But Ingram and Zion are starting to pick up a little bit in terms of their chemistry. That's a real positive sign. I like the Pelicans, but I don't know if they're going to stay healthy. I don't like the Warriors, and I'm very concerned about them. And I'm not crazy about the Clippers, but I think that they're still going to wind up there because there's enough talent and infrastructure there, I think, for them to get through the regular season, even as we all keep going, ugh, with those guys.
Pretty big buzzkill. I made that noise. That was like home improvement noise. That was me at the end of the Pelicans game last night when Brandon Ingram missed that shot. Yeah. But Brandon Ingram missed to send the game to overtime. Would have probably won my team total over. Instead, I lost. You better you bet with Nick and Ken here on a Tuesday, talking the NBA with our friend Matt Moore from the Action Network. Matt on Twitter at HP Basketball. Matt, in hour number one, Ken was talking about the Eastern Conference, right? We just did some stuff on the West, and obviously there's a clear tier atop the East with Milwaukee, Boston, and Philly in whatever order people want to put them in. Boston obviously is the top team right now and the favorite to win the NBA championship at BetMGM. So it's not going to be Orlando because we've determined they are November and not a thing. Any reason to believe that there's another team in the East that could kind of like penetrate that group and like be one of the teams left standing at the end in the Eastern Conference other than Milwaukee, Boston, and Philadelphia?
I've bet Miami, and I will not apologize for it.
Man.
Look, that team's obnoxious and irritating. I like the way they're playing, man. Jaime Jaquez gives them like a different dimension. They've got enough guys. Like, they just have enough guys to get through this. You're seeing a more aggressive Bam Adebayo, and like he's on my tiers list for MVP, and I know it's too early to have that, but that's what I do. It's going to be out on Friday. We'll have 15 players on the list because that's how it is early season. But like Bam's being more aggressive. That changes the dynamic. That means that you don't have to rely on Jimmy Butler being Superman because quite honestly, he hasn't been early season. They'll get Hero back. They've gotten contributions from Jaquez. Orlando Robinson's pretty good. Haywood Highsmith, like they are finding these guys. Regardless of the Jovic situation, they've done really well. They're still exceptionally coached. Like, I just keep getting back to this with the coaching, which is when the playoffs come around, are you going to feel better with what's going on with Adrian Griffin in Milwaukee, with Missoula in Boston, or Eric Spoelstra and a roster of guys that nobody believes in, and I'm still going to have gotten my money on them early? So I think they're dangerous, though I will tell you right now, like, look, Philly's legit. Like, Nurse has them different. This team is wired differently.
Sixers different?
So, yeah, big time. It is different with Philly this year. Embiid's better, Maxi's better, the roster's better, the sets are better, the defense is better. That team's legit. Miami's legit. I really do think that capping the Eastern Conference by how you rank the coaches is not a bad approach in a league where we all tend to focus on who the best player is.
So JB Bickerstaff number one. Is that what we're all agreeing on? We're all there right now. Got like 2 minutes left. A bunch of games tonight. That was really good big picture stuff, by the way, but should probably just get some bets for tonight. And really interesting games too, like Thunder, Timberwolves. I queued you up on both those teams. I should have mentioned they are playing. Like, maybe we learned something in that game in like 90 seconds, Matt, 60, 90 seconds. Any bets for tonight in the NBA?
Oh, yeah. We're getting creative tonight. Knicks and Celtics need dominant wins. So I looked up over the last 3 seasons what's happened when they've won by more than 15 points. Guess what? The opponent team total under has hit about 90% of the time. In Boston's case, it's 20 out of 23 in the Missoula era of their opponent team total under hits when they win by 15 plus. And the Celtics need to absolutely win by 15 plus. I don't care if Jason Tatum doesn't like the point differential. If they want the 500,000, that's what they need. So I've got alts on Celtics team total overs parlayed with unders on the Bulls unders, and separately Bulls team total under alternate plays tonight. Same thing with Charlotte and New York. I also like Atlanta +4. I actually just have that power rated. Atlanta sneaky under the radar, been pretty good. Trae Young shooting 37% from 3 all of a sudden, kind of a sneaky angle for them. And I love Houston tonight +4 that lines down from 5 on the overnight. I've got this power rated basically a pick 'em. Dallas doesn't do well whenever they have to face anybody with a pulse, and right now Houston's got a pulse. So I like Rockets +5 as well.
I like the Tatum angle. Like, he doesn't like the point differential, but also likes money. Like, I don't like pushing people in front of buses, but for $500,000,
yeah,
just BB Grandma.
Sorry, Grandma got pushed in front of a bus. Good job, Matt.
Staple.
That's awesome. You might say there's no such thing as murder. Matt on Twitter at HP Basketball. The podcast is Buckets. Great work for our friends at the Action Network. My friend, we appreciate it. Stay well. Good luck with the bets. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, guys.
The great Matt Moore. And check out Matt's betting podcast, NBA betting podcast, Buckets. On the other side, we continue to celebrate basketball here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL network.
You're watching BetQL's You Better You Bet on Stadium, airing live Monday through Friday from 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern.
Bobby Miller was their best starting pitcher all year long. Bobby Miller was a rookie last season. Or, wow, you can say last season now.
Yeah.
And so you don't know what the future holds with Clayton Kershaw, right? He could retire. He could re-sign with the Dodgers. We don't know. We don't know what the status of his health is either. And so I think they need to add starting pitching regardless if they sign Shohei or not, because that's a big hole for them.
They are getting Walker Buehler back.
Walker should be back, yes.
Yeah. I want to go back to this list, though, because a team that really stood out to me was the Orioles. Very at the bottom. I mean, if you look at the rest of the teams, okay, they're staples, right? The Orioles, they made a huge splash this past season. Speculation on if they're going to spend the money to bring those right guys in. I mean, what do they need to do in order to stay consistent and be back in that mix?
Starting pitching, same thing as the Dodgers. Like, they had a huge hole in their rotation at the deadline. I know a lot of their young guys had been performing well. Dean Kramer, Kyle Bradish, those guys. But their big move was Jack Flaherty, who wasn't very good in St. Louis. It was actually worse in Baltimore. You need to add starting pitching. You need to add to this young core that you have that is very inexpensive now. They're not always going to be this inexpensive. Right. So you need to strike while the iron is hot and not waste this season.
What do you think, Danny?
Yeah, and you just got to hope that these guys, the young guys, have the same kind of year that they had this year. And they don't have to have excellent years. You talk about the Braves, how those guys aren't going to probably repeat. Matt Olson's not going to hit 50-something home runs probably, next season. But these young Orioles players, I think with a little bit extra experience, they just have to be good. They don't have to be great.
by BetMGM with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley on the BetQL network.
Our Lockmas is coming up in a little bit. Ken Barkley is going to tell us how to bet the Heisman Trophy ahead of Conference Championship weekend and the great sport of college football. P Squared, B Squared, next hour on the show. Drew Dinsick will join us next hour as well. Barstool Big Cat still to come. Jason Sobel still to come, as well as our bets for tonight. We'll get back to the NBA in a second, but we do have a piece of pretty decent-sized breaking news in the National Football League where this basically came out of nowhere. Colts running back Jonathan Taylor, a.k.a. JTT. Jonathan Taylor injured his thumb in Sunday's win against Tampa Bay. Finished the game like no one knew he was hurt. Now he's going to undergo thumb surgery, and he's going to miss 2 to 3 weeks. No decision made on injured reserve yet. This is per Ian Rappaport of NFL Media. Jim Irsay confirming the injury. Taylor going to have surgery tomorrow. So this could be like a 4-week injury. It could be 2 to 3 weeks. I'll ask Ken for a market update in a second of Indy's game on the road in Tennessee on Sunday. But just like Taylor's going to be out at minimum 2 weeks, maybe 3, possibly like a full 4 weeks on uninjured reserve, which means you're out for 4 games. If you're out there right now in a fantasy league and Zach Moss is on the waiver wire, pick him up immediately. Like if you're in a smart league, he should already be owned. But if he's not, go pick up Zach Moss right now because he's going to be the Colts' #1 running back while Jonathan Taylor is out. We'll get back to the NBA in a second. But Ken, how has the market reacted, the betting market, to the game coming up on Sunday, Indianapolis at Will Levis and the Titans?
So Colts were like 2.5 on the road against Tennessee. And remember, like Colts and Houston, these AFC South teams really have like a good chance to make the playoffs this year. Shane Steichen got a lot of buzz for Coach of the Year this week. And so this hurts a little bit. Now, how much? The market did respond, but kind of in a pretty insignificant way, I'd say. The Colts were kind of consensus 2.5 on the road. Now they're about a 1-point favorite on the road, basically 1 everywhere. BetMGM, they're a 1-point favorite. So you did see an adjustment. And that doesn't mean there can't be more of an adjustment. Like the later in the week we get and limits on the games go up. So a small adjustment down in terms of the likelihood that the Colts win the game, but that's it. And still less than 3. Game obviously trending toward a pick with, like it has to be said, like actually some playoff implications. This is not an insignificant player on an insignificant team. This is a team that absolutely has a chance to be a wild card this year.
Yeah, I'm curious if this game closes a pick. Taylor's better than Moss. He's not that much better than Zach. Moss is pretty good. He's been really good this season.
That's why you saw what you saw, right?
Yeah.
Well, you saw that 1-point adjustment, just like maybe people are interested, but really, like how interested can you be when the point spread's already less than 3, right? Like what are you getting with Tennessee by betting +2? Oh, well, thank God. Now if it lands 2, I push. Like really, that's worth doing it on Jonathan Taylor? Like I'm good on that one.
So Jonathan Taylor will be out for 2 to 3 weeks, maybe 4. We'll bring you more when we get it here on You Better, You Bet. But let's continue on with the NBA. And, of course, we'll bring you any more news as we get it in the National Football League on this Tuesday. And let's touch a little bit more on the Philadelphia 76ers. Ken, I loved your analysis in the wake of the James Harden trade. What was it, like 3 weeks ago or whatever? Harden traded to the LA Clippers, and everyone's making a big deal about the Clippers. And you're like, actually, I think this is a lot more interesting in the betting market for Philadelphia. And Embiid's been great, and Tyrese Maxey's been amazing. And the thought is that Daryl Morey is going to pull it. Now it's less like, are they going to trade Embiid? And more, are they going to get a third player to pair with Embiid and Tyrese Maxey? The Sixers in the market to win the NBA championship, plus 1,400. The same price as the Warriors. So I don't know if the market's caught on to the Sixers yet, or maybe I'm wrong. And Joel Embiid right now is the third choice to an NBA most valuable player. Embiid, the reigning MVP, is plus 750 behind Nikola Jokic and Luka Doncic. Ken, thoughts here on the Philadelphia 76ers now, a couple weeks having passed since the James Harden trade to Los Angeles?
Yeah, and I told you, and we did this on the show, obviously, not just in the wake of that trade, but like for the next week or so, like I said, I thought that Maxey and Embiid were like the 2023 version of Shaq and Kobe. I think we clipped off that video that I had bet Philadelphia to make the finals and to play Denver. That was like the finals matchup that I thought was more likely than the market did. And, gradual adjustments taking place, obviously. Boston being this like monster that holds all this win probability in the markets is always going to make Philly kind of go a lesser price because people are always going to think Boston's better. And that's fine. And when it gets to the playoffs, I'll never bet on Boston to win the title, and I'll always bet on Philadelphia. And we haven't done this in a while. So and people might listen to the first couple segments and be like, man, there was like a lot of like just primer basic kind of stuff. Be like, well, we haven't done this in like a month. So I kind of have to start with like, here's what's going on. Because maybe you're like locked into the NFL, like a lot of people, or college football, which is ending, and just haven't really caught up on what's going on in the NBA. The history of winning the title is a consistent thread that is always woven through who the team's best player is. And there is literally only one historical example in 70 years that disputes that. And it's the Pistons in 2004. And they are responsible for the biggest finals upset in the history of the NBA. They beat Shaq and Kobe when they hated each other. And then Phil Jackson wrote a book about it. So, like, if you are not pinning your hopes to a big-time lead player, superstar player on a team, you're basically saying, I hope we're the 04 Pistons and not the other 70 years. That's what you're saying. So makes a lot more sense to assess the title market, conference markets, almost entirely through the prism of who is the team's best player, how good is that player, how old is that player, are they in the prime of their career, are they early, are they late, like where are they on this kind of the arc, their timeline, and then, okay, based on that information, who do I want to bet on to win the title? And because you can hear like the Sixers and be like, you're really going to bet on Joel Embiid, you dummy? Like, have you seen what's happened in the last few playoffs? Yeah, of course I've seen what's happened in the last few playoffs. I also didn't bet Philadelphia in those playoffs, and I'm betting them now. But like, I see what happens, and I think just like the idea of history repeating is so funny, and we've had such like a rapid succession of examples of it in the last couple of years that it makes it really obvious to people now, I think, how impatient we are with superstar players winning their first title, right? So like, if you look at the experience level of the best player on like the championship level teams, you notice a consistent thread, not just that it's a great player, not just that they, made a first team all NBA, or maybe they've won most valuable player awards, but it's not early in the career, folks. Like, it's not, and when I say early in the career, I don't mean like rookie year, second year. Like, it's not year 5 or year 6 either, which by the way is like where Luka is right now, if you're all getting impatient with him that he hasn't won yet. It's just like, it takes a long time. These NBA superstars and winning titles, it all moves like glacially. I mean, it just takes forever for these things to mature, for these players to mature into players who can win titles. We all collectively think Jokic is the best player in basketball right now. There's probably no one right now who doesn't think that. But like last year, there were very heated arguments about whether he would be allowed to win a third straight MVP because he hadn't, quote, done anything in the playoffs yet. A year later, it's all been wiped away. And like, you were just early in expecting it. Last year was year 8. We did a segment on the show about how year 8 is an important year historically for star players where they win their first title. Year 7, year 8, that's when you start to see it every time with very few exceptions. And so like, we look at all these players that are older. Giannis, we were waiting and he folded in the playoffs. So we were waiting and he folded the playoffs, and then he matured and he got into like his title prime to win titles, and then he won. And it was like, oh, so many missed opportunities. Be like, or that's always how it works. Always how it works. So like, we've already had these two like bigs basically. Giannis isn't a conventional center, but like Giannis wins his MVPs, and we all start to get really mad at him because he doesn't win, and then he wins a title. And Jokic wins some MVPs, and we all get really mad at him because he hasn't won a title. Then he wins a title. And I'm not telling you that Joel Embiid has to win a title, but just like, can we just not outright dismiss it for the same stupid reasons that we dismissed the other two, please? Can we like, please not do that? Because like, you've all been dumb twice already. You want to be dumb a third time? Like, roll the dice, bet the Celtics, like see what happens. So it just like, yeah, Embiid's going into year 8. This is kind of when he's supposed to win some titles. Like, this is kind of when it's supposed, if it's going to happen, this is kind of when it's going to happen. Oh, by the way, his coach is 9 million times better. Oh, by the way, his second best player has way more upside than the previous second best player. Oh, by the way, they might make a trade. Oh, by the way, they have like all these other core pieces that potentially can fit as long as they get the third player and everything falls in line. So just like, I'm not saying like, hey, Ken says the Sixers are going to win the title. Just like, we've seen it twice already, and you've all been diametrically opposed to it both times, and then it happens, and you have to be like, I guess, Giannis won, I guess. Jokic won, I guess. At least be open-minded to the possibility that for a third straight time, he's followed in the footsteps of these other two guys winning the MVPs, can't ever win a title, really, ever? Can't get to the finals, at least? Really can't happen? I don't know. Seems like by far his best opportunity. So yeah, just if we're assessing teams, just how good is your best player? Where are they in their career? You're going to come up with a really short list of guys who make any sense. You're going to come up with Jokic, there's no question. You're going to come up with Giannis, probably still for at least a couple more years. Lillard is kind of at the end of that, but they're paired together and they're both awesome. And in the East, you're going to come up with Joel Embiid, and you're going to come up with him before you come up with Jason Tatum. And we can argue that all year, all season, all forever long, and I think I'm going to be right.
And look, if people disagree, bet the Celtics. And I'm not saying you can't win. We'll find out obviously when the playoffs
bet
start.
last year too. Yeah. How's everybody doing? Good. Was that fun?
Oh, I bet the Heat. So I had a really nice time in that Game 7 against Boston last year in the Eastern Conference Final. You bet here with Nick and Ken on a Tuesday, talking NBA as we celebrate basketball here. We can turn the attention to MVP now, Ken, and if we want to go back and do some bigger picture stuff, we can. But I figure this is a nice opportunity to talk about MVP since we just spent a lot of time talking about the reigning MVP, Joel Embiid. At BetMGM right now, Embiid's the third choice in the market, plus 750. Jokic is the favorite, plus 180. Luka, plus 550. Jason Tatum is 9-1. Giannis is 11. We talked a lot about SGA earlier in the show. Matt Moore just came out with us and said he likes this price for SGA to win MVP at 12-1. Kevin Durant and Devin Booker, two teammates with the Suns, 20 and 22-1 respectively. Steph Curry and Anthony Edwards, both at 25-1. That's where I have chosen to draw the line here. If you think anyone else is interesting, Ken, let's talk about it. But what about most valuable player about a month into the season?
It's I don't know if it's shaping up to be that interesting of a race. I know we've had some pretty close, toxic is a word I've used before, just because the way some of the discourse goes around dissecting these players who are all awesome. They're all so good. Like, they all could win the award. This has been true the last few years with Jokic and Embiid and Giannis, and the conversations we've had the last few years with those players. It's always been really interesting. Is this one going to be interesting? So we started the year, basically, my theory was always we're about done with this current generation of the best players. They should kind of be on to winning the titles. For people who don't know, usually you win the MVPs, then you go on and you win the titles, and you're kind of done with MVP, and MVP voters are on to the next guy who's going to be the best player in the league, and then he goes on to win titles. It's just a cyclical kind of a thing, and it really happens very rarely without fail. So Giannis won his, he moved on to titles, he hasn't won since then. And I know people kind of well, he came in second, he came in third. I've always said I didn't think he would ever win another one. I think everybody was kind of on to the next thing, and Giannis was on to the next thing. He wasn't trying to win. And then Jokic won his couple, and then really could have won last year, was probably the best player in the league last year. Are voters done with this, or is it actually he can win 3 and 4 because he's won the title now and he's maybe one of the best ever, and we need to have that conversation, and he can win more, how Jordan won more and how LeBron won more, more spaced out in terms of when they won their MVPs. Is he that, or is it kind of man, we're kind of onto it? Embiid wins last year. Is it back-to-back for him, and then he gets his title, or he doesn't, or I'm wrong, and then he kind of moves on to the next phase of his career, which is solely focused on championships? And if these guys are going to be gone, if they're going to be gone in the minds of MVP voters, which happens to every generation of every player, then who's next? Then who's there to pick up the pieces if we're not interested in these players anymore? And Luka was always, to me, supposed to be the next guy, and he was supposed to kind of be ready by now, and it's just kind of not happening. It's just kind of not happening. And I said this at the start of the year, he's kind of supposed to be ready, but I'm not sure. I don't know who it's supposed to be. And a player that I brought up, well, he's early, but this would, I guess, be the guy, is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who profiles really well in all the advanced metrics, whose team might win a lot of games this year. So we're kind of in this bridge year where the guys who, the two best players in the league by all measurement this year, I shouldn't say the best player in the league by all measurement this year is Jokic. The second best player is kind of an argument between Embiid and SGA about who the best player in the league is up to this point in the season. To me, it's those three, the Grand Canyon, everybody else, and in MVP odds, it should be those three, the Grand Canyon, and everybody else in terms of their likelihood to win. So to me, the quote-unquote mistake in the betting market, it's not even I guess it's the order a little bit. It's kind of the pricing to me, because there's a fundamental question that we're going to have to answer later in the year, and it's going to be a really stupid question, and I hope everyone's ready for it, which is, are people done voting for Jokic and Embiid for MVPs, and do they want something different? And if they want something different, the different thing is SGA. But they may not want something different. It might be you know what? These two guys are so good. They might be the two players on the 1 seeds in both conferences. They're this era of the NBA, it's bigs and it's these guys and it's Giannis. This is what it is. Maybe we're not done with them. Maybe Embiid should win back-to-back, and then we're probably done with them. Or Jokic can win 3 and 4, and he's got a title now. I don't know how voters feel about that. And that came across big time at the end of last year. There was big Jokic pushback to him winning again. I don't know if there's going to be pushback on either of those two guys, because I do think they're just, if it's player quality, it's the two of them, then it's SGA, then it's 10 Grand Canyons, honestly, right now, and everybody else in terms of chances to win. I have bet a ton of Embiid, and I bet a little SGA. because I think they got a puncher's chance with Jokic, and I think it's those three. And yeah, Jokic is going to win a lot of the time, but like I don't know how the voters feel about those candidates yet. I don't know if they're ready for something new. I really don't, and I almost don't want to bet any more than I already have until I get a little bit of an answer to that question.
I think my sense is, and I could be wrong about this, just like the temperature of what goes on in the sports media with sports fans, kind of the way people talk about things, I don't think people are done with either guy yet. And I think Jokic winning the title, right?
But I just don't know.
Yeah, we'll do more on this on the other side to start. Like, and it's a great question for you watching or listening at home. Like, what do you think people are done with Embiid and Jokic? I don't think so. We'll talk about it a little bit more on the other side, and then we'll tell you how to bet the Heisman Trophy ahead of Conference Championship Weekend in college football. The Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on right after this.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL network.
Thanks for watching BetQL's You Better You Bet on Stadium. Airing live weekdays 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern.
And they've won every single one of them. This team just finds a way to win.
Yeah.
And Cam, as you know, when it comes to talking about teams and what coaches drill into, if you can find a way to win, those mistakes clean themselves up.
Yeah, no doubt about it, especially back-to-back weeks of just bad weather that the Eagles have played in. So we talk about last week with the Chiefs in that game and them getting the win and KC. But again, this team with Jalen Hurts understands that if they have a shot to win and really take advantage of the lead like Buffalo gave them, so let's not let them off the hook. But Jalen Hurts, you mentioned the 5 touchdowns that he had, Danny. 4 of those touchdowns came in the second half. And, of course, that game-winning drive. And he's walking off the field with the cameras in his face, and he's looking like, what do you want me to say? What do you think I'm going to say? Like, I do this. This is what I do because this Eagles team, again, has found themselves on the right side of the winning column in those games. So I really like what Philly is putting together, but the schedule gets a little rough moving forward. I know we'll get into that conversation. But Jalen Hurts, MVP. I'm just throwing it out there right now. I know I was big on C.J. Stroud winning MVP, but if he continues to put up these type of performances, Brad, for a team that has their 4th straight comeback after being down at halftime, he's got to be most valuable player.
Yeah, certainly in the conversation there. I mean, the numbers are far from really gaudy or I feel even MVP worthy. He really was sluggish to start off in that game. And fundamentally, I felt the Eagles were terribly flawed late in the game. And Jason Kelce, back-to-back false starts that really put them their backs into a corner. Yet Jake Elliott saved the day with that golden leg from distance to push that sucker in overtime. And as you said, the Eagles just find ways to win. If you would have told me that A.J. Brown went out to eclipse 40 yards in the game and they still get the victory against Buffalo, I would have called you crazy.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley on the BetQL network.
Courtesy of the call goes to Bally Sports Oklahoma. What a start to the season it's been for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Chet Holmgren, and the Oklahoma City Thunder. By the way, Wembanyama only minus 175 now to win Rookie of the Year. Chet Holmgren coming up pretty fast behind him in the Rookie of the Year market at our show sponsor, BetMGM. Maybe we'll do that maybe later this week, maybe a couple minutes later in the show to do it as well. But we got to get to the NFL. We'll get to Lockmas coming up this segment. Drew Dinsick still to come. Barstool Big Cat still to come. Jason Sobel still to come. And all our bets for tonight are on the way. When we finished last segment, though, Ken, you were making a really good point, right? Which is, do we think that award bettors in the NBA are going to be tired at this point of voting for Nikola Jokic, who's already won 2 Most Valuable Player awards, maybe tired of Joel Embiid, who won MVP last year, but obviously hasn't gotten it done in the playoffs yet. Doesn't mean he can't this year or moving forward, just that he hasn't yet. And maybe voters kind of feel remorse for not voting for Jokic last year when it was pretty clear that Jokic was the best player. And this is not me, I'm not pissed that it happened. I don't care. Just saying that that's what people may think.
And he was the best player.
He was the best player. He was
Yeah.
he was the best player. Do we think that the voters are tired of either guy? My sense is, and I said this last segment, we can talk more about it now, I think it's almost definitely no. I think both guys are very likable, like Giannis was, which certainly helps. Everyone loves Joel Embiid. I don't know if everyone loves Jokic the way that they love Embiid or love Giannis, but he's so good that he's undeniable. And I think kind of his charm in that he doesn't care really. I think people find it really endearing, and he's also the best player. So my sense is, Ken, if we get to the end of the year and the Nuggets are the 1 seed in the West and Jokic has the best numbers, I think he'll just win. And if Jokic falls off a little bit and Embiid and the Sixers the 2 seed and Embiid's amazing again, I think Embiid would win again, as opposed to SGA. Now, if SGA puts up better numbers or the Thunder are the 1, then we can have that conversation, right? But no, I don't get the sense that people are tired of either guy yet. Jokic in Denver, obviously, or Embiid in Philadelphia.
Yeah, so I think right now all we have to go on is just how we feel, what we think about what voters are going to do. And then later in the year, they'll tell us how they feel and we'll have to listen to them, unfortunately. And so my best guess right now is I agree with you. My best guess is I think it's, as of right now, I would deem it a 3-player race. And I want to make sure I don't skip steps because people might listen to this and be like, well, what about Jason Tatum? And what about Luka Doncic? And what about Giannis? And what about all these other players? What about Anthony Davis, Anthony Edwards, whatever, other players in the market? The way that MVP is typically awarded is actually quite formulaic, honestly. Team success, obviously very important, within reason. Jokic won on a 6 seed team, kind of a team. Westbrook won, barely making the playoffs, but he averaged a triple-double. Team success matters, and historically it's bared out that way. And then player success as measured by all-encompassing, all-in-one metrics, honestly. It's very straightforward. We talk about WAR for Rookie of the Year and how it's just literally who has the highest WAR among position players. This is basically who has the highest plus-minus and highest PER and highest win shares and all these. That's kind of what this is. And it's pretty easy, honestly. It's not difficult to figure out who's going to be in the mix. I did this on the show the other day. Here's how the MVP finished in PER is a dated one of these. EPM is better, whatever. And here's the winner for MVP. Here's what they were in PER the year that they won. And I'll do 20 years just to be fast. Second, first, third, ninth, first. It's just we know what we're looking for here. It's pretty easy. Not a magic, not a secret to this one. And your top 3 players in all of these all-encompassing metrics. Your top 3 players in all of them and in all the metrics are Jokic, Embiid, and SGA in some order. This is who we have to work with this year. Jason Tatum's great. Also in win shares, he's 9th, and in box plus minus, he's 15th. And you know who never wins? That guy. So I don't really care how many games they win this year. Don't care at all. Luka usually has awesome numbers in these metrics, but it's Kyrie, and there's been a lot of threads the last couple of days about Luka and how not valuable he is. It's been kind of a weird few days. Maybe he's hurt. His numbers look terrible versus how they normally look. Honestly, he's usually up there with these other guys. He's 9th, 20th in a couple of these. Not even close. So you tell me who it's going to be that's not those 3 guys. Tatum. They had to go 73-9 for us to have the Jason Tatum conversation. That's not going to happen. They're not good enough. They're going to be really, really good. They're just going to be normal good, not historic good. So if you use these all-encompassing metrics, it's a really short list and it's a really brief conversation about who can win. It's these 3 players. That's who it is. So that's why I asked the fatigue question to start the last segment, because if we think they're tired of two, then it's the third guy. And if we think they're not tired of the two, then it's one of them. Like, that's kind of all it is, honestly. Now, trying to parse through this to be like, well, which one? And how do the voters feel about all of them? They're going to change their mind a bunch. How is each guy playing? Do they flip-flop positions within that 1, 2, 3? That's going to be really interesting as the season goes on. When Jamal Murray comes back, do Jokic's numbers slip a little bit? Because right now he's won in everything. When the Sixers add a third player, do they struggle to integrate that player and Embiid's numbers suffer a little bit? Does SGA hit a slump at some point because he hasn't done this for very long? Like, these are all really interesting questions, but they're going to play themselves out throughout the course of the year. So for me, like, I totally agree that Jokic is the most likely player to win right now. I don't even know what the argument is that he's not the most likely player to win, other than like people don't like him or something, which isn't true. They like him. And he's first in everything. And they're really good. So like, yeah, you can have a position on him, but he's the favorite, and he's going to kind of stay in this range probably for a while. And I don't think you have to be in a hurry necessarily to add, although you're probably going to want some of them eventually if this keeps up, because he's, going to win. To me, it's like, what is the true gap between him and the other two players? And how is that reflected in the pricing in the market? Like, if Luka's going to hold this price and Tatum's going to hold this price, then to me, it's like all that win probability needs to be going to my two guys. Needs to be going to Embiid and SGA, and those guys are, like, to me, irrelevant, and they don't matter. And the two guys that I reference matter a great deal. So, like, to me, maybe it's more like, hey, Jokic can be 150, 182, 220, something like that, but Embiid needs to be 350 or 4, and SGA needs to be 6 or something like that, and then I'm just good, and then I don't want to do anything. But that's not what's going on right now. So, like, again, it's just probability. I think Embiid's more likely to win than his price. And his price used to be more, and I was betting it then too. I still think he's more likely to win than this price. I think SGA is getting to probably the right price, like pretty fast, because he's getting bet a lot. Like, he was 23, 30. Now he's like 12. We're probably pretty close, but there's probably a little room there, honestly. They play the Timberwolves tonight. Watch that. He plays great. Maybe snag a 12. This is where we're at right now. So Jokic's the most likely to win, but to me, it's those guys 1, 2, 3, and it's not anyone. And I think the gap between Jokic and Embiid is small. I really do.
You bet here with Nick and Ken on a terrific Football Tuesday. Really fun NBA conversation on the show today. Can't wait to talk about tonight's slate of games in the in-season tournament. Side total and props coming up in the power hour, final hour of the show. Let's turn our attention now, Ken, to some college football. Yesterday on day one of Lockmas, you told us, hey, here's how we're looking at the national championship market ahead of what's going to be a very interesting weekend in the great sport, and also setting up like who's going to make the college football playoff. It feels like there's not as many variables going on as far as the Heisman Trophy is concerned. There are 3 guys that can still win it. That's what the odds board tells. Maybe it's actually 2. Let's talk about it right now, guys, on day 2 of Lockmas.
College football is the best time of the year. The fight songs. Announcers going crazy.
Mario Anderson still on his feet, got free. Mario! Super Mario! Touchdown!
The roar of the crowd. But for Nick and Ken, college football only sounds like one thing. It's Lockmas time on You Better You Bet.
Hey, all right, Santa. Heisman Trophy market at BetMGM. Bo Nix, Oregon quarterback, your favorite, minus 150. Jaden Daniels, maybe the next quarterback of the New York Football Giants. We'll see. Jaden Daniels plus 120. Michael Penix Jr. 16-1. Seems like those are the 3 guys. Maybe it's just 2. Nix and Penix play each other this weekend. Jaden Daniels done for the year. Not like injury, because LSU's just done. They're not going to play a conference championship
they're just not good enough.
So thoughts here on Heisman Trophy to end hour number 2.
Sure. Have to start by mentioning the Athletic straw poll came out today. Those of us who pay attention to such markets care very much about this poll. It's been pretty accurate and reflective of how the voting has gone historically, and it's only been going on for a few years. There were 33 first-place votes, and Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels each got 16 of them. So there was a dead heat with 1 game left among basically all of them, and Michael Penix got 1 vote. So immediately there is something we can take away from this, I think. And even though it's like, well, the Heisman pool is so big, and what do you mean? Like, there's no absolutes. If Penix wins on Friday night and beats Bo Nix, I think Jaden Daniels wins the Heisman Trophy. I would actually feel that very confidently based on this polling. Nothing for Penix. Zippo. 1 vote of their, like, Bo Nix loses, where do you think the votes are going? And if Penix wins, people might still vote Nix. Now you're splitting the West Coast votes. Daniels definitely wins in a landslide at that point. Like, I think Penix has no chance. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong. I think he has no shot. Now, again, like, this isn't crazy. That's reflected in the market. But I wouldn't go like jamming Michael Penix. Like, well, if Washington wins, this poll tells you that's really unlikely that Penix is going to win, even if they beat Bo Nix in Oregon. Okay, we learned that. That's pretty interesting. Something else I find a little interesting, just in terms of how I know voters tend to operate. Recency bias, very important. Nix plays, Daniels doesn't. The fact that they're tied right now, or even that it's like really close, because like if Daniels was up 1 or Nix was up 1 or whatever, I'd feel the same way. Okay, right now they're tied. Nix has 1 more game left. Like, if he wins and plays well, what happens? Like, play it out. Like, okay, if they lose, Daniels wins. I think that one's pretty obvious. What happens if they win and he plays well? Can it ever be Daniels still? We're tied now. Nix has 1 more trump card left to play that Daniels doesn't have. So it's kind of like, how confident are you that he's going to play well against Washington? They're going to win the game. I think this poll honestly tells me that I think Nix is more likely to win than I thought if they just win and he plays well. Like, maybe I think it'll be close-ish. I'm not sure it'll be that close. Look, LSU's putting on the big-time full-court press. Analysts that used to play in the SEC, coaches, media members, it's everybody. It's Jaden Daniels, all systems go from all of the accounts all the time. And they're doing a great job because it's working, honestly. But like, he doesn't play. There's only so much of that. And if Nix is a conference champion and he's going to the playoff and LSU isn't, I do think voters are going to weight that. I think there is a silent majority of voters that's going to weight that a great deal, to be perfectly honest. I am holding a lot of Nix. I am a little biased. I need him to win. But I wouldn't be betting Daniels at these prices. I think what this poll, I think, tells me, Penix has no chance, so don't get cute with like the long shots. And if Nix wins and plays well, I think that might be enough to give him the bump in what's basically a dead heat right now. And the market, for the most part, reflects that. But I think go into the market like with that knowledge, whatever you think you're going to do.
Absolutely can't wait for this weekend in college football. Also can't wait for hour number 3 of You Better You Bet. We'll have a conversation with the whale capper Drew Dinsick of NBC Sports, talking NFL Week 13. And on the other side, Ken and I will talk NFL Week 13. How about our betting preview of the Niners and Eagles from Philadelphia?
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL network.
You're watching BetQL's You Better You Bet on Stadium, airing live Monday through Friday from 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern.
With a 1-10 record, 0-6 on the road. And in fact, this is not a stat he's going to like very much, but he is the first head coach to be fired in back-to-back years after his dismissal last year from the Colts. Yeah, ouch, ouch, ouch. But not all that surprising. Maybe he's more so that they didn't allow him to finish the season. But your reaction when you saw the news?
Hey, look, I'm not at all remotely shocked that he got the axe, guys, because you look at the EPA data, and Carolina's the dregs of the cake. Offensively, defensively, Bryce Young is not really advanced. In fact, I feel like he's regressed as the #1 overall pick in his development. There was some highly questionable decision-making in game with Frank Reich time and time again. But I tell you what, bravo, Frank. Way to do the Chicago Bears a solid. I'm glad Carolina royally sucked.
But there you go. You got to look at the silver lining of this thing if you're a Bears fan, for sure. But I'm glad Brad brought up the point about the regression of Bryce Young as quarterback, because whatever Frank Reich was calling, it was not working for this team, because he was in charge of the offensive play calls for the Panthers. But if you were watching that game against the Titans yesterday, their final possession, 4th and 6 on their own 24, and they basically kind of throw a bubble screen to their receiver with no gain. Like, what are we doing? Even Bryce Young was looking around just like, are we serious? Like, you wanted me to run that type of play, but it's just another disgusting era, not even over for this Carolina Panthers team, because we remember Matt Rule threw him a lot of money and some years on the contract. He got fired. Now it's the same thing with Frank Reich. So are the Carolina Panthers cursed? Because I don't see a future for this team. They gave up their first-round picks. They don't have any talent outside of maybe Bryce Young, and the jury's still out on what he can be in the NFL, so it doesn't look good for Carolina.
volatility into the equation.
I don't care about victory laps.
Stop it, please stop it. Throw the football into the floor.
The BetQL Network presents your favorite handicapper's favorite handicapper, Ken Barkley.
If I have an opinion, I'm just going to go put money on that thing happening.
And your host, Nick Costos.
Every single play of every single game impacts you in some way, shape, or form.
It's You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
Terrific Football Tuesday edition of the show rolls on. Nick Costos, Ken Barkley, and you here on the BetQL Network. Thanks to everyone watching us right now on Stadium. We'll be on Stadium for the next 60 minutes. And done a lot of basketball on the show so far. We're going to dedicate this hour primarily to the National Football League. We still have to finish our handicap of Week 13. We'll have a conversation about the Niners and Eagles, maybe an NFC Championship game preview and a rematch of last year's title game, where hopefully the Niners won't be like rolling out like Jim Druckenmiller to play after Brock Purdy and Sam Darnold both get hurt. Hopefully we'll get to see like Brock Purdy and Jalen Hurts both play a full game. We'll do Sunday Night Football in Lambeau with the Chiefs and the Packers, and then the Jaguars and the Bengals on Monday Night Football, whereas like football fans were robbed of like a really fun game with the Joe Burrow injury, where it would be Lawrence v. Burrow. In a national championship game rematch, right? I bet Clemson in that game. That wasn't fun. Instead we get Clemson didn't play Washington, right? Bama played Washington when Browning went to the playoff. Yeah.
Yeah. And got railroaded. I mean, just like it was like a low scoring. I think the game went under the total, but like a non-competitive low score, a classic like covered, that right? era 17? Alabama game. Yeah.
Was it 17?
Bama covered the game. Yeah. It was like I think the final. I want to guess what the final score was. I want to say the final score was like
look it up.
Like 38-13, something like that would have been like my guess.
24-7.
It was even lower than I thought. Yeah,
24-7.
It was
Washington had no chance.
I thought Bama definitely covered though. Why do I think the closing number of that game was 17 or 17 and a half?
I thought it was 17 also.
This is when you get old. My memory of this stuff used to be so sharp, and now it's like, wait, what?
Honestly, like I think we nailed
20 points on the final score.
Maybe it was like 16 and a half in Bama covered. We'll look it up. In any event.
Yeah. You could.
In any event,
that. I really think Bama covered. I really think they covered. Yeah.
Do you remember? Did you bet Clemson in that game also? That was year one of You Better You Bet. That was our first college.
Oh, against LSU.
Season. Yeah.
Yeah, we bet Clemson. It was like +5 or whatever it was. Yeah.
5.5. Yeah. So that I remember.
Because LSU got bet a lot because they were the best team ever. Yeah.
And so did that game start like Clemson was winning at the beginning? Like Clemson was up like 7 or 10-0, and then LSU just like, absolutely.
I think it was like
from
close.
there.
I don't even know if it was 10-0. I think it was just like close, and then it was not.
And
close.
It wasn't. And then it wasn't.
And it was not close for very long. It was just close early.
Well, here's your college football team. Oh, who's the quarterback? Joe Burrow. Oh, and who were his top receivers? Oh, Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson in college.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Whoopsies.
Listen, what can you do?
I was just thinking too. I have bet Clemson has appeared in 4 national championship games: the 2 Deshaun Watson games, Lawrence over Tua, and the Burrow game. I have bet Clemson in all 4 games.
Same. We did this on the show leading up to that. I remember in 2000.
All 4 games.
That was like 2020. All 4 of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like a Dabo fanboy or something.
Well, it was less that. It was more
really
Deshaun.
Right.
It was like Deshaun as a dog in those games against Alabama.
Well, and Lawrence was a dog against Tua. I think that game closed 6.5 with Tua against them. And a pick six, like second play of the game, something like that.
Clemson destroyed them in that game. That was a fun one.
Tyler, who was that corner who had the picks? That guy had to have gone on to play in the NFL. There was like no way. Everybody on Clemson went on to play in the NFL. I'm trying to remember who that guy, Tua, I can picture the route too. Tua threw like a quick screen up at the top of the screen, and the corner like jumped the route and returned it for a touchdown, like 50, 60 yards. I think that was the first touchdown of the game.
AJ Terrell,
I remember where I watched that game.
Current Atlanta Falcon, first round pick. Current Atlanta Falcons number 1 cornerback, AJ Terrell.
Those teams, I know like the teams now are also very talented. Just seems like those teams were just like it's because we know how they ended up, obviously, but they're stupid. That Alabama Clemson title game. I mean, just like the players in that game. Well, it's the classic like Bama receiver room during that time. It's just outrageous. Oh, all the number 1 picks. Look at that. Like how about that?
One story in college football that I actually don't think is getting like enough burn right now, and like maybe it will, like if the result of the SEC championship game goes the way that like the betting market thinks it will. Like, Georgia might actually win 3 straight national championships. Like, that actually might be a thing that happens, and, like, no one's really talking about it yet. Like, they're the number one, and I'm not even saying they're the most likely team to win. Like, Michigan's the favorite in the betting market to win the title. Just like Georgia's on the precipice.
That's why Michigan would play because they're going to beat Iowa.
Florida State, or excuse me, Iowa.
No, because they're beat Iowa. Title game. Like they're going to make the playoff. We don't know if Georgia's making the playoff for sure.
Just like that's pretty crazy, and like no one's really talking about it yet. I'm sure that conversation will intensify when and if Georgia wins against Alabama coming up on Saturday in the SEC championship game. In the power hour of the show, the final hour, we will be joined by Jason Sobel, giving us bets for the Hero World Challenge in golf. Hashtag Tigers back. Looking forward to that. Our bets for tonight in the NBA and the NHL, and a conversation with our pal Dan Katz, a.k.a. Barstool Big Cat, will join us next hour here on You Better You Bet. The Whale Capper Drew Dinsick coming up in about 15 minutes from NBC Sports. But for now, let's continue on, Ken, our handicap of Week 13 in the NFL. Kenny, fade the music up here, and let's talk about this NFC Championship game rematch, and maybe this will be the NFC Championship game again. Certainly feels that way, right? Like we're heading in that direction with the Eagles and the 49ers. So Philadelphia will host this game against San Francisco. The Eagles, of course, like winning on Sunday against Buffalo, maybe in miracle fashion. Also, like Buffalo always loses and the Eagles always win. San Francisco demolished Seattle on Thanksgiving, so it's an extra rest spot for San Francisco. The Niners will have 10 days of rest, regular rest here for the Eagles in this game. And we don't know the status of Lane Johnson yet for Philadelphia. Day-to-day with his groin injury, he missed Sunday's win against the Buffalo Bills. So when I sat down, Ken, on Sunday night trying to think, like, okay, like what number am I looking to bet for each team? My thought was going to be, I think San Francisco is going to open as a small favorite because I feel like if it opened to pick, like I'd be interested maybe in San Francisco to win the game, or that's what I think like people might be interested in. So I think San Francisco will open as a favorite. The Niners do open a favorite in the game. That wasn't surprising to me. What's surprising to me is what's happened in the betting market since. And curious to get your thought here on what we've seen and kind of what you want to do in this game. Now that at BetMGM, San Francisco is a 3-point favorite. Now, it's in between 2.5 and 3. So the 3 is way juiced to Philly. Philly plus 3 right now is minus 120. So we're not quite to like a flat 3 here for San Francisco. But like seeing San Francisco 3 on the road at Philly's a little jarring, to me at least. I know the Eagles didn't look great beating Kansas City and Buffalo. Also, they beat Kansas City and Buffalo and like never lose ever. So, Ken, pen, pencil, blood, or blank, San Francisco in between a 2.5 and 3-point road, 2.5 road favorite at the Eagles.
It's a really interesting market. I agree with you. It's jarring to like even on our screen right now to look at the graphic and just see like Philly plus 3 at home. You know, the team that wins every game. But like I get it. Like the spot, so to speak, that's a real thing. Like a team doesn't play that many games and the other team plays a murderer's row of a schedule and then they play each other. That should matter. Like, of course it should matter. How healthy the teams are going into the game, that should matter too. Is Lane Johnson going to play? It just feels like the Eagles, it's just going to be like attrition here as they keep checking off these boxes. And like one of the most ridiculous 4-game stretches I could possibly, they have Dallas next week for people who don't know, like one of the really ridiculous schedule stretches I think I've ever seen. And so the more I kind of was like just marinated on it a little bit, because I was just like, okay, like for now I don't want to do anything. Like, is Lane Johnson going to play in the game? Let's get later in the week. Like, did anybody else from Philly get an injury that like I didn't really know about? Like, that was a brutal game that they played against Buffalo on Sunday, like to the limit, overtime. That play where Jordan Davis, like 350-pound lineman, like sprints the length of the field, going like faster than some skill position players do to track down Josh Allen. Is everyone okay for Philly off that game? Like, is everyone good? I don't know. Like, I really don't know. Kind of seems to be like A.J. Brown's playing with some kind of injury, too, the way he's played the last couple weeks. I don't know. But, like, let's get an injury report
and Hurts
talk
isn't
more.
fully healthy either. And, like, he's still putting up good numbers, but you can see, like, he's laboring, obviously.
Definitely. And, yeah, people have brought that up with, like, he has a lot of rushing touchdowns, but, like, they're all 1 yard this year as opposed to, like, his rushing numbers last year, which he had more explosive plays and, like, more read option where he'd score from 20 yards out, 25 yards out. So, like, and by the way, like, the publicly available metrics that everyone trusts and everyone uses, like, San Francisco's rated, like, either the best team in the league or one of the 3 best teams in the league, and Philly's rated, like, almost like a league average team in some categories, and that's how you get a number like this. And it's like, all right, I know I don't want to bet San Francisco at these prices. I think they're slightly more likely to win the game the way I think about it too. I don't want to bet them at these prices. But do I really want to bet Philly? Like, that's what I keep talking. So I'm not on here like pounding the table, like have to bet Philly. Eagles are so undervalued, whatever. There's a lot of good reasons why this market is what it is. I just listed all of them, and I agree with them. But as we get later in the week, I'm kind of like, can I talk myself into like going back in with the Eagles again in this during the schedule stretch? Honestly, where okay, like maybe this is, I can't believe I'm about to make this argument, but I kind of agree with it. Maybe this is like a more than the sum of its parts kind of a thing. Maybe the DVOA sucks, but they just win every game. Maybe that's what happens. Maybe the EPA is bad, but they just, win. Maybe that's what it is. And it's something that's really difficult to capture for a team that was number one in everything last year with the same roster, basically minus a couple players on defense. It would be Philly or nothing, but I just want to be clear that like, I'm leaning Philly in the game. Maybe I bet them, maybe I don't. I don't think the number is really that crazy with how each team comes into the game. And
you don't think three is crazy
not,
if it's 3 minus 110? You wouldn't think that's a little crazy?
Not yet. Lane Johnson's playing and the rest of the injury report's clean. It's not going to be 3, and I don't think that's. I would think it would be crazy. That'd be my guess. Like I think he plays and the injury report's good. I think it's 2.5, and then I might be okay with that.
Yeah, and like I said when I was kind of setting it up, I really like doing like what I'm doing now. So I'm thinking about it. I'm like, okay, like if it were a pick'em, what would I do? I'd bet the Niners. Okay, then like San Francisco, I feel like needs to be a favorite in the game, and like they don't have to be, just like my opinion. And they are a favorite. I'm like, okay, fine, nothing to do here. And then like I don't know, even if Lane doesn't play Ken and it's going to be 3, it's like the Eagles never lose. And maybe they just maybe their doors get blown off here. Maybe San Francisco like absolutely handles them. It's certainly possible, right? It's one thing for Hurts to run away from like Buffalo's defenders. And it's another thing entirely for him to run away from like Nick Bosa and Chase Young and Eric Armstead and
you don't think Lane Johnson matters a lot?
Hargrave.
In this game, I think he matters a lot. You see that clip of Von Miller? He like ran into himself and fell down in the Buffalo game. Like, great, here's Bosa and Chase Young. Like, yeah, I want Lane Johnson to play if I'm going to bet the Eagles in the game. We saw how much trouble Hurts had with pressure in the Chiefs game. Chiefs had 5 sacks in the first half of that game in Kansas City on that Monday night, something like that. What is this defensive front going to do pressure-wise in the game to a quarterback who can't run very well right now? Yeah, it could get ugly. Of course it could. If I was ever even going to think about betting the Eagles, I'd want Lane Johnson to play. That doesn't mean I'm going to bet him if he plays, but that is definitely a prerequisite to me clicking the button on Philly this week.
All right, so I guess like my last on this game, Lane Johnson, I guess because if he doesn't play, it's going to be 3. If Lane Johnson plays and it closes San Francisco favored by less than 3, the Eagles are just like one of the great teaser legs of all time, right?
I mean, excuse me. That was such a good teaser leg, I coughed something up. I don't know if it's like one of the great teaser legs of all time. Like the Niners are really good. The Niners can blow out everybody. But the Eagles are a team that doesn't really get blown out. Doesn't really happen, like, in general. It's when Jalen Hurts plays, especially. So, yeah, like would definitely consider the Eagles as a teaser leg with some other stuff. I'm trying to figure out like how I would rank it versus other, because it's not like a typical, like I don't know how you feel about this. My favorite games to tease are like the average teams 2.5 low total games, like 2.5 to 8.5, when it's like teams 14 to 20 in the NFL and they're playing each other and the total is like 40. It's just like all of you suck, none of you are blowing anybody out, and the game is going to land 3 or 6 on some BS ref call or something, and I'm always going to cash the teaser leg in that situation. So like Atlanta, New Orleans last week. That's why we talked about that game. Like that was my favorite teaser leg, along with Houston, Jacksonville. And it's like, all right, this isn't that. Like this is way different. This is like big time firepower. This is teams that blow out everybody, and they're playing each other. So I do think a blowout is a little more likely in this game, even though I know it's crazy to envision the Eagles losing by 10 points to someone.
So Lane Johnson doesn't play. San Francisco closes 3 minus 10. Would you bet Philly plus 3? Or do you think you'd bet Philly plus 3?
No, I definitely would not bet the game. Honestly, I'll give you one more. He doesn't play, closes 3 minus 110. Base, and I need to know what happens on Thursday. I might bet more Dak MVP before the game.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Especially.
But I got to see what he does Thursday. Yeah, got to see what they do. You could argue you should bet Purdy MVP before the game, to be perfectly honest.
I have to tell you, man, like, and I'm sure like that's something we would have done later in the week. It's such a great point where if you think Dak's going to go off on Thursday night, yeah, it's this is like it's a high
And the
leverage couple
timing,
games
right?
for MVP.
When to bet these things. Yeah, I'm talking to a lot of people now about like we're all figuring out like when do we bet Hurts? Do we bet him? And my argument is like, look, this is a great conversation to have. Like if you load it up on Purdy and Dak, and like I think those are the two guys that can go get Hurts if anybody can, and I think Dak's more likely to do it by a lot. But maybe neither one does. If you bet and like load it up on those guys at big prices, you're trying to figure out how to come in and scoop some Hurts right now, so you're okay, you hedge out, so you're good no matter what. And I'm like, great, these are all great conversations. Let's have them on Friday. Let's see what Dak does in the game. Hurts' price might go up because Dak has 4 touchdowns.
Friday conversation. We'll get to Sunday and Monday Night Football coming up later this hour, but on the other side, we'll talk Week 13 in the National Football League with NBC Sports betting analyst, the whale capper, Drew Dinsick.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL network.
Thanks for watching BetQL's You Better You Bet on Stadium, airing live weekdays 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern.
Honestly, I'm going to go off the charts here, guys. The Denver Broncos. A team that is winning right now. Listen, I cannot believe I am saying this, but recency bias is a hell of a drug.
Yeah.
They've won 5 straight games. Russell Wilson is playing at elite level right now. Cortland Sutton has been a touchdown scoring machine. They got a strong ground game, whether it's with Samaje Perine, Javonte Williams, Jaleel McLaughlin. But defensively, they have turned around. They have done a full 180 at a team that was a punchline just a handful of weeks ago is shutting the competition down. They've given up 1 rushing touchdown last 5 games and well south of 7 pass yards per attempt the last 5 games. Give me the Broncos. I'm drunk.
Yeah, definitely drunk. But I was getting some shade talking about Broncos country. Let's ride, Brad. You're obviously saying, let's ride Broncos country.
With you.
All right, there it is. Come on now.
It ain't coming out of my mouth.
I just wish they would have did this in the first 4 weeks of the season. I would have looked like a genius. But no, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised just with how this NFL season has gone that Denver finished up number 1 overall in the AFC. But I'm going to put my money towards the second favorite in this one, the Baltimore Ravens. And I say this very, very cautiously because the rest of their remaining schedule, the 5 games that they have, they got to walk through the valley in order to get that number 1 seed in the AFC because they're going to have back-to-back road games against the Niners. And, of course, this is a team that's going to face off against the Jaguars as well. So if Lamar Jackson and his team that is 4-1 on the road can kind of duplicate what we've seen in their road wins, then, yeah, they can pull it off. But it's not going to be easy for the Ravens. But plus 350, why not?
Very interesting, Cam, because I thought maybe you would just go and drink tequila with Brad and go with the Broncos.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley on the BetQL network.
Mike Tirico on the call last Thursday night on Thanksgiving. San Francisco blows out Seattle, covers the spread in the process. When we had our guest who's going to join us in just a second here, the whale capper Drew Dinsick on the program last week, and we asked Whale, hey buddy, like what's your favorite bet in the NFL this week? Whale, without hesitation, replying, the Niners laying it on Thursday night against Seattle. Yet another win this season on You Better You Bet for our pal Drew Dinsick, the whale capper. He'll join us here in just a moment, but 20 minutes from now, we'll still be on Stadium, and we'll give you our initial handicaps for the Chiefs and the Packers on Sunday Night Football, the Jaguars and the Bengals on Monday Night Football. Final hour, power hour of the show, we'll be joined by Jason Sobel from Sirius XM PGA Tour Radio, giving us golf bets, and Barstool Big Cat, Dan Katz, will join us as well, coming up 40 minutes from now to start the power hour. But right now, it's the aforementioned, the whale capper, Drew Dinsick. He's on Twitter at whale_capper. He does great work for our friends at NBC Sports, betting analyst for them, and co-host of the Deep Dive podcast with our pal, Andy Molitor. Whale, welcome back to the show. Hope you had an awesome Thanksgiving, my friend. How's it going?
It's going great. Sad that I missed you guys on Magnificent Monday, but what a tremendous Tuesday. This lineup you guys have coming up is all-star status here. This is cool. Good work, guys.
Then you're batting leadoff for him. Well, you're in the Hall of Fame here. You know, you're in the Mount Rushmore. I guess Mount Rushmore term we'll be using with Big Cat later, maybe too. We'll see about that. You said you loved San Francisco last week. We played the call coming out of break, kind of like give you a little pat on the back. You laid it. It was a great bet. They won by $1 million when they went 31-13, something like that. And I'm kind of obligated to ask you, all right, I'm sure like people, you like San Francisco. What does he make of San Francisco this week? We just talked about this market against the Eagles, Whale. Just like really interesting, right? Anytime you have these setups where you kind of know why the number is what it is, at the same time, it's like a team that never loses at home +2.5, +3. So it's just an interesting setup. So it just like, you know why it is. It's like when Mahomes is a home dog. It's like, I get it, but also really, like, is that what we're going to do? Or like Brady back in the day. Are you laying the Niners again this week? Do you like it this week? 2.5, 3 on the road against Philadelphia, obviously rematch of the NFC Championship.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm out on the Niners.
You're out? Are you on the opposite side or are you out?
No. I think the market found the correct price pretty quickly here. I was on the Bills last week, and that's they were 3.5. Like, come on. I took a bunch of money line too, but it was not to be. The handicap was pretty straightforward, which is Bills offense is unstoppable. They were going to score into the 30s. The other part of the handicap really didn't come into play, which was they just need to keep the Eagles from scoring 37. They did not, so they lost. And I think the kind of key takeaway from that game is that the Bills offense is unbelievable and will continue to be a bet on, I think, down the home stretch. Bills defense is atrocious and needs to get a little bit of lucky breaks, although they're playing better, I thought, in general. And I think the Eagles takeaways were pretty straightforward too, which is they're playing a different game than everyone else. They're playing 4-down football. They have an unstoppable short yardage play, and it's tough to come up with a complete and correct price for what the Eagles offense ought to be without running like a play-by-play type of simulation of the game, because the stakes are just different. Like any kind of traditional practical model, trained on historical data, like they're not going to fit that mold because they approach the game a different way and they have the personnel and the unique kind of wrinkles in their scheme to do it. I was concerned about Jalen Hurts' health heading into the Buffalo Bills game. He looked amazing. He was extremely productive on the ground in that game and elusive and fast and willing, which is something we hadn't seen from him in a couple weeks. And I think he draws a nice matchup here against the San Francisco 49ers defense that's missing, true blue talent in the secondary. Hufanga was their best secondary player, I think, by margin, at least by my numbers. And his absence is going to be felt in this contest. You're going up against all-universe wide receiver duo and, A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. And apparently it doesn't matter if Jalen Hurts is overthrowing or underthrowing that duo. They're still making every catch. And I think that keeps Philadelphia very much in this game. The flip side of the equation is really whether the market got away pretty quickly, which is expecting that the Niners with extra rest up against this Eagles defense is going to make short work. And I agree with that. Like, I think this Niners offense is going to have success. The one kind of mismatch you can point to is the Niners offensive line is pretty sus and outside of Trent Williams. And the Eagles clearly do have a defensive line that can win their 1v1s and, create havoc, although they have struggled lately. This is, and that could be strength of opponent driven. Could, Chiefs have an incredible interior offensive line. Bills and, maybe Bills and Chiefs interior offensive line might be 1 and 2 in the NFL. And that might be why, there's been a little bit less juice from this Eagles defense lately. But Niners and their speed, the way that they basically play chess with their positioning of their players and, how they disguise run pass is so outstanding that I think they'll have, plenty of opportunities for success here. And this kind of accepts the entire point of them having 10 days to rest and prepare and whatever wrinkles and high leverage stuff you want to integrate in your game plan, you save it all for this game. And you're playing against an Eagles defense that was on the field for 40 minutes and 100 plays, which has got to have a physical toll on those players. So if you're betting betting Niners at this price, you're basically saying they're going to hit something like a standard deviation over expectation because their offense versus the Eagles defense is going to be such a mismatch with the rest and with the fatigue. But I think if the Niners are hitting their number in this one, if they're getting into the 30s, this total at 46.5 is laughably low. I know there could be weather, expecting some rain right now. Rain didn't impact the quality of play at all in the Buffalo-Philly game. And so I think that's, a good sign that you could have, some fireworks here. But my fair total on this one is actually in like the 48.5 range. And so anything on the low side of a key of 47 is a bet to the over. And actually of everything this week that I lean kind of intrigued by, that's the only bet I've made so far.
All right, Nick and Ken here. You bet. Talking NFL with the Whale Capper, Drew Dinsick, on Twitter at Whale_Capper. All right, so you like the over in the Eagles-Niners game. Maybe that's your favorite look. Give us one other bet, side or total, Whale, that you like coming up for Week 13.
So most of my opinions that fit, most of my opinions about this week are pretty cooked into the market already. Like there were some numbers right out of the bat that I thought got shaped pretty quickly, like Houston, Denver, right? Like the fact that moved to 3.5 was early and was violent. And so if you want to back Houston, you need to find a more creative way. Same goes for, the Rams and the Browns game. That's at 3.5 right now. And I think that is bettable for the Rams. But even more than that, I think those two teams in particular, Houston and LA, are set up very well with their remaining schedule to make a sprint down the close here and get a playoff spot. I like the Rams in particular to kind of steal a playoff spot in a very, very weak NFC. Most of my handicap last week with the Niners Seahawks was, most of it was not pro Niners. It was anti-Seattle. Like the fact that they are in this state with this quarterback limping around, unable to get the ball out of his hands, and no confidence, no trust with his receivers, offensive line that's performing at bottom 2 level right now. Like the Seahawks could lose out, and I would not be shocked. I think that opens the door for another team to steal. Packers are in the mix. Rams are in the mix. It doesn't feel like the Vikings are playing especially well right now either. Like that, they could cede their playoff spot right now. The Saints don't seem to want it. 6 and 7 are up for grabs, and I could see the Rams and the Packers taking those. But the Rams is the most interesting this week because they have this matchup with the Browns and potentially Joe Flacco. That I think is pretty exciting. Joe Flacco behind an offensive line that can't pass protect and up against Aaron Donald, that sign me up. Give me 2. I will definitely be looking for Rams. Want to see the quarterback information kind of settle a little bit here and kind of get a better sense of where this price is going before I bet it. But Rams stand out as a long-term buy and a potential playoff steal. And then I think the Packers, you wait a week. Not a great matchup for them this week against the Chiefs, despite the extra rest. I think the Chiefs can, I think at 6 current price, this is a bet on the Chiefs or it's a pass. I think ultimately, for whatever it's worth, they need another week of getting their players healthy. And Jordan Love, while excellent, has not gone up against a pass defense of this caliber yet. So there could be a little bit of growing pains for him at home against the Chiefs this week. And I think 6 is a good bet. So haven't played him yet, but got the Chiefs and the Rams circled.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like 2 weeks ago, we were doing like projected playoff matchups in the NFC, just like, well, this is what it's going to be. I mean, it's going to be like these 6 and Minnesota is the 7, and like who's going to get into this mix? And the AFC seemed crazy, and now you're kind of like, well, the AFC now we're like kicking teams out. Like the Chargers can't stop losing, the Jets can't stop losing, and it's like, well, actually, this is like pretty straightforward. What this is going to and Joe Burrow gets hurt. It's like again, week to week league. It's just like funny how stuff changes only in a couple weeks.
Let me ask you a hypothetical. You're a guy. Love these. You love these hypothetical line. The 3 seed Detroit Lions hosting Matt Stafford and the Rams.
Oh, that's a good one. Like a Stafford revenge game.
Stafford revenge game. Stafford back in Motown, baby, against Jared Goff against the master, Sean McVay.
5.5, right? Lions more than 3, but not 6. So they 6 the Rams would get that with that offense. But Lions have to be more than 3.
Trying to find like a comp for like how and it would be a playoff game too, and it'd be Stafford.
And it would be Stafford with weapons against
close.
that
Like
Detroit defense.
I think Nick's like really in the neighborhood. I'll say 4.5, but Nick's like definitely in the neyborhood with his guess. I think that was a really good first guess.
Okay. I think if we get there by that time,
would be less than
the Rams. As a current number, yes, I would, and I think especially once we get to that point, right? Like,
but you wouldn't be like 3, right?
I'm pretty close to 3. I have the Lions defense rated extremely poorly.
Great. I would really just like to say that I would love the opportunity to lay Detroit in laying 3 in a playoff game against the Rams if we get there.
At home.
Or you know what? Also, like, what's the total in that game? Like 80? Like, maybe just the over.
Yeah, that'd be tough. To be fair, like
be a big
Stafford I mean, Stafford used to play like not as much home field advantage because he knows the locker rooms, knows like the path into the stag, knows all that stuff. A little inside information, a little course knowledge.
Does McVay have any inside information on how to disturb Jared Goff, bring out the worst in Goff? Probably.
I mean, how did I even miss that angle too? There's the 2 lowest hanging fruit angles imaginable in that game. It's like really funny. Like love it. Wait, I was gonna ask you about NBA. We'll do NBA bets for tonight in a second. Need this in like a minute so that we have time for NBA bets tonight.
Sure.
I talked about NBA most valuable player last segment. Matt Moore came on earlier in the show, talked a little bit about NBA MVP. It's early. Seems to me like Jokic, Embiid, SGA draw a huge line like the size of the Grand Canyon to everybody else. Do you have like a strong opinion, like a bet? Like, have you been making bets in this market? Like a minute, like 60 seconds on NBA MVP.
I've made a couple of bets on Jokic. Every time I've seen him on the other side of 2-1, I think it's a play. I don't know how you beat him in that market this year, honestly. I get it. Embiid deserves consideration. He should be your second choice. I would make Giannis third choice, not SGA. Just because I think the potential for growing pains and some struggle bus for the Bucks is kind of behind us now, and they could thunder through the middle of this, the middle of this schedule pretty comfortably. And his offense has started to bounce. Like his defense has definitely slipped, but people don't really care about that when they look at stats for deciding MVP. So I think we're probably deja vu all over again from last year's what was that 4 months of the horse race between Jokic, Embiid, and Giannis, although this year it's pretty clear that they're stratified 1, 2, 3, and Embiid has the baggage of having a playoff flame out last year, whereas Jokic won a title. So don't think there's really much of an angle there, other than if there's an extended time where Jokic is out and the Nuggets look like they've handed off the 1 seed to even the likes of the Thunder, who are playing amazingly well. Like if that happens, then I would be buying Jokic.
Well, 30 seconds here. What are the bets that you like for tonight in the NBA, Tuesday night in the association?
Only got one. We're in a pretty neutral rest night overall. There's not a lot of tight teams out there, and the in-season tournament is throwing a little bit of chaos into how you actually price some of these games, because second half motivations for teams and coaches are going to be wildly different than a normal night. Only bet in the accounts is Houston on the money line. Really, really would like them to qualify for this tournament. Like this Houston team a lot. Like the way they're composed, like the way they're coached. I think Dallas is on the other end of the spectrum in terms of my opinion relative to market right now. I'm not a Mavericks guy at all. So yeah, Rockets, Mavs to me should be closer to a pick on my bet, plus 153, I think, on the money line for the Rockets, and I would play that to like plus 135, plus 130.
All right. Well, on the Rockets money line tonight in the NBA, my friend, we sincerely appreciate
too. Everybody gave one bet tonight. Everybody likes the Rockets.
Maybe Yep. Do we have a problem? I guess we'll
now that's
find out later.
Houston, do we have a problem?
I mean, is that good enough? Good enough for me. Otherwise, I was gonna bet Bucks money line against Miami. So I think maybe it'll be Houston instead. On Twitter at @whale_camper, NBC Sports, the Deep Dive Podcast. My friend, best of luck with the bets. Stay well. We'll catch up with you next week.
Always a pleasure. Best luck, guys.
Our pal, the Whale Capper, Drew Dinsick, joining us here on the show. All right, so that conversation with Whale, guy, we need to do another playoff sim pretty soon here with the NFC.
Sure. Maybe it might be a next week thing and figure out some time. We did a lot of NBA today.
I don't know, not today. Maybe like at some point this week or like
next Tuesday though.
Yeah. Yeah, I need it back in my life. On the other side, we'll finish our handicap of Week 13 in the National Football League. Chiefs and the Packers on Sunday night. Jaguars and the Bengals on Monday night.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL network.
You're watching BetQL's You Better You Bet on Stadium, airing live Monday through Friday from 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern.
Bobby Miller was their best starting pitcher all year long. Bobby Miller was a rookie last season. Wow, you can say last season now.
Yeah.
And so you don't know what the future holds with Clayton Kershaw, right? He could retire. He could re-sign with the Dodgers. We don't know. We don't know what the status of his health is either. And so I think they need to add starting pitching regardless of if they sign Shohei or not, because that's a big hole for them.
They are getting Walker Buehler back.
Walker should be back, yes.
Yeah. I want to go back to this list, though, because a team that really stood out to me was the Orioles. I mean, if you look at the rest of the teams, okay, they're staples, right? The Orioles, they made a huge splash this past season. Speculation on if they're going to spend the money to bring those right guys in. I mean, what do they need to do in order to stay consistent and be back in that mix?
Starting pitching. Same thing as the Dodgers. Like, they had a huge hole in their rotation at the deadline. I know a lot of their young guys had been performing well. Dean Kramer, Kyle Bradish, those guys. But their big move was Jack Flaherty, who wasn't very good in St. Louis. It was actually worse in Baltimore. You need to add starting pitching. You need to add to this young core that you have that is very inexpensive now. They're not always going to be this inexpensive. Right. So you need to strike while the iron is hot and not waste this season.
What do you think, Danny?
Yeah, and you just got to hope that these guys, the young guys, have the same kind of year that they had this year. And they don't have to have excellent years. You talk about the Braves, how those guys aren't going to probably repeat. Matt Olson's not going to hit 50-something home runs probably, next season. But these young Orioles players, I think with a little bit extra experience, they just have to be good. They don't have to be great.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley on the BetQL network.
How about your boy, the Prop King, with Tucker Kraft, anytime touchdown last Thursday? Got that one out of the way early, which is great. Shout out to Jordan Love. Also, the collab bet last night with myself and Tyler was excruciating with Jordan Addison. So they're not all winners.
No more collabs.
Tucker Kraft.
What you get for collabing? Yeah.
You know what, though? But yeah, whatever. Love did not stink last week. Love hasn't stunk for a while now. Maybe Jordan Love's actually going to be pretty good. I think it would be great if he was. Also, like, I have bets on the Packers from, like, way earlier in the season that thought were absolutely dead and now might not be, which is really fascinating. Ahead of this week's game, which unfortunately is a likely loss, hosting the Chiefs on Sunday Night Football. This is our final segment of the day on Stadium. We'll handicap the Chiefs and the Packers on Sunday night, the Jaguars and the Bengals on Monday night. If you're watching us on Stadium and you want to check out the final hour of the show, the Power Hour, I would recommend that. We'll have a conversation with Big Cat, Dan Katz from Barstool Sports, Barstool Big Cat from Pardon My Take, will join us in about 20 minutes to start the Power Hour. We'll also give you golf bets with Jason Sobel and all of our bets for tonight in the NBA and the NHL and Tyler Morales' college basketball bets. If you want to check out the final hour of the show, again, which starts with Dan Katz, Barstool Big Cat, then flip on over to Twitch, twitch.tv/BetQL, twitch.tv/BetQL to check out the final hour, the Power Hour of the program. But for now, we wrap up our initial handicap of Week 13. Kenny, please bring the music up. And Ken, let's talk about the Chiefs and the Packers. Super Bowl I rematch here. The world's been waiting for it. Also, this was Jordan Love's first start. Came against Kansas City. Remember in the COVID year when Aaron Rodgers couldn't play in that game on the road in Kansas City? And the Packers actually covered an 8-point spread in that game, lost the game by 7. It's funny how you always remember things like that. So Jordan Love gets another crack at Steve Spagnuolo and the Chiefs defense. Green Bay, a 6.5-point home underdog against Kansas City. The total's 42. Green Bay has worked itself back into the playoff picture at the bottom of the NFC. And Kansas City got off the schneid last week, finally scoring some points in the second half, reminding everybody that, hey, Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Rashee Rice in this offense, actually, hashtag, not bad. Ken, pen, pencil, blood, or blank right now, the Chiefs and the Packers on Sunday night.
Yeah, this market movement, a little interesting just in that, okay, like it opened 7 in a couple places, mostly 6.5s. And you're kind of like, all right, 6.5, like where are we more likely to go here? In the direction of like Mahomes and the Chiefs off like a really big win, or in the direction of like a surprise team that had a big upset? I wasn't sure what the answer would be. So far, the answer has been toward the Packers. There are 6s on the board at a few places right now in this game. So just kind of interesting. Like I think you have each team in a spot where people would want to buy them. Yeah. Like, oh, the Chiefs like turned it around, like second half scoring a lot of points. And then the Packers, all the conversation this week is about how they're back in the playoff race. That's the narrative around their team right now. I think you got people interested in both sides. And I wasn't sure where the market was going to go. Down a little bit, some 6s. Some of the 6.5s are just toward Green Bay. The total, the interest was in the over so far. Opened 41.5. Now it's 42 with some 42.5 on the board. And again, like Jordan Love a little better. Chiefs scoring a little more. Like these things are like they make sense when you think about them. I guess my problem in this game. So like we went over a bunch of games yesterday, and like there are plenty of bets that I like for this weekend, and we went over a lot of them. I guess my problem with this game is just like is it supposed to be different than this market? Like what is my angle to bet here? It's like, oh well, like play on the Packers because they're starting to play way better. Okay, but like this is way different. Like this isn't play on them. And even Detroit, who's like I still think a good team, this is different. This is like a little different. You're probably going to be trailing in this game. You might be trailing a lot in this game, and it's not quite the same as Thanksgiving against Detroit or Brett Rippon at home, or some of the other games where you played well, or Pittsburgh on the road. Like this just isn't that. So I don't know if I can trust necessarily that I'm going to get like a strong cover or likely win from Green Bay. And then it's okay, like are the Chiefs, like was that the Raiders, or is the Chiefs offense going to score in the second half of these games? I came out like really close to this. Like I made it, my rating said the number is 6. That was the number that my rating said. And I was like, I think it might be a little more than that. And that's kind of where we wound up. This was, I think, the game that I have like the most lukewarm opinion. It's a very interesting game. I just have a really, really like no opinion kind of gambling vibe with it.
I think I have a pretty strong opinion on this game. I'm going to lay Kansas City. I think the point spread in the game should be 7. And like, I understand why it's not. Just kind of like, again, when I kind of sit down and think about like, what would I want to bet? Like, I came up with, I would bet Kansas City at any number below 7. 7, nothing for me. I'd consider Green Bay at 7.5. Like, I think the right point spread in the game is Kansas City -7. My opinion. I could be wrong. Maybe Green Bay wins the game. Jordan Love's played really well recently, and it's not just, like, Love that's playing well. I just want to highlight this. And I think if you're a Packers fan, or like, yeah, not, I would say like this isn't really like a betting conversation for this year. It's really just a fan, or you play fantasy football, dynasty fantasy. It's not just Love. Christian Watson starting to come on, and like punchlines aside, jokes aside, like he was awesome on Thanksgiving. 90+ yards and a touchdown. Touchdowns in back-to-back games. Jaden Reed's really good. Wicks is pretty good. Dobbs is pretty good. I need to take an L on that. Dobbs has been good this season. Musgrave is pretty good. He's hurt. Here comes Tucker Kraft. He scores a touchdown. Like, it's a pretty exciting, like, young core around the young quarterback Jordan Love to grow with. So I think if you're a Packers fan, you got to feel really good about the direction of this team. Just that in this matchup against this defense, I think it's unlikely that like Jordan Love sets the world on fire. And if and when that happens and the Chiefs stuff him in a locker and like Kansas City wins the game and covers the spread, me at least, I'm not going to come out of the game being like, well, Jordan Love stinks again. I think it's going to be a really tough opponent in a really tough spot. I'll be looking to keep playing on Green Bay, or just to play on Green Bay more over the course of the season, just not in this game. So for me, Ken, it's Kansas City for me. Anything below a touchdown, I think by the sounds of it, I can wait, and maybe I can bet a 6. Like 6.5 is the number right now at BetMGM. So for me, it's Kansas City. Yeah. So do you agree with that? Like if you like Kansas City, wait, maybe we get a better number as the week goes on?
There hasn't been a lot of movement in the game today. It was kind of like the initial movement was, and they're still, I'm looking at 6s at domestic sportsbooks right now. So they're still there, definitely. And obviously like encourage line shopping and getting the best of the number, especially when we're talking about a number like 6 versus 6.5. Like why not, right? Why not get the extra half point in your favor? You pay nothing for it. Why not get the extra half point in your favor? I agree with you. Just like Kansas City's defense presents a tough matchup for the Packers that they definitely have not. I mean, think about those. Think about the teams I just mentioned, and you perhaps hit on like the crux of the argument. It's just funny because sometimes I think we agree, and I'm like, so that means no bet, and you're like, no, that means bet, which is really funny. Like the Chiefs' defense, one of us likes to spray the board a little bit more than the other one. Last 3 weeks. Packers play the Lions defense, play the Steelers defense, play the Rams defense. Steelers defense with no Fitzpatrick. And they play the Rams defense, which is brutal and hideous. And this is way different. And for me, it's just like, cool, that justifies a really big point spread. And I think for you, like, no, it actually justifies an even bigger point spread that we don't have yet. I don't think this is like play on Green Bay. I mean, the cat's out of the bag on this. One thing I really dislike doing is like playing on a dog when it's pretty obvious that everyone understands now that they're like a lot better than we thought. But it's like, this isn't like, no, they're not sneaking up on any. There's no surprising here. Like everybody that's looking at this point spread and like thinking about this market understands that Green Bay has put a couple really good performances together the last few weeks, especially on Thanksgiving. So, like, are you really like buying low on them anymore? Or are they now finally kind of getting a little bit of respect, versus maybe how they would have been ranked, God, like 2 weeks ago in this game? Like 10, or like 8.5 or something, probably a really big number. That doesn't mean this number is wrong. It just means like we're all hip to the Packers now. We get it. We get it that their season's not over and that they're probably more like a league average team. Do I want to tease Kansas City to win or like play them to win in some kind of way? Maybe. What do you make of the total of the game before we do Monday Night Football?
So where are we at right now? So we're at 42? I feel like the Packers are going to have a lot of trouble scoring in this game. I could see this being like 24-10 Kansas City. Yeah. I'm not. That doesn't mean I want to bet the under. Just that I don't know if I'm like really excited to play the over.
Is this a situation where the Packers are going to allow points, so they have to cover by going over? This is one of those.
I think they could cover 21-17. I think it's possible they could cover a game like that.
20-14, something like that.
That's
and it would
better
basically
score than mine, yeah.
It would be back to the same old Chiefs again. That's how they would do it. It would be like, well, the Raiders was more of an anomaly. Their defense is not very good, and Mahomes knows that team really well, and so it has a lot of success against them. So it's actually back to settling for field goals when you get down by the goal line and not executing really sound red zone offense, which they've been doing in a lot of games. So I guess back to that is probably maybe how the Packers cover too. Be interesting to see like what this kind of continuous threat is for the Chiefs going forward. I'll be honest, we both think they're really likely to win the Super Bowl. I still feel that way, like despite kind of what's happened here for a couple weeks and some of the second half stuff, I still feel that way. But I mean, let's be honest, in pro football, like you would like the team you like to win the Super Bowl to be playing pretty well this time of year and not be like struggling going down to the finish. This is not a sport where you want to be like really bad right now. It's like actually should be ramping up is actually kind of how it should be going.
Well, they did ramp up
is
last
there a
week.
continuous thread here? Right, that's what I'm saying. Is this going to be a continuous thread where like every week you get that in the second half and you get adjustments? And Philly was sort of this like weird rock bottom performance at home, all these turnovers, all these mistakes, and like it's actually a continuous upward arc from there. It's possible.
That's my guess as to what we'll see. It's why I like Kansas City. Let's spend like I don't have a lot to say about Monday Night Football. The
this game's
Jaguars
really
and the Bengals.
stupid, just to be honest.
Well, yes, it's a stupid actual game, but like, man. So Jacksonville's 8.5 right now against Cincy. The total's 37.5. Jake Browning's obviously starting for the Bengals. I want someone, it can be you, Ken, someone to tell me why like we shouldn't tease Jacksonville with anything that isn't bolted down. The Jaguars to 2.5. Also, like, I think I'm probably going to lay Jacksonville in the game. I would never bet Cincinnati. What would I need to bet Cincy? I don't even think I would take 10.5 with the Bengals. I mean, I would maybe have to if that were going to be the number. But I mean, like, we ain't getting there. It's Jacksonville or nothing. Different ways to play the Jaguars for me.
Yeah, I totally agree with the teaser. Like, no agreement, no disagreement there whatsoever. So I totally agree with you on that. Laying the 8.5 versus not betting the game is kind of an interesting conversation. I kind of always thought this was going to be like a 7.5 to 9.5 game. Your argument for laying the Jags, though, is like, let's be honest, like the more we see of Jake Browning, maybe the more we're going to be like, actually, this is awful. Actually, this is like really, really, really bad. So, and we haven't seen it enough yet, I guess, to make that distinction. And that's why this number isn't 10.5 and isn't 13 or whatever. So maybe it's like, well, we have so little Jake Browning, they're still getting some credit. Maybe that's kind of like the argument, but I'm with you. Like, I'm never betting Cincinnati. I'm never like finding any ways to play them. Tease Jacksonville or tease and lay. I think you got to have it right.
Jake Browning stinks. Bengals defense isn't very good. Trevor Lawrence back-to-back really good games showing that he might be #back. Jaguars or nothing. Jaguars teasers. I'll lay the Jaguars in the game as well. If you're watching us on Stadium right now, head on over to Twitch, twitch.tv/BetQL. We'll start the final hour, a conversation with Barstool Big Cat, our good friend Dan Katz.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL network.
Thanks for watching BetQL's You Better You Bet on Stadium. Airing live weekdays 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern.
And they've won every single one of them. This team just finds a way to win.
Yeah.
And Cam, as you know, when it comes to talking about teams and what coaches drill into you, if you can find a way to win, those mistakes clean themselves up.
Yeah, no doubt about it, especially back-to-back weeks of just bad weather that the Eagles have played in. So we talk about last week with the Chiefs in that game and them getting the win and KC. But again, this team with Jalen Hurts understands that if they have a shot to win and really take advantage of the lead like Buffalo gave them, so let's not let them off the hook. But Jalen Hurts, you mentioned the 5 touchdowns that he had, Danny. 4 of those touchdowns came in the second half. And, of course, that game-winning drive. And he's walking off the field with the cameras in his face, and he's looking like, what do you want me to say? What do you think I'm going to say? Like, I do this. This is what I do because this Eagles team, again, has found themselves on the right side of the winning column in those games. So I really like what Philly is putting together, but the schedule gets a little rough moving forward. I know we'll get into that conversation. But Jalen Hurts, MVP. I'm just throwing it out there right now. I know I was big on C.J. Stroud winning MVP, but if he continues to put up these type of performances, Brad, for a team that has their 4th straight comeback after being down at halftime, he's got to be most valuable player.
Yeah, certainly in the conversation there. I mean, the numbers are far from really gaudy or I feel even MVP worthy. He really was sluggish to start off in that game. And fundamentally, I felt the Eagles were terribly flawed late in the game. And Jason Kelce, back-to-back false starts that really put them their backs into a corner. Yet Jake Elliott saved the day with that golden leg from distance to push that sucker into overtime. And as you said, the Eagles just find ways to win. If you would have told me that A.J. Brown would out eclipse 40 yards in the game and they still get the victory against Buffalo, I would have called you crazy.
Welcome to Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. What's up, everybody? Great to see you again for another run on Inside the Association. Hey, you know we have a heavy show coming your way because it is in-season tournament day. It's the final day of group play. So we're going to set you up nicely with the matchups, but then also recap some things that we saw last night across the association. So in order to do that, let me welcome in the team, starting with the NBA insider. He is none other than Shams Charania. And we also have Harrison Sanford, host over at MSG Networks. Well, fellas, it's time for our never ordinary news presented by Bet365. And last night, it was nothing ordinary for LeBron James and the LA Lakers, because this is a Lakers team that was handled by the Philadelphia 76ers in Philly 138-94. Yes, that is correct. 138-94. And it was a 44-point loss for the Lakers, the largest defeat of LeBron James's career. And it came with another milestone last night for LeBron as he became the leader for the most minutes played in the NBA with 66,319 regular season and postseason minutes. And he passes Kareem Abdul-Jabbar once again on one of those all-time lists in the National Basketball Association. And fellas, for Philly, Joel Embiid showed up and showed out a triple-double, 30 points, 11 rebounds, and 11 assists for his first triple-double of the season. So let's start it here, Shams. Let's get your reaction from that loss of the Lakers last night and also what we didn't see from LeBron James. So what was your initial reaction on seeing the score, but then also what wasn't there for L.A.?
I mean, it was just a thorough clinic for the Sixers. I mean, this game wasn't even close. They were down by almost 50 at one point. The Lakers were. So it wasn't close, but I think the biggest things you can take away for sure, the lack of three-point shooting last night for the Lakers, and really a concern moving forward potentially about their scoring and the lack of scoring at different points, off the bench scoring, and 22 three-pointers made for the Sixers, only 7 for the Lakers. And so there was a clear disadvantage when you think about three-point shooting for the Lakers last night. I think overall you saw a Sixers team that came prepared, that was ready. Marcus Morris got in the game. He had 16 points last night, playing in his most comprehensive time since the trade. And I think just overall it wasn't even close.
Yeah, no doubt about that, man. Philly was locked in, especially Joel Embiid. As I mentioned, he had that triple-double and really set the tone for this Philadelphia 76ers team. And I think going forward for Nick Nurse's group, this was major for their confidence and understanding that other guys can step up and have Philly being one of the best teams, not only in the Eastern Conference, but also in the NBA. These are things that we know with this group, but it's just even more impressive to do this with LeBron James and Anthony Davis on the floor for the Lakers. And another note with LeBron James, he led the team in scoring, but it was only 18 points, fellas. And also another thing, he didn't record a single rebound. It's only the 4th time we've seen that in LeBron James' iconic career. So some things have to change for this Lakers team moving forward, especially when you look at the rest of their schedule. We'll get into that a little bit more. But Harrison, let's get back to this large loss with the Lakers that we saw last night in Philly and look ahead to tonight and really look at an alternate spread on Bet365. And they have us lined up nicely with their spreads and actually some value on these spreads. So which team do you think can cover a big spread tonight in the in-season tournament?
Well, if this was 2014, 15, 16, I would never bet against the Warriors, particularly when they're playing against the Sacramento Kings. But I'm actually going to do that tonight. I like the Sacramento Kings, and I'm comfortable taking that spread up to -7 as they host the Golden State Warriors tonight. The Sacramento Kings have been on a 6-game road trip. This is their first game back. Obviously, we know what happened in Game 7 last year of the Western Conference playoffs in the first round, where Steph Curry dropped a 50-piece. I think you're going to get a great energy from that crowd tonight there in Sacramento. You add in the fact that obviously this is a get-back opportunity for the Sacramento Kings. They're trying to get Draymond Green back inside of the lineup while some of the players on their team are still struggling to really find their footing, particularly Andrew Wiggins. I think because they're still going to try and get things together while Sacramento is pretty much like a well-structured machine right now, I'm going to go with the Sacramento Kings. And I think it could turn into one of those situations where the crowd really lifts them up, and next thing you know, they're up by 15, 20 at some point in this game and eventually win by at least 7. I could definitely see that happening. And I'll put a unit down on it bit too as well. Feel pretty confident about the Sacramento Kings getting a win.
Yeah, that standard line is 1.5 right there, but Harrison is going to pump it up to -7. So I like where you're going with that, Harrison, getting some more value there. I'm going to go with my alternate spread, and it deals with the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Oklahoma City Thunder. I'm actually going with the Thunder, who are dogs in this matchup, to win this one by 3.5, at least 4 points for this team. Because one thing about Oklahoma City, they do not fear anyone, especially on the road. This is a team that is 6-1 on the road. They've won 4 straight on the road. And when you have that type of good vibes coming to a matchup against one of the best teams in the NBA, you know that when you have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on your side to do this, averaging 30 points on 53% shooting from the floor, you're good anywhere that you go into in terms of NBA arenas. So what's the great thing about Oklahoma City is that they actually, the last matchup between these two was inside of Target Center, and that was a win for OKC. They won that by 7, 135-128. I know, new year, different vibes for these teams, different players stepping up. But again, it's the three-headed monster that OKC brings to the court offensively. I talked about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, but Chet Holmgren is another one of those pieces that adds just another layer to you trying to slow them down. And a lot of teams haven't been successful in doing that. And it's a big reason why Oklahoma City is averaging 119.6 points per game. It's the 4th best in the NBA. So I'm liking the Thunder to handle business in Minnesota against the Timberwolves. So I'm taking them to cover that spread at -3.5. But Shams, let's bring you back in and talk about the Lakers when it comes to what their plans could potentially be for the rest of the season. Now, we talked about the loss against Philly last night and how it was one of the largest, if not the largest, loss in LeBron James's career. They lost by 44 points, but they've had a lot of missing players in that game last night due to injury. So what are you hearing in terms of their possible activity when it comes to the trade market?
The Lakers will be patient. I think we saw last year they went through a bunch of changes at the trade deadline, and Rob Pelinka, their front office, they were patient about it. They pursued Kyrie Irving, so they've shown that they're not afraid to pursue a star player, but then they went the direction of getting role players, D'Angelo Russell, Rui Hachimura, Jared Vanderbilt, Malik Beasley at the trade deadline, and they make it to the Western Conference Finals. Now, I am told they will express interest in Zach LaVine, but his number being at $40 million, they're going to have multiple salaries to get to that total. And that's guys like D'Angelo Russell, Rui Hachimura are not trade eligible together until mid-January. And so there's going to be a little bit of patient approach for the Lakers. And a guy like Austin Reeves, also not trade eligible until mid-January. That's someone who the Bulls, I'm sure, would covet, as any team would in conversations with the Lakers. But getting Jared Vanderbilt back in the lineup, Gabe Vincent back in the lineup, those are two guys that have not played much, if at all, this season. They were supposed to be big components of this team. At least coming off the bench or starting, and they're both not playing significant time. So with LeBron James and Anthony Davis, you have to take advantage of contention, and I think they will this year.
Yeah, no doubt. We'll see how much that patience being a virtue will be tested for both of these franchises. If their seasons continue to spiral out, and we know what's going on in Chicago with this Bulls team, they are really going through the valley with some of their losses. But Harrison, bringing it back to the Lakers and looking at their win total, 45.5 for LeBron James' team. So where are you on the over or the under with this in LA moving forward? They have 10 wins right now and a couple of more games in the month of November. So do you think when it's all said and done, are they over 45.5 wins in the regular season?
Well, first and foremost for me, I wouldn't bet this one because I don't want to bet against LeBron James and Anthony Davis. They're just too dynamic of a duo when healthy. But because of their health and sometimes the concerns that revolve around their health, if I was to place a bet, I would actually place the under. As you guys have already alluded to, they've already been dealing with injuries that weren't to LeBron James and Anthony Davis. And if history is any proof of what might happen in the future, at some point this season, you might see LeBron James miss extended time. At some point this season, you might see Anthony Davis miss extended time. It might happen where they miss time both together. And if that happens, I'm not going to like the future in terms of the win total for the Los Angeles Lakers. So if I had to lean one way or another, I'm going to have to go with the under, even though obviously we do not want to see any of these players miss time. We'd love to see them play 82 games if possible, but history shows it's just not feasible, particularly in the last couple of years with LeBron James and Anthony Davis.
Yeah, and that's the big thing with the Lakers health-wise, right? And that's why I'm a little nervous about taking the over on 45.5 wins on Bet365 because if Anthony Davis goes down, if LeBron James goes down and they're out for an extended period of time, that could really hurt anybody that's taking the Lakers on the over with 45.5 wins. And their stretch is really going to be tough in the month of December. Now, as I mentioned, they got a couple of more games left in this month of November. They're both on the road. But then also when they get to December, guys, 8 of their 12 games in the month of December are going to be on the road. So I'm not sure in terms of what the plan is for Darvin Ham's team, especially with LeBron James and Anthony Davis, in terms of minute restrictions and trying to understand that they're needing them for the tail end of the regular season. But if you want to take the over, you might be sweating this one out when we get to the final month of April. All right, speaking of sweating it out, we're going to take a quick timeout on ITA. And when we come back, we're talking Draymond Green, because he said he doesn't regret putting Rudy Gobert in a headlock. And tonight will be his first game back after serving that 5-game suspension. And it will be in Sacramento against the Kings. We'll dissect Green's return to the Warriors lineup after the break. This is ITA. You are watching Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Welcome back to ITA. Cam Smith with Harrison Sanford. We appreciate the NBA insider Shams Charania for joining us in our first segment to start the show. But Harrison, it's time to talk a little Draymond Green, man, because he has served his 5-game suspension after putting Rudy Gobert in a headlock. And my man said that he has no regrets when it comes to putting Rudy Gobert in a headlock. And that's what he told media members. And just to kind of dive into the quote a little more from Draymond, he said, "I don't live my life with regrets. I'll come to a teammate's defense anytime that I'm in a position to come to a teammate's defense. Now, what matters to me is how the people that I care about feel. First and foremost, how are the people that I care about affected? How are the people I care about? What do they have to deal with? That's it for me." So when you hear that quote and you see that video and listen to Draymond's words, do you think that sounds like he's learned his lesson?
No, he hasn't learned his lesson. And honestly, I don't expect him to.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, he's been punished before and he's been suspended for games. He's lost some money over some of his antics on the court. But what just happened this offseason, Cam? He got paid handsomely from the Golden State Warriors, a team that didn't even make it out of the second round last year in the playoffs. I don't expect Draymond to really change. All of his antics, while they might look bad from a public perception standpoint, it's more people listening to his podcast is making him more popular to hear from. And again, he got rewarded with the big contract this offseason. He has nothing to worry about in terms of his NBA contract going forward. And because of who he is, he's also not somebody that Golden State can really trade away because he only really fits in Golden State. Now, as it pertains to his quote, I worry about how I'm affecting the people that care about me or that I care about. Well, maybe you should start acting like it then, Draymond, because you can't miss games. Not in this Western Conference, not when you have your team struggling to really get its offense going, particularly players like Andrew Wiggins, who's still shooting under 60% from the free throw line. You need to be out there because if they're not going to play offense at a high level, which obviously can help with his playmaking abilities, then they need to play better defense as well. He hurt them in his absence, and maybe he understands that, but I don't think it's going to change enough for him to stop being who he is.
Right.
He's fully embraced who he is, and and to be honest, Cam, we've celebrated him for it. So he's not switching up now. He is who he is. And, it is, and in that sense, it is what it is.
Yeah, I would have been shocked if Draymond said that he has learned his lesson or he has regrets about putting Rudy Gobert in the headlock, because now he's changing his entire mentality. And you have to even go back to probably the time that he picked up a basketball during his days in Saginaw. Like, this guy understands that I'm not the fastest, the most athletic, the biggest guy out there. So I need to find my lane and make sure that I can really thrive in that lane. It's a big reason why he went to Michigan State is one of their great players. It's a big reason why he's had so much success in his NBA career. Championships, gold medals, those things have allowed Draymond Green to be Draymond Green, and to ask him to change who he is, his attitude, his personality, his energy on the court, is really a detriment to the Warriors if he's a different player out there. So it only fits, as you mentioned, with Golden State. I can't see him working anywhere else, especially at this stage of his career. So him walking into this matchup against Sacramento, understanding that he has to be the guy that, one, is the anchor and leader of this defense in order for the Warriors to survive, because we've seen how this Warriors team has looked without Draymond, especially on a lot of possessions on the defensive end. He's going to reinvigorate this offense. He's going to reinvigorate this defense more specifically, but he's going to make sure that he's allowing Steph Curry to not have the heat and pressure on his back, because we know how they operate with each other within this offense. But let's take it here. Do you think that it's a make or break season depending on what Draymond Green does or doesn't do? Is it really dependent upon what he can bring to the Warriors to make sure that either they're playing for a championship or they have an early exit out of the playoffs?
No, I don't think he makes or breaks the season, because there's two things that he really brought to this Warriors team that I thought at a high level. Even last year, he led the team in assists. He was their primary playmaker. And yes, I know he's not listed at a point guard, but he was the one who was dropping a lot of dimes, particularly to Steph Curry. Well, now they have Chris Paul there now. So if Draymond acts up, then Chris Paul could act as a playmaker. Now, on the defensive side of the ball, it is a bit more of a concern in terms of him being out there communicating with his teammates. But hey, listen, at a certain point, Jonathan Kuminga's got to show and prove. Yeah. At a certain point, Moses Moody has to show and prove their worth there for that team and in the league. So while it would hurt for him to kind of not be on top of his game, I don't think it's a season breaker for the Golden State Warriors. My chief concern, if I was the Golden State Warriors, is getting Klay Thompson to continue to play the way he's played over the last 2-3 games, and getting Andrew Wiggins back to the form that he showed in the NBA Finals 2 years ago, because he is far from that as it currently speaks.
That all sets us up for a very spicy matchup in Sacramento, California. You have the Warriors, you have the Kings. Draymond is expected back on the court, and we know the history between the Kings and the Warriors, even if you just go back to last year in their 7-game series in the playoffs in the first round. So it's also the final day of the in-season tournament when it comes to group play, and Sacramento has a great chance to not only sweep West Group C, but they can do that against the Golden State Warriors and end their chances of being in the knockout round. Now, a lot of scenarios have to happen for Golden State to reach the knockout round, but we talked about the expectations a little bit for Draymond tonight, but dive into it a little bit more. But then more importantly, Harrison, on the Sacramento Kings side of things, do you think that they'll be playing with a little more emotion just to try and get a little reaction out of Draymond so he can have an early exit from tonight's game?
It wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, if you look at a guy like Domantas Sabonis, he's a very physical in his nature, and that's something that Draymond Green embraces. But over the course of time, particularly if the Sacramento Kings are winning, I think Draymond Green might end up in a situation where he gets in foul trouble. Honestly, Cam, if Bet635 had a prop for Draymond Green technical fouls, I'd place a bet on the over, because it would not surprise me at all the way that Domantas Sabonis is so physical, the energy in the crowd, and Draymond Green said it after the Rudy Gobert headlock situation. He basically said, why is he getting punished for things he did in the past? And basically, he's like snuffing his nose at the NBA officials and the NBA judgments that have come against him. And it wouldn't surprise me if he did it again. It's not as if he gets this. It's not as if he's going to miss a playoff game if he gets in trouble again tonight.
Right.
So why not? I wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, no doubt about that, man. And talking about Bet365 to end the Sacramento Kings, they're tied for the fourth best odds at plus 900 on Bet365 to win the inaugural NBA in-season tournament. But, you know, if I had to put some money down, I'm loving those odds from Bet365 on that, because not only is Sacramento undefeated in terms of West Group C play, but this team has won 7 of the last 9 games. We've seen how they improved with De'Aaron Fox back in that lineup, and they just move differently out there. But also we've seen role players step up in the absence of De'Aaron Fox and making sure that their presence is felt. And again, they always face off against the Golden State Warriors in like a measuring stick type of game. So if they can beat Golden State, win West Group C by sweeping that, then we're looking at a team that is walking into the knockout stage saying, hey, we've gone through the gauntlet in terms of who's in our Group C, but then also we finished off one of our, I guess you can call them a rival because it's building towards that level, but Sacramento is definitely one of those teams you have to watch out for. So at plus 900, I'm loving that. All right, we're going to dive into the in-season tournament a little bit more in our final segment after this break, because it continues to roll on. We've got 8 games in the association waiting for us tonight, and we'll dissect those matchups. Find out next and who we're talking about on ITA. You are watching Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. back to Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. All right, time to wrap up this Tuesday edition of Inside the Association. Cam Smith with my man Harrison Sanford. And Harrison, we got some nice gifts waiting for us in the association because it's the final day of the in-season tournament in group play. 8 games on the schedule. So we're going to do a little big screen, little screen. And I'll start things off and go to my big screen game that will have all of my attention unless my 6-year-old son wants to play one-on-one in his room. So this is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the OKC Thunder against the Minnesota Timberwolves. And I talked about this earlier in the show about taking the Thunder on an alternate spread at -3.5. Look, I would take them on the money line as well, plus 130 on Bet365 right now. So if you have something, sprinkle anything on it for OKC, because you're going to talk about some of the young stars in the NBA, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Anthony Edwards, Karl Anthony Towns is having a phenomenal season, but it's that man right there that's averaging 30 points per game on 53% shooting from the field with a Thunder group that does not flinch no matter who the opponent is on the road. 6-1 on the road, but I really love what Oklahoma City is going to bring into this matchup. So that is definitely going to be on my big screen. What do you got for your big screen game?
For my big screen tonight, I'm going with the Rockets taking on the Dallas Mavericks. Rockets win Group B of their in-season tournament group. If they come away with the win tonight against Dallas, they're eliminated with the loss. I think if you add in the fact you got a guy like Luka Doncic potentially being guarded by a guy like Dylan Brooks, we know how effective Alperen Şengün has been for the Houston Rockets, and we know the Dallas Mavericks struggle to guard on the interior. I think it's going to be a really close game. You throw in Kyrie Irving, you throw in Fred VanVleet, you throw in a guy like Jalen Green. It's a very good game to watch. Definitely under the radar to some, but for me, this is my big screen.
All right, and that's actually my little screen game that I have, Dallas and the Rockets. A little Texas two-step with that one, but of course, the game within the game, man. Luka Doncic, you talk about Dylan Brooks as well, so that's what I have on my little screen. What do you got for your little screen game?
Give me Timberwolves taking on the Oklahoma City Thunder with a win and a Golden State Warriors win.
We're basically flip-flopping. All right, I got you. All right, we're coordinated.
Yeah, if the Timberwolves win and the Golden State Warriors win at Sacramento, then the Timberwolves advance in the in-season tournament. Should be a fun night of hoops for sure.
All right, man. Those are the games. We didn't mention Milwaukee and the Heat in Miami. No Jimmy Butler, so that'll be a spicy one as well. All right, take care, everybody. You are watching Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
So Joshua got himself into a little beef last night. He went viral on X. I think it was at 1.5 million views. Excuse me.
Give me all those.
Last night on X, just talking about Ohio State and their loss to Michigan over the weekend. And so the people, they were letting you know their thoughts, including Matt McCoy right here. Joshua, do you want to read it? Or
Yeah, it says, this is really disappointing, totally misrepresents McCord and Stroud said. A lazy take, you're welcome to your opinions, and it's okay to be disappointed and question strategies, but don't be lazy and take a 2-second clip and cast judgment on the passion and mindset of these guys. My response to that is, it's not what I did. They said what they said, right? Kyle McCord said it's just a football game after he talked about the magnitude of it. And I think that is a way to try to relieve pressure and anxiety that surrounds this game. I think guys got to lean into it. I hear dudes up in Ann Arbor saying that their season doesn't matter unless they win that game. Jim Harbaugh said we're going to beat Ohio State, and beat Ohio as he likes to say, or die trying. And that does not sound like what we heard here. C.J. Stroud certainly did not say it was just a game. The one thing he did say after he lost in 2022 was that this game does not define us. One game does not define us. Yes, it does. In terms of your legacy at The Ohio State University, this game is a defining part of it. And I just don't like hearing that from the quarterbacks that are leading The Ohio State University. Guys play hard. They give it all they got, no doubt. But the messaging has to be on point.
no, I think that's well said, Joshua. And
also, don't call my stuff lazy either. Like I feel like it is a personal attack on somebody's work to say it's a lazy take because you don't like the take. I work my tail off all the time because I love this and I love this sport and I love covering these guys and I love talking about it. I'm passionate about that, my university, other universities out there. And so when you don't like someone's take, you're like, oh, it's a lazy take. Maybe you don't like it, but it's definitely not a lazy take. Let's not do that.
you're the furthest thing from lazy, I would just say.
Yeah, he
that.
should pull up.
Yeah, all right, but I think we have one more
Here you go.
response that we want to highlight here. It's from Trip Spence. He said, if you're wearing a designer hoodie, I don't care what you think.
It's a perfect day for that. Got the designer hoodie. Don't have that on today, but what I do have on today
Was it a designer hoodie?
It was a Lululemon hoodie. I do have
okay.
on the Tom Ford glasses and the Gucci watch and the Prada shoes today, along with the G-Star jeans. So
sure do.
Go ahead and check that.
Okay, you just let them know, Joshua.
How about that?
Your outfit looks pretty good, I will say.
I'm just letting them know.
They hate you because you got it.
That's, I mean,
if you're making points, but you have the Lulu hoodie on, that seems like
let's
a
talk
dirty
about it then.
He
You were
said,
rocking a
I don't care
designer
about
hoodie
nothing. He
yesterday
said,
too, right?
because you had a Lulu hoodie on.
Okay. Wasn't even the most expensive thing I was wearing.
Both of you guys were rocking designer hoodies yesterday.
Well, no, you got your designer leather
got a
pants
regular
on, your
black
designer
hoodie on.
boots.
I don't know if they're designer.
Yeah, go ahead.
But they're not
Trying to
designer.
downplay.
You
I
guys
swear.
know me.
Don't
I'll shop at
downplay.
Target. Everything. I'll let you guys know. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the clubhouse.
What did I have on yesterday?
You had your Billionaires Boys sweatshirt on or something? Billionaire Boys. You know, what is it called?
Billionaire Boys Club.
There you go. See, talk about designer. All right, we got Mr. Fly over here. Russell Dorsey.
Hey, don't know. They come after him. Mr. Designer and Takes.
It is what it is.
Designer and Lazy Takes.
It is what it is.
All right. Enough. We
I
are
work
gonna-
hard. I literally just said
We
I'm not
all work
lazy. I like to
hard.
reward myself.
You know what, Matt McCoy? We're gonna send you a
Hey,
designer
another
sweatshirt.
thing, Matt McCoy, pull up on my man's, because Emmy nominated at 26 years old, works here at Stadium, has a national TV show, works at another major network. I can't say it here because they don't pay for advertising, but he works there. Stop playing with my man.
I know Matt too. I know him personally, and so I know that he wasn't really trying to come for me like that.
Nah, but that's what it looks like
But
to the
since-
streets.
Since it was on the timeline, I did have to defend my honor.
I'm not gonna let my people talk about my man.
I appreciate you.
You guys done? We got your back, Joshua.
I know you
we
guys.
always
Don't
got
rush
your back.
me in defending my man.
No.
No, I'm
Y'all
sorry.
are good friends. Both of you.
May I proceed?
Yes.
We always got your back. Okay, let's play a little game here because that's what we love to do here on the clubhouse and maybe lighten the mood. And we're going to start with cap or no cap, people. We're going to start on the court. Excuse me. We got Clay Thompson. He's going to kick it off.
What do you want me to bench me?
No. It's like that's.
You want to bench Wiggs?
I don't think I said that.
Okay. I mean, you could suggest it. It's fine. But I mean, thanks, Steve. I guess. Like,
Was he
I don't
itchy
know,
or
sometimes you
uncomfortable?
heard these things.
I don't know. We'll never know. But cap or no cap, Klay Thompson pushing back against the benching rumors. I'm going to say no.
It's no cap.
Listen, I think his resume speaks for itself. Yeah, he's going through the struggles, but I don't think you need to bench him. I think that's a little drastic. Maybe they need to rework, the type of player that he is. We saw Russell Westbrook, how he's kind of evolved. Not saying that Klay is at that stage, but no, I don't think we need to bench Klay Thompson. Let's be serious here.
I mean, I think he made some really valid points in the rest of his response where he said he believes he's earned the right to work through some of the issues that he has in his game. And he has. He's been a really good player throughout his career. He's been a pivotal part, some championships there for Golden State. And, sometimes dudes just ain't on their game, man. They got to play ball and figure it out. And so I think maybe there's a conversation that goes on, too, that says, listen, if this thing doesn't get better the next amount of games, we probably got to find a different solution. But as of right now, I don't think they need to rush and make any rash decisions.
Yeah, and I also don't think they have the personnel anymore to swap in and out. Maybe at one time they did, where you could say, all right, Klay, come off the bench, figure some things out, we'll get you back in that starting rotation. But they just don't. And as a shooter, sometimes you just got to let shooters work through those slumps that they have. And so, yeah, I don't think they're going to bench him anytime soon.
He's playing just 1 minute more than Chris Paul coming off the bench. I mean, do you think maybe if this continues that could be a solution? Maybe he should come off the bench.
I think if they go down the line and say we got to do something different, yes, because we have seen before where you take guys who are sometimes your best players, but dealt with some injuries and their game is changing a little bit, and you bring them off the bench and it works.
I don't think they can get where they think they can go with him on the bench.
Do you think they can get to where they think they can go with him playing the way he's playing right now?
No, sir, I don't.
So why not try something new then?
Forever? Or until he figures the shooting.
Well, you got
just for a little while.
Insanity
If that
is
doesn't
doing
work, go
the
back to
same
normal.
thing over and over again and expecting different results.
Right.
So you got to switch it up.
And the other part about it, too, is if they try to bring him off the bench and that doesn't work, they can go back to put him in the starting lineup.
All right, let's keep it in the NBA here. But Anthony Edwards, he had some thoughts on Ja Morant's impending return